Raj or Eknath Shinde? Who will win the battle for Bala Sahib's legacy? With the rebel camp numbers swelling, Eknath Shinde is all set to give a double blow to Uddhav Thackeray. Not just is he all set to push him off the Chief Minister's chair, but is also likely to end Uddhav Thackeray's reign in the Shiv Sena. With the rebel camp near close to proving two-third majority, the question is if Eknath Shinde will now float his own party. Eknath Shinde claims to be a true Shiv Sainik and has promised to work on the ideals of Bala Sahib Thackeray.
सभी लोग जो है हम बाला साहब ठाकरे जी का जो हिंदुत्व है इस और उनकी जो भूमिका है उसको हम लोग आगे ले जाना चाहते हैं.
Uddhav Thackeray has not had it easy either. 2 months after Bal Thackeray's demise, Sena Executive President Uddhav Thackeray took over as the Sena President in January 2013. He admitted, though, that he could never replace his father, and epithets like Supremo and Hindu Hriday Samrat will always be associated to his father, Bal Thackeray. Trying to stay true to its Hindutva ideology, Shiv Sena, under Uddhav Thackeray, had allied with the BJP in 2014. The situation reversed, though, in 2019, with the two parties joining hands to fight polls together, yet splitting soon after, as BJP won 105 seats, refused to give up the Chief Minister's chair to the Shiv Sena, who landed 56 seats in the 288-member assembly. Uddhav then took the unexpected route to the throne by allying with Congress and NCP. Uddhav Thackeray since then has been slammed for shunning Sena founder's Hindutva legacy. He did respond to critics, though, saying that his idea of Hindutva is different. Taking a jibe at the BJP, Uddhav was heard saying he does not want a Hindu Rashtra which is not peaceful.
शिवसेना कदापि हिंदुत्वापासून आणि हिंदुत्व कदापि शिवसेनेपासून दूर होऊ शकत नाही. कारण शिवसेना प्रमुखांनी जो एक कानमंत्र दिलेला आहे की हिंदुत्व हा आमचा श्वास आहे.
On the sidelines now is also Raj Thackeray, the nephew of Bal Thackeray. The MNS chief, in fact, bears close resemblance to his uncle in looks, aggression and oratory skills. He broke away from the Shiv Sena over tussle on who will be Bal Thackeray's political heir. Raj Thackeray founded MNS in 2006 and popularized Sons of the Soil campaign, over which Shiv Sena was built in 1966. The brightest showing for the MNS was in 2009 when Raj Thackeray ate into the Shiv Sena and BJP votes in Mumbai, Thane, Pune and Nashik, bagging 13 seats of the 288 assembly. MNS since has seen rapid decline. In 2014 and 2019 assembly elections, MNS managed to secure just one assembly seat, losing deposit in most others. In May 2014 Lok Sabha polls, Raj Thackeray openly backed Narendra Modi for Prime Minister and fielded candidates, mostly against the Sena. However, in 2019 Lok Sabha polls, Raj Thackeray took a U-turn, criticized Narendra Modi but did not contest polls. Well, Uddhav Thackeray had till lately been the popular choice to take forward Bal Thackeray's legacy. But of all the revolts that the Shiv Sena has faced in over 50 years of its existence, the current one, led by Eknath Shinde, looks the most threatening. Uddhav now needs nothing short of a miracle to salvage his party. Bijay Kumar for India Today.
And that remains perhaps one of the most important questions about the survival of the Shiv Sena's legacy. Uddhav Thackeray, meanwhile, has hit out at the rebel MLAs, calling them pests and insects, who are now hollowing out the party. A second emotional message in 3 days, while the rebel camp is only swelling with numbers every single hour. Let's bring you the update on that after a very short break. Remember, the NCP, meanwhile, is set to meet Uddhav Thackeray. We'll get to the updates there.
The men and women who built Indian industry, and the young guns who are shaping tomorrow's India. From storied careers to unicorn dreams, the past meets the future on the Business Today show with Uday Mukherjee.
India Today.
Imagine filling up the 16-digit number of your card, the validity of your card, the name on your card, and the CVV number and the OTP which you will get after that every time you have to make an online payment, regardless of whether you're using a debit card or a credit card. Well, if you don't opt for RBI's new tokenization rules, this is exactly what you'll be doing every time you make an online payment after July 1st. So listen up closely. So essentially, to put it in a nutshell, July 1st onwards, the RBI has said two things. First of all, online merchants cannot store your debit card or credit card details on their servers. Those will be deleted. And the other option that they've given is for the end users. Basically, you have the option of tokenizing your debit card or credit card details. Tokenization is basically issuing you a unique encrypted code which is called a token for each one of your cards. And to opt for this tokenization process, each end user will have to authorize it. Before July 1st, if you were using any one of your cards on a platform like Amazon, those cards would basically get saved on that platform. So next time when you want to choose to pay, you can choose from any one of these cards that you've already saved on that. Now what you'll basically get is a certain notification along with each one of these cards, which will basically say that your card is not saved yet. Once you press on that, you will have the option of saving the card details and then you can proceed with the payment. After July 1st, what's going to happen is that notification will not be there because even those card details will get deleted. So you will have to fill in all those details again and then save them. So this tokenization process will just take a few seconds. It does not cost anything and it's only applicable to domestic online transactions. It will offer more security because your card details will not be saved with the online merchant either. A lot of times your card details get leaked from the merchant that you're interacting with online. So that gets negated. Secondly, you have a token which you're getting. You'll just need to fill in your CVV number and an OTP which you'll get after that. So the process of making that payment will obviously be shorter. But this tokenization process is totally optional. It is not mandatory.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today. You are watching India Today.
Can the NCP possibly save Uddhav Thackeray and the coalition government? As of now, Uddhav NCP meeting has started in Mumbai. All the top bigwigs of the NCP have reached Uddhav Thackeray's residence. These are the latest visuals coming in from Mumbai. Sharad Pawar, the NCP Supremo, Ajit Pawar, Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Jayant Patil, who's a cabinet minister, Praful Patel, of course, one of the senior-most netas of NCP, former civil aviation minister as well. All of them have reached Matoshri, which is the ancestral house of the Thackeраys. And at this point, this crucial meeting has started. Remember, Sharad Pawar has spoken to, been in touch, and also met Uddhav Thackeray in the past 3 days. But this appears to be a big meeting because the who's who of the NCP, who matter, whose decision abilities right now will be very crucial on how the coalition government needs to survive. That huddle is on at Matoshri, as you can see, amid a downpour there in Mumbai, and of course a tightened police presence, barricades, media persons, NCP leaders reaching Uddhav Thackeray's residence. Let's go across quickly to my colleague Saurabh Vakhtania, who's right outside Matoshri and taking us through all the latest. So, Saurabh, how should we see this specific NCP's meeting? Because not that NCP can do much, they can only ensure their flock stays and they can only ensure that the coalition government, as long as possible, will have the required numbers. How are you looking at this crucial meeting today, Saurabh?
Well, Pooja, Sharad Pawar himself leaving his house, coming directly to meet Uddhav Thackeray at Maharashtra is giving a very strong message to the rebel camp. It clearly wants to tell them that like the powerful leader like Sharad Pawar is standing with Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray, not just Uddhav Thackeray, but very importantly, his firm on saving the MVA government of Maharashtra. Now, Sharad Pawar was leading from the front. Behind him, there was Ajit Pawar, Jayant Patil and senior most NCP leader Praful Patel. Now, when we look at it, Pooja, why this is so much important? Because Shiv Sena has lost in numbers. Now it is playing on sentiments, emotional videos. But Eknath Shinde camp is too releasing several of the emotional videos too. But here on ground, we are seeing that directly Sharad Pawar is leading from the front. In 2019 also, do you remember, Pooja, when the government was formed just in a fortnight, like Ajit Pawar and Devendra Fadnavis formed a government at Raj Bhavan. It was Sharad Pawar, it was his charismatic approach that in just half day, the government had to fall and both of them had to resign. He brought all his leaders, all his party men back together. Even at this age, Sharad Pawar is still very powerful. He's not just giving a message to the rebel camp and the BJP.
Keep tracking all the latest and try and get all the inside scoop from this big meeting, because NCP will want to hope that the coalition government says, but Uddhav Thackeray have no numbers right now to keep the government standing. Meanwhile, here are the top latest developments to keep you updated about what's been happening in the state of Maharashtra and also in Assam, where the rebel camp is. Let's begin. Uddhav Thackeray hits out at the Sena rebel MLAs, calling them pests and insects and rodents who are hollowing out the party. He in fact also called the BJP as backstabbers, shooting down any possibility of an alliance with the Bharatiya Janata Party. And for the first time, Team Modi breaks their silence after 3 days of the political drama unfolding in Maharashtra. Union Minister Piyush Goyal spoke to India Today exclusively and called the Sena-NCP alliance as unholy and bankrupt with regard to ideology. Meanwhile, the Sena MLA Eknath Shinde, who has been camping with the rebel clan, cancelled his visit to Mumbai, saying that he will stay in Guwahati for some more time. Meanwhile, the Shinde clan continues to swell. The numbers are rising every hour. They are growing stronger, clearly. One more MLA, Dilip Nande, has landed in Guwahati to join the rebel faction camping in Guwahati's Radisson Blu Hotel. So total number of Sena MLAs as of now, as it appears, stands at 38. That behind Eknath Shinde. But Uddhav faction has now sought disqualification of 16 MLAs of the Shinde faction under the 10th schedule. Maharashtra Deputy Speaker Narhari Zerwal has also been approached with that plea. But that's not all. 2 independent MLAs have also demanded the removal of Deputy Speaker Narhari Zerwal, accusing him of being biased toward the Uddhav camp. What? So the Uddhav faction of the Shiv Sena is in a firefighting mode so that they can possibly save the Maha Vikas Aghadi government. But that looks unlikely because Sena has sought disqualification of at least 15 MLAs. They are stating that this is all that they can do at this point to save itself. Or could it be another threat tactic, as Eknath Shinde is now claiming? Watch this report of how Uddhav Thackeray is coming across with a threatening tone of disqualification.
Public display of might. Massive protests.
ने कहा ना, ये कानून की लड़ाई है, कानून से होगी। रास्ते की लड़ाई रास्ते पर सड़क पर हो सकती है, हो जाएगी।
And an ugly warning of a street fight. Cornered, Uddhav is doing everything he can to save face. As his numbers dwindle to the teens, Uddhav is firefighting the rebellion within Sena to save the Maha Vikas Aghadi. And after this emotional message on Wednesday,
समोर येऊन मला सांगितलं किंवा जर त्यांनी स्टेटमेंट दिलं की उद्धव ठाकरे मुख्यमंत्री पदावरती नकोत, तर मी आता मुख्यमंत्री पदाचा राजीनामा द्यायला तयार आहे.
Uddhav has followed it up with another emotional outburst, hoping it'll cut some ice with the rebels.
The disqualification threat by the Uddhav Sena to the Shiv Sena is a tactics used by them to delay the process. They are trying to get more time so that things can change. Meanwhile, on the other hand, Shinde is a very powerful leader and he knows such tactics. He will be moving for the trust motion.
Uddhav's son Aditya also came to his father's rescue, saying there were attempts to disrupt peace and harmony in Maharashtra. He also wrote that such betrayals have been witnessed before and they've emerged on top despite it. So what is Uddhav Sena's strategy? In a bid to save the toppling MVA government, the party faction led by Uddhav Thackeray filed a petition before the Deputy Speaker, seeking disqualification of rebel MLA Eknath Shinde and 15 others. Uddhav's camp is continuing to target the BJP rather than Eknath Shinde. Sena MP Sanjay Raut said the BJP was making below-the-belt remarks against NCP chief Sharad Pawar and even threatening him. Raut further went on to say that the fight is over numbers, papers and on the streets now, and that the Sena would win all three. But how would they do that? He never answered.
अब तक शिवसैनिक सड़क पर नहीं उतरे हैं, चाहे कितने भी लोगों को आप खरीद लो, दबाव डालो, लेकिन कानून की लड़ाई, कागज की लड़ाई और सड़क की लड़ाई दोनों में हम जीत जाएंगे.
While political battle in Maharashtra is now turning into a legal battle, Shiv Sena leader and MP Sanjay Raut has threatened that they are ready to fight it out in the assembly as well as on the streets. With camera person Kiran Sakpal, myself Ritvik Bhalikar reporting for India Today, Mumbai.
And as I wrap up 6 p.m. Prime, here's how the numbers stand. At this point, Shiv Sena has come down to 17, NCP 55, Congress 44, and the numbers are increasing on this side in Guwahati. 38, as Eknath Shinde is claiming, showing video evidence, with independents and others at 9, but Bharatiya Janata Party with 106, and this looks like the powerful side, at least for the next few hours. We'll be tracking all the latest on that. Stay tuned and thank you for watching India Today. Take care.
So yes, young people we've seen in today's date are not just suffering from heart attacks, they're having strokes, they're having cardiac arrests. I mean, they're brought dead to our hospitals and nobody knows why. They all just say that, you know, they've always been fit. The definition of fitness is different for different people. Nobody gets their pre-health checkups done. You don't know what's happening in your body. You eat all the junk food and still believe that, you know, you're young, so nothing's going to happen to you, but, you know, that's not happening. So you might have heard about symptoms like a left-sided chest pain, which is, you know, radiating to the left arm. That is one of the most typical symptoms of a heart attack, but not everybody has those symptoms. You can have profuse sweating just suddenly while you're sitting. You can have shortness of breath. You'll have difficulty in breathing. You'll feel uneasy. You might have nausea, vomiting. So in today's date, a lot of people are having a lot of sugars, a lot of processed foods, packaged foods, refined oils. They have a sedentary lifestyle. There's so much of stress going on, smoking, alcohol. All of these, lead towards more susceptibility towards having a heart attack. So it's very important, I would suggest, to first take control of your diets. Throw those packaged foods.
Ever witnessed a tornado? A tornado is a violently rotating column of air extending from the base of thunderstorm down to the ground. Tornadoes are capable of completely destroying well-made structures, uprooting trees. A tornado can pass through the air like a deadly missile. If you ever witness a tornado or if one passes near you, you need to know the safety measures. In this video, we will tell you all about it. Tornadoes are great spirals of wind and among the most violent and destructive storm on Earth, despite their sometimes fast and localized passage. They form when hot humid air, often from the sea, meets dry cold conditions originally from the poles. As the hot air rises, the denser cold air gathers underneath. The condensation and moisture produced results in the formation of a thundercloud. The two air masses rotate around each other without mixing. Before long, a hazy cone or a funnel appears, a warning sign that a tornado is on the way. Once the spiral touches the ground, it can officially be classed by the name of the tornado. The amount of damage a tornado can cause is directly linked to the speed of its varying wind. The enhanced Fujita scale is used to measure the intensity and damage potential. Most tornadoes are classified as level 0, with wind speed of between 105 and 137 kilometers per hour. Damage is usually slight. For example, tiles might be blown off the roof. But level 5 tornadoes, however, bring with them wind ranging from 320 to 500 kilometers per hour. In this case, a whole house can be uprooted and cars can be thrown more than 100 meters away. Tornadoes can form all across the world, but they most frequently hit the United States of America, where annually there are more than 1,000.
We know that plastic causes pollution, but did you know microplastics can also be a cause of pollution? Microplastics are plastic particles with dimensions less than 5 millimeters. Some are so small they are invisible to the naked eye. Nylon and polyethylene, for example, are mixture of polymers and additives, are themselves microplastics created from tiny pellets known as nurdles. These elements are found in everyday products like shower gels and cosmetics, as well as fertilizers, detergents, and paint. Another major source of this pollution is car tire wear. Difficult to filter, these microplastics get everywhere, in rivers and then the oceans, on land or in the air we breathe. Billions of items of plastic waste taking hundreds of years to break down litter beaches all around the world. All living species in the oceans that are part of the human food chain, from zooplankton to whales, are likely to ingest microplastics. The impact of microplastics on organisms or on ecosystems is unknown, but the additives they contain are potential chemical contaminants.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Presented by Aditya Birla Group, big in your life.
You are watching India Today.
Good evening, viewers. You're watching our rolling coverage on all that is going on in the state of Maharashtra. Curious developments. Why do I say that, viewers? Multiple reasons. Eknath Shinde says he has over 37 MLAs, the prerequisite to buck the anti-defection law, which we all know by now. He's still not coming in, neither is the BJP coming in and saying that this government in Maharashtra is in minority. On the other hand, 3 days ago, nobody quite knew about it, but the Eknath Shinde faction has moved a no-confidence motion. What does it really mean? We're going to break it all down in the midst of the current developments. There's a huddle going on in Matoshri. Uddhav Thackeray, Sharad Pawar, Ajit Pawar, Praful Patel. We'll get you more. The headlines first. All eyes on rebel Shinde's Ghar Wapsi. The rebel MLAs speak exclusively to India Today, claiming support of 50+ MLAs. Says we'll meet the governor soon. Uddhav Sena seeks disqualification of 16 rebel MLAs. Maharashtra Chief Minister compares rebels to insects and rodents who have eaten the party hollow. Three days into the Maharashtra political crisis, Team Modi breaks silence. Union Minister Piyush Goyal tears into Aghadi, says the unholy alliance was bound to fail. NDA candidate for President Draupadi Murmu files her nomination today. Prime Minister Modi and NDA bigwigs accompany her. Supreme Court upholds clean chit to Prime Minister Modi in 2002 Gujarat riots case. Top court says that plea filed by Zakir Jafri is devoid of merit. BJP claims vindication. Left student group SFI attacks Rahul Gandhi's Wayanad office, vandalism due to alleged inaction by Congress MP over an SC order on an eco-sensitive zone. Well, there have been breathless developments that have been taking place in the state of Maharashtra when it comes down to the political crisis as it unfolds. Viewers, the latest is the Aghadi huddle. All eyes on NCP leadership meeting with Uddhav in the evening. Sharad Pawar, Praful Patel, Ajit Pawar, all of them meeting with Uddhav Thackeray. This meeting seems important in the wake of declining numbers from the Uddhav camp. Admittedly, Shiv Sena has just 16 MLAs. Meanwhile, sources in the NCP say that it is more or less becoming clear that majority of Shiv Sena MLAs are with Shinde. Every day, their numbers are going up. Sources say that NCP senior leaders believe that dragging the matter further would only embarrass the Maha Vikas Aghadi in the situation of a floor test. In today's meeting with Uddhav, leaders to review the numbers and draw their strategy for the future. Leadership also likely to give suggestions to accept the fact and move on with the reality gracefully. Well, it's interesting developments. I want to cut across right now to my colleague Kamlesh, who's been tracking the developments and getting us the news first. Kamlesh, you know, what's really interesting in all of this is, till yesterday, it seemed Sharad Pawar's advice was when Uddhav nearly stepped down was to fight it out till the last minute. Is now the writing on the wall for the Maha Vikas Aghadi being left with no option but to quit, or rather, you know, seek a floor test gracefully?
The Maha Vikas Aghadi is now clear, especially Sharad Pawar, who yesterday said that the final decision would be taken on the floor of the House. But given the dramatic changes in the situation and the way legally the Eknath Shinde team is strong, they've brought in certain points that would certainly not be very well suited to the Maha Vikas Aghadi, especially Uddhav Thackeray and the numbers. Sharad Pawar, though yesterday said that the decision would finally be taken on the floor of the House, but the numbers are, for the Maha Vikas Aghadi, the numbers are dwindling, and Eknath Shinde supporters, the numbers are growing. That's a reality that everyone has to accept. So rather than dragging it any further, and which eventually would result in an embarrassment to the Maha Vikas Aghadi, there should be some decision that should be taken that should be seen as a respectful exit plan, so that there is no further embarrassment. Sharad Pawar, in his meeting with Uddhav Thackeray, which is now begun as we speak, Sharad Pawar is going to give him a reality check that this is what the situation is. In case we want to move any further, we have to be prepared for the bigger fight, but that doesn't seem, we might be fighting a losing battle. That's one picture that the NCP wants to prove. Also, another section in the NCP says that the battle is for Uddhav Thackeray, it is for him to save the party, but the Deputy Speaker of the Maharashtra Assembly is from the NCP, and again it would be left to the NCP to fight the battle on behalf of Uddhav Thackeray, which many in the NCP are not very keen on. Already the NCP is facing heat from central agencies. 2 of its ministers are inside jail. They don't want any further confrontation here. So they say that given the fact that we don't have numbers, the situation is not very conducive. Legally, the rebel camp seems to be very strong. They have the numbers in the first place. That numbers is something that we cannot battle. Till the time the numbers come down, which doesn't seem to be the case. Not just a big number of Shiv Sena MLAs, but also the independents are supporting him. So in that case, it doesn't seem that we are moving ahead with any solid plan at this point in time. So better accept the reality and move on is perhaps that the thought that has been decided in the NCP meeting, and perhaps Sharad Pawar might just give that idea, maybe that bitter dose to Uddhav Thackeray this evening.
Well, very interesting, a reality check, Kamlesh, that Sharad Pawar might offer to his ally Uddhav Thackeray. But, how does, we talk about recent developments that have happened where the writing is pretty much on the wall. The tea leaves in Maharashtra politics are clearly, being read by all in terms of sheer girth of numbers that Eknath Shinde has with him. But the fact, Kamlesh, that the NCP really doesn't want to get into what it's always been maintaining, the private matter of the Shiv Sena. Now, the Deputy Speaker, like you said, is from the NCP. Kamlesh, the reason that he's not accepting the disqualification of those 16 MLAs, does it have more to do with the fact that there is a no confidence motion that has already been mooted, or to do with the fact that NCP is still mulling on what it really wants to do in this situation?
Well, exactly. That is something which the Shiv Sena was relying on. The Shiv Sena thought that the initial letter that was given by the Shinde camp, which had just signature of 34 MLAs, of which 4 MLAs were independent. So they thought that they might just seek disqualification of these MLAs since the required number wasn't there in the letter. The required number was of 2/3 majority. Anything below that would have resulted into disqualification of these MLAs. But yesterday, there was a fresh letter that was given, and before that, the Speaker, the Shiv Sena approached the Deputy Speaker with disqualification notice for 12 yesterday, and 4 names were added this morning. But that one thought that the NCP and Shiv Sena missed here was there was a no confidence motion moved by the Shinde camp on 21st itself, and today 2 independent MLAs have approached the Speaker saying that you cannot take a decision. They have cited a 2016 judgment of the Supreme Court of the Arunachal Assembly, wherein it says that Deputy Speaker cannot adjudicate any decision, especially related to disqualification of members when his own position is contested. So that in a way has put the NCP and the Maha Vikas Aghadi into a fix. This would result into a battle because there is a precedence in the Supreme Court. Also, if they want to move ahead, the numbers again are with Eknath Shinde, and even if in the worst come scenario, even if they disqualify all the 36 MLAs or 35 MLAs, even in that case, the number of the House comes down and the majority comes down to 120, which the BJP can easily achieve. So even in that case, rather than facing an embarrassment of losing the no confidence motion and have to quit, there could be a possibility that we should think at this point in time and think of a respectable exit, which would mean perhaps to give up on what is happening. Either it has to stop
Kamlesh,
whatever
by the looks of it does seem,
allow the rebel camp to do whatever they want.
Right, Kamlesh, by the looks of it does seem that it's a full watertight coup that has been engineered, as we speak, something which was really thought of, orchestrated. Interesting. Nobody knew about the no confidence motion that was pushed 3 days ago, but suddenly today those 2 independent MLAs which are allied with the BJP move for the removal of the Speaker. It's very interesting how everything is tying in together. But Kamlesh, for someone who's really studied the situation, the ins and out of the Maharashtra government and its various allies, I really want to ask you, we know there's a huddle going on. Sharad Pawar is giving Uddhav Thackeray as we speak a reality check. Be graceful, maybe now move out, go for a floor test. The belligerence that we saw today of Aditya Thackeray, Uddhav Thackeray, was we're going to fight to the finish. But having said that, Kamlesh, will the NCP right now, who controls clearly the deputy speaker post, is it hedging? You know, on the face of it, NCP is with the Aghadi, with the Sena. But at the back of it, you know, the NCP is known to pull a rabbit or two out of its hat in the past.
Well, yes, see, as Preeti, as you rightly mentioned at the beginning of what you said that it's a completely planned coup. In fact, I was just speaking to someone who is very closely associated with the entire coup. He said that we just don't have plan A and B. We have plan A, B, C, D, E, F, and G as well. So, in any case, if the victory is ours, this coup is going to succeed. But having said that, the way Aditya Thackeray we saw speaking to the party workers, now see, they have no options left. They have to give a pep talk to the party workers. They already seem to be fighting a losing battle in the legislative party. The split is in the legislative party. However, it is going to affect the party at large in days to come. So they have to keep their party workers together, because Shiv Sena is a party that is based on its cadre and it runs on its cadre. So they have to keep their cadres together. On the other hand, the point you raised about NCP. Now NCP, though initially was in a way interested in saving the government, but bringing back the MLAs was a responsibility of Uddhav Thackeray, because obviously Sharad Pawar had little to do. When the 2019 coup happened, Sharad Pawar's MLAs had gone with Ajit Pawar. Sharad Pawar ensured that all his MLAs came back. He sat at his office in YB Chavan Center and almost got every MLA back, including Ajit Pawar himself. But this time, it has to be done by Uddhav Thackeray. But it seems that with almost 80% of MLAs gone, Uddhav Thackeray has little choice left than to just give them offers which they are rejecting with every passing day. That's not happening. Now the NCP says if it is just left for the NCP to fend Uddhav Thackeray or fight a battle on his behalf, majority of NCP leaders are not in favor of that. They say that we will again be confronting with the center again. In case there's BJP involved, why should we go ahead with that? And on the other hand, when the rebel camp appears so legally sound, the points that they are raising are very legally sound. So in such case, we are left with nowhere, especially the number game, Preeti. The number game hasn't left any choices for Uddhav Thackeray. Eknath Shinde has managed this coup. He knew that he needs to have 2/3 of MLAs.
Before I let you go, Kamlesh, before I let you go, I want to ask you a very quick question. I know I'm keeping you, but I want to ask you one very quick question. Are we expecting a possible big announcement after this particular meet? Can we now maybe look at the possibility, which we were delving in 2 days ago, that Uddhav Thackeray might resign, step down, ask for the dissolution of the House? Could either of those be an option?
The announcement, it's all up to Uddhav Thackeray now what he wants to do, because just a while before he addressed some bureaucrats, he addressed that meeting and he was talking about how work should not stop. One of the sentences during the meeting that Uddhav Thackeray uttered was that any good work should not stop for politics reigns and politics are uncertain. So, work should continue. So many bureaucrats who attended that meeting thought that, it was kind of not a farewell, but, Uddhav Thackeray's tone and tenor in that meeting was about thanking everyone for doing everything. So the big announcement might just come, but we'll wait till Uddhav Thackeray takes the final call. The announcement has to come. Even if there's one thing which I'll mention, even if there's small ray of hope, I know Uddhav Thackeray, he will try and explore that as well, but there has to be some loophole that comes for his rescue. But that seems to be a Herculean task for Uddhav Thackeray. Pulling out a rabbit at this point seems to be difficult, but even Uddhav Thackeray or even Sharad Pawar, the kind of legislative experience that Sharad Pawar has, even if a small point that comes to their rescue, they are not going to let it go. That meeting is very crucial. What Uddhav Thackeray and Sharad Pawar discuss, even one small point, they are going to use it to their benefit, but that doesn't seem to be happening. The situation is not in their favor. What comes out of the meeting is very crucial.
All right, Kamlesh, appreciate you joining us. Thank you there. My colleague Kamlesh Sutar joining us with the very latest, breaking it down so very well, Kamlesh. Thank you there. Join us on the top of 9 p.m. as well. Kamlesh giving us all those details that are going in behind closed doors. Viewers, this is a big news break. It seems now it's time up. And the fact that it's time up, that reality check is right now being given to Uddhav Thackeray by none else than his ally, who till 2 days ago had told him, stick it in, dig in your heels, fight it out. It's been 2 days, and Sharad Pawar, who's the master of political strategy, has now himself come out and apparently telling Uddhav Thackeray, there are no options left, you'll have to now go gracefully. What does that mean? Are we expecting a big announcement at the back of this meeting? Cutting across right now outside Matoshri, my colleague Mustafa, who's joining us. Mustafa, what's the atmosphere? Any Shiv Senics there? Because we've seen a fair bit of strength outside Matoshri with a lot of Shiv Senics who've been camping. But having said that, a big meeting going on inside, all four of them. Ajit Pawar, Praful Patel, Sharad Pawar of the NCP. It's interesting, Mustafa, that there is no Congress, even though it's an Aghadi meeting. There is no representation of the Congress with Uddhav Thackeray.
Well, you're right. We'll just show you the visuals outside Matoshri. This is the main visuals you're getting here. Flags of Shiv Sena flying high, bands, and if you look at the other side, there are women supporters of Shiv Sena who have come out here, and there are various banners which have been put up. The banners suggest that Shiv Sena has been brought down by many people at many times, but it has always succeeded in recovering and getting electoral victory. That said, a crucial meeting which is going on at Matoshri, that is how to progress with the strategy of disqualifying the MLAs, because there is what we are hearing, the opposition camp of Eknath Shinde, who is also consulting constitutional experts and lawyers on this entire thing. If you see, two independent MLAs which are supported by BJP reached Vidhan Bhavan today and to give a letter to the Deputy Speaker saying that your authority is under question after you removed Eknath Shinde as the CLP leader. Hence, you don't have the authority to disqualify any of the MLAs. So this is the legal battle which is going to take place in Maharashtra Assembly, which currently the meeting underway at Matoshri, be it Sharad Pawar, Ajit Pawar, Uddhav Thackeray, they are the people who are at this point of time strategizing as to how to go about this entire issue, which is going to be turning out to be a legal issue in the future. Back to you.
Right. We don't know if it's going to be a legal issue at all right now, but Mustafa, point taken there. But what is, right behind you, we see the Shiv Senics there gathered. There is a full band at play as well. Morale boosting, understandably. Can you try and get in a word from the Shiv Senics there? What are they saying after the second emotional speech? Because they must have definitely heard it.
बिल्कुल आपसे जानना चाहिए हिंदी में कि जो अभी सरकमस्टेंसेस है, उद्धव ठाकरे ने आज भी भाषण दिया. उन्होंने कहा कि बहुत सारे लोग छोड़कर शिवसेना गए, लेकिन शिवसेना को कुछ हुआ नहीं. किस तरह से ये पूरे क्राइसिस को देखते हैं? एकनाथ शिंदे चले गए, उनके साथ सारे एमएलए चले गए, लोग कह रहे हैं कि शिवसेना खत्म हो जाएगी.
कितने लोग आए, कितने लोग गए, लेकिन शिवसेना को कुछ फर्क नहीं पड़ता. लेकिन ये शिवसेना है जो कार्यकर्ता, जो शिव सैनिक है, उन पे आधारित है. एमएलए आएंगे जाएंगे, लेकिन जो कार्यकर्ता है, शिव सैनिक है, वो कायम उद्धव साहब के पीछे ही रहेगा.
आपको क्या लगता है, जो लोग आए थे, छोटे से बड़े हुए, उन लोगों को शिव सैनिकों ने वोट करके जिता दिया, आप वो शिवसेना के खिलाफ हो गए?
अभी वो गद्दार हो गए, अभी बड़े होके वो गद्दार हो गए, सब भूल गए. ये जमीन से उठा के उनको सर पे बिठा दिया है, लेकिन ये सब भूल गए. जो उद्धव साहब, बाला साहब, इन्होंने उनको सर पे बिठाया, अपना बनाया, लेकिन ये सब भूल गए, गद्दार हो गए सब.
ऐसी शिकायत है कि मुख्यमंत्री मिलते नहीं थे, उनके आमदनी निधि देते नहीं थे, इसके लिए वो छोड़ के गए.
अरे मिलते नहीं थे, बीमार थे, कोरोना का काल था, तो मिलेंगे कैसे? अभी तो मिल रहे हैं ना, तो अभी क्यों छोड़ के चले गए? अभी तो मिल रहे हो, सबको समझ लेते हैं. आप क्यों नहीं समझ लेते कि वो बीमार है, कोरोना का काल था, उनके ऑपरेशन हो गए. ये आप जो खुद को शिव सैनिक समझते हैं, तो ये उनका दुख नहीं समझ सकते क्या?
So that's the sentiment which we are getting from the ground at this point of time, which is saying that the morale boosting of Shiv Sainik on the ground continues.
Well, understandably so, and that is right.
So Eknath Shinde camp taking so much.
Right. Mustafa, that's what, even Uddhav Thackeray had said in that emotional message that he gave out the second time around, that there are plenty of Shiv Sainiks who will take to the streets. Well, that is what's happening right now. And this is right outside Matoshri. Appreciate you joining us, Mustafa. But the fact is, time is running out. And that has been told to Uddhav Thackeray by none else than his own ally. I want to now cut across for this exclusive conversation with Shiv Sena Rajya Sabha MP Priyanka Chaturvedi. She joins us. It's been a harrowing time for most of Shiv Sena MPs, MLAs, either side of the divide. But Priyanka Chaturvedi, thank you for taking out the time and joining us. Ms. Chaturvedi, as we speak, we are given to believe by strongly placed sources, ma'am, that Sharad Pawar, Praful Patel, Ajit Pawar, all three of them are talking to Uddhav Thackeray and pretty much reading out the political tea leaves as they stand in the state of Maharashtra, saying time is up, go gracefully. Do you think, be it the kind of girth of the MLA strength that Eknath Shinde has in Guwahati, be it some of your MLCs, be it one MP at least, all of them have now gone away from you, leaving you very little moral authority to rule? Time to step down.
Of course we are in a moral authority, because all these MLAs, MPs or whatever videos that are being featured, they all need to come to Mumbai, the state capital of Maharashtra, to show their show of strength. They cannot be issuing these videos from a 5-star hotel in a city like Guwahati, where unfortunately Assam is seeing the worst floods in the recent years, where 32 of the 36 districts are flooded, over 101 people have died, and we have ministers and some MLAs who are elected by the people of Maharashtra enjoying the 5-star hospitality in Assam. So even if they want to prove anything, they will have to come to the city of Mumbai. They will come to the capital of the state and do whatever they have to and prove their numbers.
Madam, they are not coming to Mumbai as of now, but the fact is what they have done, and it seems to be a very well scripted, you can call it a coup, but the fact is the majority lies now not with Uddhav Thackeray where the Shiv Sena is concerned, but with Eknath Shinde. What's happened? 3 days ago, a no confidence motion is mooted by the Shinde Sena, if I can call it that, or the Eknath Shinde faction. And then today, 2 MLAs, which are with the BJP, come across and ask for the removal of the deputy speaker. It's all being thought of, very well choreographed, because it is the same deputy speaker who hasn't till now accepted your demand of sacking or disqualifying, I beg your pardon, those 16 MLAs.
So 21st is when that notice was given, right? He has no authority to give that notice because he was not the chief whip of the party. So this again, I will repeat, all these letters that are coming from Guwahati in a language which is very BJP, in a language which is not of Shiv Sena, they do not have a legal leg to stand upon. On the 21st, he was removed as the chief whip of Shiv Sena. And the Speaker of the House had acknowledged that Ajay Chaudhary ji is our chief whip. So whatever letter he can keep issuing, they do not have a valid stance in any court of law.
Madam, that's where the lacuna lies, is what Eknath Shinde says. He says he is the real Shiv Sena. He says they have majority, and they do. 38 of your 55 MLAs are with Eknath Shinde. He is contesting the very fact of you removing him as the chief whip, saying you have no authority to do that.
No, absolutely not, Preeti. That is where all these, these things have been spread, that we do not have a majority. All that will be proved on the floor of the House. So even if we stand to lose on the floor of the House, we will accept it. But at this point in time, from Guwahati, they cannot be just issuing videos. Again, and I will also repeat one more thing to you. Under the 10th schedule, even if they have the so-called majority, they will have to merge into another political party to be able to save themselves from disqualification. But since they are claiming to be an independent bloc, all those MLAs that you see in that video show that they're doing will stand disqualified. They will have to go back to the constituency to win and get a right to vote in the assembly. So 2/3 majority does not just work inside the assembly, 2/3 majority across the organization for them to even try and stake a claim over the party is how it works.
Ma'am, because the legal loopholes are so tightly knit and so complex, because the fact is, Eknath Shinde saying you can't disqualify us, we've already mooted a no confidence motion against you. The man who has to do it, we want him removed. That's what 2 MLAs associated with the BJP says. But having said that, ma'am, you say the so-called majority. As we speak, you have your own allies who till 2 days ago have asked you, madam, have asked Uddhav Thackeray to dig in his heels, stick there and fight to the finish. Today is what we are getting to understand, telling Uddhav Thackeray that it's game up. The question is, will Uddhav Thackeray now step down or ask for the dissolution of the House?
Shri Uddhav Thackeray will not step down because his majority will be proved on the floor of the house, not from a 5-star hotel in Guwahati. Step 1. Step 2, Shri Uddhav Thackeray has categorically said he is willing to step down if any one of his MLA, the ones who are sitting cooped up in Guwahati, can come to tell him on his face that they have lost confidence in him. They cannot issue videos and say, oh, we have lost confidence. They come to Mumbai and say this. Now, step 3, dissolving the assembly. Again, do they want to bypass the Supreme Court order which says dissolving the assembly can only happen after your floor of the dissolving of the assembly cannot happen till you do not prove your majority on the floor of the house. So even if there's a no confidence motion of any motion that is passed, it has to be done on the floor of the house inside the assembly. And unfortunately, we cannot ask them to vote from Guwahati. They will have to come to Mumbai.
Ms. Chaturvedi, the fact is, the MLAs, the 38 of them out of the 55 that you actually have, which is the lion's share. And Sanjay Raut has also admitted on camera that you only have 16 MLAs. They have also come out and said that, Uddhav Thackeray never met anyone. The cause of Hindutva he strayed from the cause of Hindutva. This was an unholy alliance, an unnatural alliance. But that all aside, you keep talking about the BJP. Why do you think, ma'am, in all of this, because it's a curious question, the BJP is quiet? We're not hearing really much where the BJP is concerned. If the numbers are there, do you think they would have already gone ahead? Because in this case, it would be the BJP that would have approached the governor saying that the government has lost majority?
I don't know why they're silent, but they're silently engineering this defection. They are silently supporting this gathering of all these MLAs. They are also sponsoring their stay, sponsoring their chartered flights, and that is not something I am saying. It is something that Shri Eknath Shinde ji in the video that was released was saying there is a superpower party which is helping them, which is a national party. So they are not silent. Their role has been pretty active, right from the Goa police to the Assam police to the Gujarat police, treating them like a bonded laborers. And people have seen visuals of that, should prove that.
Ms. Chaturvedi, appreciate you joining us. Thank you there. We understand tough times where the Shiv Sena Uddhav faction is concerned. Appreciate it and hoping that you'll join us on the top of 9 p.m. as well. With that, I want to quickly cut across to what is going down outside Matoshri. There's a meeting going on there. But viewers, these are the 3 big images of the day. Uddhav's emotional appeal number 2. Many would suggest, today, while he was not addressing the rebels, he was addressing his loyalists, he should have been a little more aggressive. It seemed to be a lot, again, he played on an emotional pitch. Many would say a far cry from what possibly his father, Balasaheb Thackeray, would do. But, that's all conjecture. But he chose to go, the emotional path by making an appeal to his loyalists this time around. When he spoke at the district party president meet, you had, on the other hand, Aditya Thackeray, who also addressed trying to motivate, because he was there physically, Uddhav chaired it virtually. Aditya trying to morale boost, and on the other hand, viewers, the sheer muscle flexing by the strength of numbers by Eknath Shinde in Guwahati.
Are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999 892171.
sentimos muy bien, ya no hay restricciones, no tenemos que llevar mascarilla, nos sentimos libres.
You.
We have tested that on large animals, sheep and pig, and that data shows that the technology is safe for use. In fact, that data has been shared with the FDA, who have granted us 2 accelerated designations last year for the first 2 conditions we want to treat. For localized conditions such as cancer tumors, stroke, atherosclerotic plaque buildup, localized pain, and many other conditions, there is a real need to have a microrobotic, precise, remote-controlled mechanism that can treat a condition only at a specific point and nowhere else.
In association with JioMart, हर घर का मार्ट.
Welcome back, viewers. You're watching our rolling coverage. The latest, let me quickly get our viewers up to speed. There's a huddle right now which is going on at Matoshri. What is interesting is it's a huddle where the Maha Vikas Aghadi comes into play, but there is no Congress. Why there is no Congress? We're going to get in a word from my colleague Moshmi. But right now, Sharad Pawar, Ajit Pawar, Praful Patel, Uddhav Thackeray locked in, where our sources tell us, viewers, that Sharad Pawar is pretty much telling Uddhav to read the writing on the wall, that his time is up to go gracefully. What will come out of this meeting is very, very interesting, and we're going to keep a keen eye on those developments. Meanwhile, what happened today? A second speech happened by Uddhav Thackeray. Earlier on, he was talking to the rebel MLAs, emotionally appealing them to come back. This time around, viewers, he was talking to the loyalists, his loyalists. His pitch remained emotional. In his second emotional appeal, Uddhav Thackeray says that he has no hunger for power, but will continue what he calls the good fight. He hit out at the rebel senas, calling them pests, while calling the BJP backstabbers. Listen in.
परवा मी बोललो आणि मी वर्षा सोडला आणि माझ्या मातोश्रीमध्ये आलो. काही जणांचे मला फोन आले, आजही येत आहेत, की उद्धवजी तुम्ही वर्षा सोडायला नाही पाहिजे होतं. म्हटलं का? नाही, लोकांना असं वाटतं तुम्ही जिद्द सोडली. म्हटलं मी जिद्द सोडणाऱ्यातला नाहीये, मी मोह सोडला, पण जिद्द नाही सोडणार मी कधी. कदापि जिद्द नाही सोडणार. आणि ज्या गोष्टी आपल्या नाहीतच त्या सोडायचा मोह हा असू नये का? महत्वाकांक्षा जरूर असावी, पण ती राक्षसी महत्वाकांक्षा असता कामा नये की ज्याने दिलं त्यालाच खायचं. ही महत्वाकांक्षा नाहीये. ही महत्वाकांक्षा असू शकत नाही. आणि जास्तीत जास्त काय केलं तो आज तुम्ही आमदार नेल्यात घेऊन गेलात, घेऊन जा. आणखीन कोणाला घेऊन जायचं घेऊन जा. तुम्ही झाडाची फुलं तोडू शकता, झाडाची फळं तोडू शकता, पण झाडाची मुळं ही उपटून काढू शकलेल्या नाहीत.
Now there's a train of thought which seems to suggest viewers that maybe Uddhav Thackeray should have been a little more aggressive talking to his loyalists. Chose to go the emotional pitch. Many said not like what possibly Bala Sahib Thackeray would have done, but that's all conjecture. I want to now cut across to our two reporters who are joining us live. One right outside Matoshri. I have Mustafa, who's joining us from Matoshri, where this meeting is going on, a huddle between the NCPs, Sharad Pawar, Praful Patel, Ajit Pawar and Uddhav Thackeray. On the other front, I want to bring in my colleague Moshmi, who's also joining us. Moshmi, one question that beckons to be asked at this crucial meeting, which is pitched to be very crucial, where Sharad Pawar is pretty much reading Maharashtra's tea leaves to Uddhav Thackeray, saying your time is up, you've got to go now. Why isn't there any representation from the Congress? The Congress is missing here.
The Congress perhaps doesn't have much to do, Preeti, because yesterday, after what Mallikarjun Kharge said and the Congress leaders were huddled in a meeting, they really feel that the ball is in Shiv Sena's court. And importantly, it's very interesting that at a time when there is speculation that the Congress MLAs could be the dark horse, and perhaps having cross-voted during the MLC elections, there could be a handful of Congress MLAs who could switch sides or resign, or could actually be the reason, the Achilles heel for the Maharashtra Vikas Aghadi government. That's the sentiment within the Congress in the Mumbai unit. They really feel that Kamal Nath's short stay didn't serve well for the interests of the Congress, and perhaps the in charge of Maharashtra wasn't doing too much to ensure that the MLAs still stuck around together. Kamal Nath, when he came here, was talking more about the municipality elections in Madhya Pradesh and saying that I'm heading back. 15 minutes with Congress MLAs, 15 minutes with Sharad Pawar, and another 10-minute conversation with Uddhav Thackeray on the phone, because he said he was COVID positive and couldn't personally meet him, and Kamal Nath flew back to Madhya Pradesh. So perhaps he came reluctantly, and many said he couldn't save his own government and was sent as a messenger of Sonia Gandhi. Yet the Congress is the weakest link, Preeti. I really feel if it comes to the floor test, or before the floor test, they've cross-voted, and that's the sense in the Congress that
Moshmi, very interesting point.
Much to plug in the loopholes.
Moshmi, a very interesting point you've thrown there, because now everyone is fixated on the MLAs of the Shiv Sena. Moshmi, they're saying that the Congress MLAs are now possibly also very, very vulnerable, because when it comes down to the floor test, they might say they have banded together, all 44 of them, but when it comes down to the floor test, it might be a different story. Moshmi, as we take in the latest news break that is coming in, we see a lot of band baja, very quiet right now, people behind you. Would you go and ask, I'm sure it's the show of strength outside the Matoshri while the meeting is going on inside, on what they are saying, but taking that quick news break and coming right back to you. Shiv Sena has now called a meeting of its national executive tomorrow at 1 p.m. What does that mean? Interesting developments. We'll get a word in there, but Moshmi, as we go through this news break, can you get us reactions? Because there was a call by Uddhav Thackeray, as emotional as it might be, but he said the Shiv Senics will take to the streets. They've taken to the streets with a bit of band baja in tow.
Preeti, let me tell you, there's been a change of mood, because I've been stationed at Matoshri ever since Uddhav Thackeray came here. Yesterday all day, a day watch, and a day watch today till the evening. And this is the band baja that you see completely silent right now. It did enter with a bang, and there was a lot of rolling of drums, but but they are quiet right now. Apparently, the cops stepped in, and there has been a beefing up of security, not only at the Matoshri, but also at the Sena Bhavan, on all the important nerve centers of politics. Supporters are here. You can see the Shiv Sena flag, and that's a departure from the past few days, because when Uddhav came yesterday, there was a silence. But after his meeting with the state unit, with his cadre and the office bearers, here the supporters have been ferried in buses, and they're right here. आप लोग शांत हैं. आज उद्धव साहब ने आप लोग से बात की. क्या मूड है आप लोग में और यहाँ क्यों आए?
See, Shiv Sena will forge ahead. We are strong, we were strong, we are strong, and we will be strong. It's eternal. Shiv Sena is eternal.
I see posters of BJP ki Lanka in Marathi. What does that mean?
It's all BJP game, and we are well prepared to fight it out.
And why are the drums silent just now?
No, because the meeting with Sharad Pawar Sahab and Ajit Pawar Sahab, along with our Supremo, Uddhav Sahab is going on. We don't want to make any disturbance in the meeting. Yeah, noise, yeah.
Okay. And the sloganeering will start after they are out.
Yeah, definitely. Our spirit is very high.
So here the Shiv Sena cadres for the first time after the Varsha display have come out, Preeti, and clear messaging and public posturing now happening on ground zero in Mumbai.
All right. Maushmi, I'm going to come right back to you. We're expecting this meeting to go on for a while. But interesting, I am joined right now by Tushar Gupta, Senior Editor, Swarajya, Ravi Srivastava, Political Analyst. Mr. Gupta, I want to begin with you. You know, it's been rather ominous with the kind of visuals that are coming through right outside Matoshri. Drums beating, at a time when inside what we are getting an indication of that Sharad Pawar is pretty much telling Uddhav Thackeray that, that this is the reality, it's time to go, do it gracefully.
Absolutely, Preeti. It appears that Uddhav Thackeray is refusing to read the writing on the wall for some odd reason. The writing on the wall was obvious on day one when the crisis unfolded. By the time the MLAs made it to Surat, the government was gone. By the time they made it to Guwahati, the CM chair was gone. Now the question is, by the time they come back to Mumbai, will Uddhav Thackeray be ousted from his own party? That's the big question. The problem is that Uddhav Thackeray never had the moral right to rule. The mandate was for Fadnavis Thackeray government. But what Uddhav Thackeray is also not realizing is the anger which his own party MLAs has against him for giving the NCP and the Congress a larger free hand within the government. That's one part he's not realizing. The second aspect is Sanjay Raut has clearly overplayed his hand against Eknath Shinde. We spoke of the magic number of 37, 38. Shinde appears to have had that. Now the question is, how long is Uddhav Thackeray willing to continue this battle? He can rile up the public sentiment. He can get some Shiv Senics on the ground. He can do all those shenanigans. But the question at the end of the day is, are the MLAs with him? And that appears to be his weakening ground. The ground is slipping below him.
And that, Ravi Srivastava, would you think that the body language pretty much displayed that today? Not just outside of the cadre, because they clearly seem a little demoralized now outside Matoshri, but also of Uddhav Thackeray. It was his second speech, Ravi Srivastava. The first one can understand you want to go on the emotional pitch, you're trying to appeal to your rebel MLAs. Today he was talking to loyalists. Instead of, taking that emotional route down, maybe a little more aggressive, a little more, asking them to go ahead, a little more Bala Sahib Thackeray.
Preeti, first of all, Uddhav Thackeray is not Bala Sahib Thackeray, and Aditya Thackeray is not the Bala Sahib Thackeray nor Uddhav Thackeray.
True.
So you can always feel that this is a generational change. Everybody has got his own qualities. Everybody has got his own strength. As far as Uddhav Thackeray is concerned, I think he is absolutely a clean man and is coming out emotionally very strongly. And his appeal to the cadres, to the loyalists, to the public, I think it's a very in any uncertain terms. He has offered these MLAs, I am ready to quit. You come, you become a chief minister. He went to the extent of that. You come on and join me and come before me. Not from 2,600 kilometers by a video call or by taking some signatures on a piece of paper. And this number game of showing is absolutely far-speaking as far as myself is concerned. It has got no meaning. It will prove only on the floor of the house. Everybody is asking, Uddhav Thackeray should go, Uddhav Thackeray should quit, Uddhav Thackeray will resign. Why should he? Where is the need? It will be on the floor of the house when MLAs express that they don't have confidence in Uddhav Thackeray, the government will go. Why there should be a hype created that no, he should immediately go, he should quit? Why? It's he will not ask for the strength on the floor of the house. It is the opposition has to do it. It is the opposition who has to ask for a floor test on the assembly. It is not the ruling party which will ask for a floor test. So they are waiting, and 4 days have already passed. This number game to 38, 39, 40, 41, 52. I don't have any sanctity of this. And the way BJP is playing its game from the backside, first day he says, Eknath Shinde, no, I'm not supported by anybody, I'm doing it at my own. Then second day he says, Mahashakti is behind me, and Mahashakti is a national party. I mean, BJP should rather get exposed. Hey, we want to bring it down like Madhya Pradesh, Karnataka, Arunachal, Manipur, Goa.
Right.
We want to do it.
Well, okay, but Ravi Srivastava, the fact is, if you look at it, the BJP would say the mandate was anyway ours. It was for the Sena and the BJP. That's what, the BJP will say here. But yes, is it going down the Madhya Pradesh way, the Karnataka way? We can count 3 other states, Puducherry, for example. But Tushar Gupta, I want to bring you in, on this. Do you see now, ultimately, yes, if one can fast forward all the way to a floor test, that's different, but we can't really do that. Now, how do you see things unfold after this particular meeting? Do you see Uddhav Thackeray now, because it seems Sharad Pawar is telling him that, go gracefully. No point digging in your heels, kicking and screaming. On the other hand, do you see the BJP now come in? Because the numbers are forming up with Eknath Shinde. Or do you think the BJP is not going to come in at all?
Okay, 3 things, Preeti. First thing you asked a very important question about Uddhav Thackeray being aggressive. Now that's a very interesting catch-22 situation. Sanjay Raut was being aggressive yesterday, and what did he say? He said we are willing to give up on the NCP and the Congress alliance. The rebel MLAs should come back to us. So if he has to be aggressive, if he has to evoke the memory of Balasaheb Thackeray ji, he has to go hard on the Hindutva ideology, which the NCP and the Congress will not agree in. If he wants to go aggressive about the government, the rebel MLAs will distance themselves from him. So it's a very catch-22 situation. The second point about the NCP, what Sharad Pawar would ideally want. See, for NCP, there are 2 points here. One, either they save the government with a weakened majority, a wafer-thin majority, but then by virtue of the number of MLAs and the strength on the floor, NCP installs one of its own chief minister, probably the daughter of Sharad Pawar. Or else, they pin it on Uddhav Thackeray's weakness to unable to keep the party together and hence the government together, have something about the BJP causing the downfall. No, this political bickering. They let the government fall, which probably is what Sharad Pawar telling Uddhav Thackeray. The third point, and the most important point, what is BJP doing in all this? See, BJP is once bitten, twice shy. They've had a bad experience earlier. They would always want to firm up their numbers with 200% surety.
True, they've been burnt before. They want to be very sure and they don't want to be the one pushing for it. But Ravi Srivastava, you wanted to make a quick comment. Come in, sir, and then I'm going to close the show.
Yeah, I'm just telling that what is the real issue? Is the Hindutva a real issue? For 2.5 years, Eknath Shinde was running the cream ministry of urban development. Today, he realized the Hindutva is the issue. Or the rise of the Aditya Thackeray is the issue. Or these Uddhav Thackeray not listening to MLAs is the issue. None of these are the issues. The issue is only one, that he is being prompted by BJP to bring down this government, which he should shamelessly accept on camera. That is the way. It is not Hindutva or any other thing. That's all bogey.
All right, gentlemen, appreciate you both for joining us. What we're going to do is, it's strange, and it's a little ominous with the way things are going on, but we're going to leave you with the visuals outside Matushri. The Shiv Sena band in full swing, playing the drums right outside Matushri at a time when, of course, Sharad Pawar is allegedly, that's what we are hearing from inside, telling Uddhav Thackeray, read the writing on the wall, it's time to go gracefully. A quick break, do stay with us. Up next is my colleague Gaurav Sawant.
India's #1 political reporter.
Defines what seems to be happening, vendetta politics. कोई दूध के से धुला हुआ नहीं है.
Unmatched eye, unmatched experience.
The world has changed. My black hair has become grey as well.
And with unmatched passion for the story.
Do not monopolize the conversation.
When it's 100% news that matters. It's News Today with Rajdeep Sardesai. Monday to Friday, 9 p.m. Only on India Today TV.
This testing shows us that there is a vast potential in the commercial use of drones, especially in urban area. And this is a further step of creating an economically viable model.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
You are watching
There's a high-stake contest going on over the Indo-Pacific region. Chinese fighter jets have started to regularly threaten US allies, and the experts are fearing a repeat of the 2001 incident, where a Chinese fighter jet clashed with a US Navy aircraft. What are these Chinese warplanes doing? It was reported that Chinese warplanes regularly buzzed a Canadian reconnaissance plane monitoring North Korea. The crew was forced to alter course to avoid a collision. In another instance, the Chinese fighter jets fired metallic chaff across the course of an Australian surveillance aircraft. The Chinese officials praised its pilots for these maneuvers and stated that they were defending the country's sovereignty. Experts think that targeting US allies such as Canada and Australia might be a means to investigate the coalition's weaknesses. This is not the first time they have tried to buzz past US allies. Most recently, Chinese fighter jets flew close to a Canadian surveillance plane. 60 such reports of interceptions were noticed by Canadian aircrafts. But why are they targeting US allies and not the US? Experts think that the intimidation is to drive a wedge between the US and its allies. The US depends on its allies in scenarios like supporting economic sanctions or a ground war, and China intimidating US allies sends a clear message that the allies will face Chinese aggression if they support the US. This seems like a strategy to demoralize and weaken the US allies and partners.
Oh, sorry.
battle is now for the control of Shiv Sena, and Uddhav Sena insists this battle will be fought not just on the floor of the House but also on the streets of Maharashtra. Is that a threat to Eknath Shinde that claims to have the support of more than 38 Shiv Sena MLAs? It's the battle for the control of Bala Sahib's legacy. Join me, Gaurav Sawant, as I get you the latest on News Track at 8 p.m. tonight, only on India Today.
Presented by Berger Easy Clean. No dag, no dhabba, only beautiful walls. Presented by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group. Growing Legacies. Co-presented by Century Ply. Aag se bachaye. Powered by NECC. Sunday ho ya Monday, roz khao ande. Co-powered by only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car. Will the real Shiv Sena please stand up? Uddhav Sena banks on legacy. But Shinde Sena has the numbers. It's now a fight for survival. Which Sena will win this Maha War? Big focus on News Track.
Is Uddhav Thackeray actually preparing to throw in the towel? Has Uddhav Thackeray read the writing on the wall? Is this what Sharad Pawar is advising Uddhav Thackeray at this point of time? There's a very important meeting that's on at Matoshri, and this meeting between NCP leaders and Shiv Sena leaders has been on for 1.5 hours and counting. What's cooking? I'll get to the latest. I'm Gaurav Sawant. As always, let's get started with the headlines at 8. New twist in Maharashtra Game of Thrones. Sharad Pawar meets Uddhav Thackeray at Matoshri. Sources say the NCP have told Uddhav Thackeray to accept the fact that he doesn't have the numbers and move on gracefully. Uddhav Sena seeks disqualification of 16 rebel MLAs. Maharashtra Chief Minister compares rebels to insects and rodents who've eaten the party hollow. All eyes now on rebel Eknath Shinde's Ghar Vapsi. In an exclusive conversation with India Today, Shinde claims support of more than 50 MLAs. Shinde writes to the Maharashtra governor seeking removal of the deputy speaker. Three days into the Maharashtra political crisis, Team Modi breaks their silence. Union Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal tears into the Maha Vikas Aghadi, says the unholy alliance was bound to fail. This is an India Today exclusive. NDA candidate for President Draupadi Murmu files her nomination papers. Prime Minister Narendra Modi and NDA top brass accompany her. Supreme Court upholds clean chit to Prime Minister Narendra Modi in the 2002 Gujarat riots case. The Supreme Court says the plea filed by Zakia Jafri is devoid of merit. BJP says this is vindication. Is the Uddhav Sena now a sinking ship? A number of Sena MLAs continue to move in the direction of Guwahati. Crucial Pawar-Uddhav Thackeray meet underway at Matoshri, and all eyes now on the NCP top leadership that's meeting Uddhav Thackeray at Matoshri. Sources in the NCP are telling India Today, more or less, it's clear. Majority of Shiv Sena MLAs are strongly with Eknath Shinde. Sources say NCP leaders believe that dragging this matter further will only embarrass the Maha Vikas Aghadi in the situation of the floor test. Now, this is what top sources are telling India Today. NCP leadership is learned to have suggested to Uddhav Thackeray to accept the fact that he doesn't have the numbers anymore, that he's lost control of his party MLAs and the party effectively, and accept this reality gracefully and move on. The information is tomorrow at 1300 hours, at 1 p.m. tomorrow, Shiv Sena has called a meeting of its national executive, and a decision could be announced after that. Now, this meeting that's currently on at Matoshri, so Sharad Pawar, Ajit Dada Pawar, Jayant Patil, Praful Patel, the top leadership of the NCP are a part of this meeting. Of course, there's Uddhav Thackeray there. We are told a short while back, Sanjay Raut, Shiv Sena MP, has also reached there. I quickly want to cut across to India Today's Kamlesh Sutar, joining us with the latest on this big story. And Kamlesh has very, very strong sources both in the Shiv Sena and in the NCP. Kamlesh, has Sharad Pawar, have NCP leaders advised or suggested to Uddhav Thackeray to throw in the towel since he no longer commands majority or respect of Shiv Sena MLAs?
Well, 3 points, Gaurav. 3 points that are going to be discussed in this meeting on whether that will decide on whether the Shiv Sena and NCP and the Congress, the Maha Vikas Aghadi, will continue with this battle, or they should draw a conclusion that we are fighting a losing battle.
Okay, it's a losing battle that the Shiv Sena or the Maha Vikas Aghadi is fighting, but the battle continues still. And joining me now is Deepak Kesarkar, Shiv Sena MLA, who's in Guwahati. Deepak Kesarkar, the Shiv Sena may be advised to throw in the towel, but they continue to fight. Sanjay Raut has made it very clear the time for talks is over. Shiv Senics are now on the streets, and this fight will happen not just on the floor of the House, but also on the streets, sir.
Being the constitutional head of the state, it is Honorable CM's responsibility to see that law and order is maintained in Maharashtra, and he is solely responsible for this. And I think Uddhav Sahib is a very strict administrator, and as a CM of Maharashtra, he will control what is going on the streets, and he will advise. I'll also request him to advise Sanjay Raut ji to not to make such comments. Had such comment made by any opposition party, by this time police could have taken action against them. But since he is a representative of the ruling party, I think Uddhav Sahib should tell him not to make such statements by which violence has erupted in Mumbai. And Mumbai is a financial capital of India. Okay. And Mumbai's progress should not be hampered in any case, and that is the duty of Honorable CM.
Deepak Kesarkar, you heard both Uddhav Thackeray and his son Aditya Thackeray. The impression is that, you know, they've been stabbed in the back by insiders. Aditya Thackeray says outsiders who joined the party or who became a part of the alliance just 2.5 years ago, they are still with the Maha Vikas Aghadi, and insiders have abandoned them. It's the lure of the lucre, sir. It's for a few rupees more, sir.
Do you believe that statement? Because who broke Shiv Sena? 3 times Honorable Pawar Sahib has broken Shiv Sena. Has he forgotten the history, what has happened previously? And you are saying he is loyal to Shiv Sena. I don't want whatever statement he wants to make, but don't forget the history. He is instrumental in bringing Chhagan Bhujbal into his party, and Honorable Chhagan Bhujbal has used very insulting words against Baba Sahib Thackeray. Can anybody forget that? The person who loves Baba Sahib will never forget it. And in spite that, due to some compulsions, you have made an alliance with them. They should have been loyal to you. They are supporting the number 2 candidate in each constituency, in each parliamentary constituency. They are supporting the person who is defeated, and they are trying to finish Shiv Sena. Have you ever studied this? And
so you are saying it's the NCP and the Congress that's trying to finish the Shiv Sena. The Uddhav camp says it's actually the BJP that's trying to finish the Shiv Sena, and you are siding with the BJP, sir, or the Eknath Shinde faction is siding with the BJP. You know, Sanjay Raut says you wake up and sleep on the commands of BJP leaders.
Is it possible? 5 years we were together. We have fought the election together. This election also we were together. Then how Shiv Sena was not finished? Shiv Sena is still very much in power. There was a dispute on who should become the CM, and Uddhav Sahib was telling that BJP has agreed for 50-50%, that is 2.5 years. That didn't come through, and that was the dispute between Shiv Sena and BJP. There was no question of finishing anybody. We were still partners in Maharashtra, but whatever decision Uddhav Sahib has taken, we have taken it in the true spirit. We have supported that decision. But after that, what act was there from NCP and Congress, and NCP has broken Shiv Sena 3 times. In spite of that, if you call them friends, they are truly friends for me, because I was a part of NCP earlier. I respect them. But whatever they have done against Shiv Sena, nobody should forget that. And that's why if you rely totally on them, I don't know what is the future of Shiv Sena then. People
Deepak
like us,
Sarkar, the Congress seems to indicate that of how many leaders do you have with you of the Shiv Sena? How many MLAs of the Shiv Sena in Guwahati? Because Congress seems to indicate that some of them are actually emissaries of Uddhav Thackeray trying to woo at least 21. That's the figure that Sanjay Raut seemed to indicate. 21 Shiv Sena MLAs in Guwahati want to come back to the Uddhav Thackeray fold. And this so-called, Eknath Shinde Sena will collapse the moment there's a floor test, sir.
Then let them have the floor test. Why are you disqualifying people who are elected by the people of Maharashtra? Why you are afraid of floor test? We are ready for the floor test. Let peace come back to Maharashtra. All of us will come there. We'll give a floor test. We are not at all afraid about floor test. And Pawar Sahib has mentioned that there should be a floor test. Then go for the floor test. Why are you telling that you are coming on the street? You are burning the offices. You are burning the homes of MLAs who are elected by the people. Why you are doing that? Don't you have a faith in the democracy? Then keep that faith intact. That is what I want to tell them.
Sir, what are your numbers right now? How many MLAs are supporting Eknath Shinde?
They are more than 2/3. They are 38. So you will have to accept the verdict. And few more are joining. So they are joining in spite of them loving you. Why you forget that they were your own men? And due to your decision of joining BJP and Congress, they were not satisfied. They are telling this to you for the last 1.5 years. Still, if you neglect them, then there was no other option left with them. Eknath Shinde was a staunch Shiv Sainik right from the beginning, from the days of Anand Dighe and Honorable Baba Sahib Thackeray, who has groomed him as a leader of Thane. So, How he
Sir,
could
what
go
is your
against Uddhav,
roadmap, sir? When do you get back? Deepak Sarkar, when does the Eknath Shinde Sena with these 38, as you claim, sir, 38 MLAs of the Shiv Sena, when do you get back to Mumbai? Do you have a roadmap and a time frame?
As soon as they recognize us as a separate group, we'll be back in Maharashtra because that is our constitutional right. When we cross 2/3 figure, it becomes mandatory on the speaker to give us recognition. But the kind of tactics being adopted by Shiv Sena leaders, local leaders there, trying to disqualify the elected members for not attending the meeting. Nowhere in India it has happened that for not attending meeting, people's representative is being disqualified and not given a chance of natural justice, which is their choice by the right by the constitution. So I think that those tactics, they should not adopt. Then we'll have to go to the court and quash those orders. Otherwise,
so is that your next strategy? Because Narahari Jirwal, the deputy speaker, he's already issued notice for disqualification against 16 Shiv Sena MLAs as part of the Eknath Shinde camp. Point 1. Point 2, instead of Eknath Shinde, there's a new leader who's already been appointed as the legislature party leader of Shiv Sena in Assembly.
His decision is going to be challenged in the court of law. He is acting like he is a constitutional authority. He should not act like a party worker. He is a constitutional authority. We have all the respect from him. If he asks for an explanation, we'll give him the explanation. But when it is 2/3 majority, it is clearly mentioned that we are a separate group. And if you keep our application pending, then you don't have the right to keep it like that, because everything is interlinked. You cannot disqualify people like that. And whenever such act is done anywhere in India, they are restored by the court. So,
sir, that's a very grave allegation that you level against Narahari Jirwal, the deputy speaker of the NCP. You are saying that he's working as a Karyakarta of the NCP. Is that what you're saying?
No, I have never mentioned that. He should not, and he will not, because he is a constitutional authority. He should be act like a judge and give opportunity to everybody. And whatever decision he has taken, allowing 16 people to issue whip was a wrong decision. And for that, he will have to be non-partial. We respect him and we expect justice from him. And if he don't give the justice to us, we have every right to go to the court. So there is no question of having dishonor. When you get elected as an NCP candidate, you are then the NCP candidate. But when you sit on the chair of the Honorable Speaker, your role is different. Okay. One cannot act like that. That is what I am telling. I am not saying that he has acted like that. That is the difference between what I tell and what you are asking.
Okay, 2 independent MLAs have already have said they have no confidence in the deputy speaker. But the Shiv Sena is saying that leaders who are currently sitting in Guwahati on the orders of the Bharatiya Janata Party are like insects and rodents who are eating the party from within. Response, sir.
How you can say that we are influenced by BJP? We were speaking to the Honorable CM. He is the head of the party. If he didn't listen to us, is it our fault? We have always put forth. We have arranged for very important meetings, which Honorable CM Sahib has attended. And he could have come to any conclusion. He knew everything. In spite of that, he could not come to any conclusion. That is not my fault. I have tried my level best to see that he don't come into trouble. I have always seen to it that Shiv Sena prospers. And for that, I have a number of meetings. Last 6 months, I was seeking his appointment for telling him what is happening in Maharashtra. He never gave me the appointment to a person who had fought the battle, which was dream of Baba Thackeray.
So who, according to you, actually inherits the legacy of Bala Saheb Thackeray, if not Uddhav Thackeray? Because Uddhav Thackeray says, I have never compromised on Hindutva. I am following a common minimum program.
See, the legacy of Bala Saheb, he will have to carry because he is his son. It is his duty to do that. And we respect him because he is carrying the legacy of Bala Saheb. But had Balasaheb compromised with Congress and NCP like this, he would have never. And had Balasaheb sit on this chair, he would have been never. But sitting Uddhav Sahib on CM's chair is always a pleasure for us. Why we will feel bad about it? But when he has given so much of support to NCP and Congress, why they should bend upon in finishing our party, defeating our MLAs, defeating our MPs. They want to grow their party. Okay, there are other constituencies where NCP, Shiv Sena MLAs or MPs are not there. There you can try your luck. You can put your efforts there. Why you are putting in efforts in only those areas where Shiv Sena has either MLA or MP?
Deepak Sarkar, at this point of time, Sanjay Raut is saying, is Eknath Shinde going to become Chief Minister in an alliance with the BJP or will it be Devendra Fadnavis? If he will be number 2 man, why upset the apple cart? Because he's already number 2 man with Uddhav Thackeray as Chief Minister.
This election was fought with BJP and Sena together. What was the grievance of Sena? That you had assured us 50-50% tenure of the Honorable CM. So if your 2.5 years are over and had BJP agreed, then by this time that tenure would have been over and then Shiv Sena could have stepped into Deputy CM's post. Isn't it right? And in that case, what would have been the situation? Somebody could have occupied Deputy CM's post only. If that BJP and Sena Yuti had continued in Maharashtra, that was the position which was supposed to come any day. And there were negotiations going on between BJP and Sena also. Is it not true? And then if it is true, then in that case also, Shiv Sena would have occupied Deputy CM's post after 2.5 years. Then who
is there merit in Sanjay Raut saying that you first went to Surat, then you went to Guwahati, and now you will go to Goa? All of this running around, cross-country running around at BJP's behest will continue. Sir, do you have a roadmap? Should you not be accepted as a separate group in the State Assembly? Will you not go back to Maharashtra? Is that not, as the Shiv Sena, as the Uddhav Sena alleges, taking away from your right as serving your people in Maharashtra?
Of course, they are taking our right to stay in Maharashtra, to lead our constituencies. Why they should disqualify us for not attending the meeting? On the 22nd, you take out an agenda for the meeting, asking the MLAs to attend it at 5 o'clock. 12 o'clock, you issue a letter. How big is Maharashtra? 3 European countries are equivalent to Maharashtra. From one end of Maharashtra, if you want to come to Mumbai, it takes minimum 14 hours. And you are well aware of this fact. These are just tactics. And is the Honorable Speaker of the House is not aware of these facts? Have we not checked that there are only 16 signatures on the letter that was supporting Mr. Chaudhary to become the leader of the party? Should he not confirm?
Enough. Deepak Sarkar for joining me here on the news track. Many thanks.
Yes.
I now want to cut across.
Thank you very much.
I now want to cut across to India Today's consulting editor Rajdeep Sardesai. Few people understand Maharashtra and what's happening in Maharashtra better than Rajdeep Sardesai. Also with me is India Today's national affairs editor Rahul Srivastav. Rajdeep, where do you see this go? The Eknath Shinde Sena say they are the real inheritors of Balasaheb's legacy and they have the numbers.
Well, they certainly have the numbers. Let's make no mistake of that, Gaurav. The numbers are firmly stacked in favor of the Eknath Shinde camp. No doubt about that. They also have the political momentum. The fact is, like it or not, this rebellion is being fully supported by the center. The center has put its full weight behind Eknath Shinde at the moment, and options are running out for Uddhav Thackeray. He's just clinging on by his knuckles, really, to power at the moment. So if you looked at the larger picture, it's clear that this rebellion has significantly diminished Uddhav Thackeray, his stature within the Sena. One reason why today he had to address the district chiefs in Maharashtra is because the fear is the rebellion at the moment is confined to the MLAs. tomorrow it could spread to the districts, and that's the fear, because then Eknath Shinde could well claim, as you just said, that he is the real Shiv Sena, the real inheritor of Bala Sahib's legacy. Look, the final stretch of this battle will have to be fought in Mumbai. You can go across the country to Surat, Guwahati, Goa, or wherever. Eventually, you have to come to Mumbai. That's where the final battle will be fought. But the stakes are heavily loaded at the moment against Uddhav Thackeray. Let me also say the role of the Enforcement Directorate. The fact is, a close aide of Uddhav Thackeray was yesterday questioned. Anil Parab, minister. Today, another former Sena minister, Arjun Khotkar, his property has been attached by the ED. So there is a fear of the ED, which is also driving some of the MLAs towards the Eknath Shinde camp, as well as the belief that some of them feel that if they go into an election in the near future, whether it's a BMC election or an assembly election, they can't be part of a Congress-NCP alliance, given the fact that in large parts of Maharashtra, these two parties, the Congress-NCP on one side, the Shiv Sena on the other, have been adversaries for a long time. So, every indication, Gaurav, is that it will be very difficult now for Uddhav Thackeray to save his government. What he really is now attempting to do is save his party, because it's his party that he's worried about losing, the possibility of even losing the symbol, which he's worried about, because in the Goa case, which was heard about 6 months ago, it was said that it's, while you can 2/3 of the MLAs defecting on the floor of the House and merging with another party is fine, is it enough for you to declare it as a split? And for a split to take place, the entire party has to split, not just the legislature party. That is one interpretation. Given that, Uddhav Thackeray now is at least trying to maintain his hold over the party, the district level party. And just one final word on this, Gaurav, at this moment, which is that, look, this has been building up for a while. There was the original manner in which the Shiv Sena was seen to have betrayed the BJP, or that's how the BJP and Fadnavis see it, meant that at some stage the chickens would come home to roost. And the chickens have come home to roost. State power has been used. The Sena MLA's own disenchantment with Uddhav Thackeray's style of functioning is also a factor, plus the practical realities on the ground. So,
the fact remains, why would Uddhav Thackeray not be able to read this writing on the wall?
On the floor of the House.
Absolutely. Why that Sharad Pawar, now Rahul Srivastav, that is what sources in the NCP are telling India Today, that Sharad Pawar is telling Uddhav Thackeray to throw in the towel. Rahul, is that what is actually happening? And the point that Rajdeep was also talking about, Eknath Shinde, is he only trying to split the MLAs, or is he also trying to split the Zilla Pramukhs and split Shiv Sena right down the middle?
Till now, we have a very clear indication that Uddhav Thackeray, in his legislative unit, has been reduced to a minority. Mr. Sharad Pawar's party, it seems, is very clearly working in one direction, Gaurav. It does not want to precipitate a crisis in which the government comes down and the assembly gets dissolved. It does not want elections. And that is why Mr. Sharad Pawar wants to save his flock, that they don't have to go to elections. So he's working in a direction that if there is a crisis, let's stave it off. Let's save our MLAs right now. The motives of Mr. Sharad Pawar are very clear. And that is why I will say that the Deputy Speaker, who is of the Assembly, Mr. Zirwal, his actions will be very important. One point, Gaurav, which I want to make is that Rajdeep hinted on it. Remember the case of Uttar Pradesh, Gaurav, when Akhilesh Yadav was fighting a battle with his father for the party symbol. In January 2017, the Election Commission ruled that 205 of the 228 MLAs, 15 of the 24 MPs, 28 of the 46 National Executive members, 4,400 of the 5,700 National Convention members were with Akhilesh Yadav. So that is now the battle. The battle has moved from the government to the party. That's why Mr. Uddhav Thackeray has called a party National Executive.
The National Executive. Anand Dubey.
That's where lies the crisis. कि अब legislature party चोरी हो गई है, अब party चोरी होने से बचाना है.
Party चोरी होने से बचा लो, because the advice apparently, and Sharad Pawar has just left Matoshri, is what we are being told. Anand Dubey, is the game set and match? Is it lost? Has the kingdom been lost?
गौरव जी, आज चौथा दिन है
जी,
आज का 4th डे है
हम 3 दिन तक बैकफुट पे थे, हम बातचीत करना चाहते थे, हम भावना में थे कि हमारे लोग हमें छोड़कर गए हैं, अगर कोई पद के लालच में गए हैं तो आइए, मुख्यमंत्री बन जाइए, पार्टी का सर्वोच्च पद ले लीजिए। लेकिन जब हमने देखा कि ये बातचीत करने के लिए तैयार नहीं है, कोई महाशक्ति है जो इनको मदद कर रही है, ये हमसे 2600 किलोमीटर दूर बैठे हैं, तब हमने अब फ्रंट फुट पे खेलना शुरू किया है। हम अपने लोगों से बातचीत कर रहे हैं, हम अपने शिव सैनिकों से मिल रहे हैं, हम अपने जिला प्रमुखों से बात कर रहे हैं। सब लोग एक ही सुर में कह रहे हैं कि उद्धव ठाकरे जी और आदित्य ठाकरे जी हमारे नेता हैं। ठीक है, विधायक छोड़कर हमें गए, ये अच्छी बात नहीं है, निराशा की बात।
और 16 बचेंगे कि
गौरव जी
ये भी नहीं पता।
सुनिए, पहले सुनिए
जी।
देखिए, ये पिछले 4 दिन से कह रहे हैं कि हमारे पास 40 हैं, 50 हैं, 60 है, 70 है। मैं एक बात नहीं समझ रहा हूं कि भारत के संविधान में यदि आपकी किसी दुश्मन की सरकार, जो हम इस समय दुश्मन हैं बागियों के, और वो सरकार अल्पमत में आ गई हो और उनके पास पूरी बहुमत हो और 2/3 से ज्यादा मेजोरिटी हो, जिसमें एंटी डिफेक्शन लॉ में वो पास हो रहे हों, उसके बाद भी वो दावा न कर रहे हो कि ये सरकार अल्पमत में है, फ्लोर टेस्ट पर आइए, ये बात थोड़ी सी हैरान कर रही है गौरव जी, क्योंकि वक्त पे वक्त बीतता जा रहा है और वो हमें चैलेंज नहीं कर रहे हैं कि
एक सेपरेट ग्रुप के रूप में रिकॉग्निशन माना है। बट वैभव अग्रवाल रिस्पॉन्ड टू द शिव सेना सेइंग दैट इफ द रेबल्स हैव द नंबर्स, व्हाई आर दे नॉट स्टेकिंग क्लेम और सीकिंग अ फ्लोर टेस्ट?
Well, Mr. Dubey, Gaurav has to realize that in politics, it's all about timing. And just because I have the numbers, I shouldn't just go out blazing all guns on everyone else. I mean, we definitely understand politics is all about sitting and playing. Politics is not about, politics is not about going all guns blazing from the top of the roof of the building and saying, hey, I have the numbers and I'm going to shoot you now. That's not the way it works in politics. Politics is all about timing. So you be there at the right time, at the right place, and it's all yours, even if you don't have the numbers. So it's a given. Now we have to understand that Mr. Dubey, I just had a debate with him, and Mr. Dubey doesn't seem to realize that the real fight here is of the ideology, the spiritual ideology behind the spine of the party. The real fight is not any Mahashakti that he calls. And for the sake of Dubey ji, मैं उनकी respect करता हूँ, मेरे से बड़े हैं गौरव, लेकिन हमारी पहले भी डिबेट्स हुई हैं, and I always call a spade if I have to. देखिए, आप पॉलिटिक्स में, राजनीति में कोई भी जगह खाली करेंगे, आप गैप क्रिएट करेंगे, तो कोई दूसरा आके वहां पे कदम तो रखेगा ही रखेगा। इससे कोई इसमें कोई अपने को भागने की जरूरत नहीं।
Rajdeep, what do you make of Deepak Kesarkar saying that Uddhav Thackeray has more faith in the Congress and the NCP, who are actually trying to defeat Shiv Sena leaders in election after election or not letting them expand their base, than the BJP, who've been their alliance partners with whom they've fought elections?
You know, Gaurav, it appears that Mr. Kesarkar has got wisdom in hindsight. It's not as if this is a sudden revelation for Mr. Kesarkar. When they formed the government in November 2019, the likes of Mr. Kesarkar, Eknath Shinde were firmly behind Uddhav Thackeray and the decision he had taken. They also felt at the time, amongst others, that the Shiv Sena had been humiliated in the manner in which the deal had been done, and the BJP was insisting on the chief minister's post. What has changed in these 2.5 years? Few things have changed. Yes, there is little doubt that the NCP in particular has been seen to monopolize certain key resources, particularly in northern and western Maharashtra, where there were a few Shiv Sena MLAs this time in a traditional NCP bastion. And the fear was that the NCP was growing in these areas once again at the expense of the Sena. That is true. But that was something which the Sena had presumably accounted for in November 2019. Then what it wanted was the chief minister's chair. So when you wanted the chief minister's chair, when you wanted your Bhagwa to fly atop the Mantralaya, you struck this deal with NCP Congress and, dare I say, betrayed the BJP. Now, 2.5 years later, the centre has used its machinery to target various Sena ministers. Half a dozen of them have ED and other cases against them. There is fear in the Sena. Many of those who have gone to Guwahati have ED cases against them. What happens now? Their hope is that they will be given a clean sheet or those cases will be kept on hold. Also, what has changed clearly is that Uddhav Thackeray's own leadership is being challenged and questioned, because there's a sense that as Chief Minister, Uddhav Thackeray at times was not the kind of communicative Chief Minister that is needed. When you're running an alliance, you have to accommodate people. Uddhav failed to do that. And yes, therefore, there was a belief that the Congress and NCP, and the NCP in particular, because the Congress also has a grievance that the NCP was monopolizing the resources in Maharashtra. In a way, Sharad Pawar had emerged post-November 2019 as Neta number 1. Now, Devendra Fadnavis has decided that I will do Nahle Pe Dehla. I lost out in November 2019. Now I want to emerge as Neta number 1. And Eknath Shinde has realized that while he is in this Thackeray-led Sena, he can never be Neta number 1. But
because he would end up being Neta number 3 with the focus being on Aditya Thackeray
then. Be a Deputy Chief Minister.
Okay.
May I take an opportunity to add on to it?
Okay,
please?
but I quickly want to bring in Anand Dubey, क्योंकि आनंद दुबे ये शिव सैनिक और जितने शिव सेना के नेताओं से बात कीजिए जो इस समय गुवाहाटी में है, वो ये कह रहे हैं कि एनसीपी को ज्यादा तवज्जो दी जाती थी, उसके बाद तो कांग्रेस को तवज्जो दी जाती थी, अपने ही नेताओं के लिए उद्धव ठाकरे के पास समय नहीं था, मंत्रालय में उनको कोई सम्मान नहीं मिलता था, एनसीपी और कांग्रेस को सब मिलता था, तो उद्धव ठाकरे ने अपनों की अनदेखी की बाहर वालों के जरिए।
ठीक है, सारी बात मानने को हम तैयार हैं। हम में बहुत कमियां रही, हमने 2.5 साल में कोई अच्छा काम नहीं किया, हमने अपने विधायकों का दिल दुखाया, इट्स ओके। लेकिन इसका तरीका क्या है? आप सूरत जाएंगे, सूरत से गुवाहाटी जाएंगे, वहां से बार्गेनिंग करेंगे। आप हमसे नहीं, मुंबई में बात नहीं कर सकते थे? आप यही काम जो वहां से कर रहे हैं।
नहीं तो दीपक के सरकार कह तो रहे हैं कि कितना प्रयास किया आपने।
दीपक के सरकार जी के बारे में बताता हूं। दीपक के सरकार जी को वरिष्ठ नेता है, उनकी जो भावना दुखी है ना, 14 से 19 जब वो मंत्री थे और 19 में जब सरकार बनी वो मंत्री नहीं बन पाए, इसके लिए उनको थोड़ी सी पीड़ा हुई है। अगर वो मंत्री हो जाते तो इस 2.5 साल में एक शब्द भी नहीं कहते, और इस 2.5 साल के बाद आत्मज्ञान हुआ इन नेताओं को कि ये सरकार अच्छा काम नहीं कर रही है, राष्ट्रवादी को तवज्जो दे रही है। जो चिट्ठी आज लिखा, गौरव जी, जो चिट्ठी अगर 2 साल पहले लिखी होते तो हम उस पर काम करते।
Has the NCP advised Shiv Sena to throw in the towel, Uddhav Thackeray to throw in the towel because he doesn't have the numbers?
Gaurav, the picture is not very clear yet, but what our Bombay team is reporting very clearly is that there is an attempt by Mr. Sharad Pawar to ensure that all is not lost. I think that's the kind of advice which is coming his way. See what happens, Gaurav, that once things start moving, there is a momentum. Who has a leverage right now? Say, for example, the latest MLA who has gone there, Yamini Jadhav, somebody from the Shiv Sena, she has an ED case. Her husband has an income tax case. There is a leverage. Mr. Eknath Shinde has larger number of MLAs. He has a leverage. Now, what if they approach the election commission and get recognized as the real Shiv Sena, get the symbol? The momentum would be totally different. The idea of reaching the assembly will come much later because eventually this issue is going to go to the courts. But what if these groups get legitimacy as the real Shiv Sena? I think Mr. Uddhav Thackeray's last battle now is to save his party through the national executive tomorrow, in which he will have to ensure that the party stays with him, if not the legislators.
Okay. Ratnakar Mahajan, clearly it would appear as of now, whoever is pulling the strings has managed to outsmart not just Uddhav Thackeray, but also Sharad Pawar and the Congress party?
It may not be possible to come at this conclusion because right now the situation is very fluid. There are two important things. One is nobody has from the Eknath Shinde camp has yet said that we have left Shiv Sena. Their claim is we are the real Shiv Sena because
absolutely.
We have
they say they are the real Shiv Sena.
Yes, they are the real Shiv Sena and they want to inherit the legacy of Bal Thackeray, that of Marathidom and Hinduism. Secondly, the ultimate decision about split in a party is not that easy that it will happen in a week or two, because according to the Anti-Defection Act, the split in the legislative party is not sufficient But the corresponding split has to happen within the original party, as the Act states. The original organization party outside has also to split. Then only the split is legalized. Now, for the party outside the legislature to split, you need an affidavit by 2/3 of its total membership. Suppose if Shiv Sena has 10 lakh members in the state, then they need affidavits addressed to the Election Commission from 2/3 of 10 lakh. And that
clearly isn't happening right now. But Sanjay Jha, the Shiv Sena or the Eknath Shinde Sena alleges that the role of the deputy speaker, two independent MLAs have already moved, have said they have no confidence in the deputy speaker, indicating he's working more as a karyakarta. They expect him to work independently and impartially, and that doesn't seem to be happening. Is that counter pressure being mounted on the deputy speaker, sir?
Gaurav, let me tell you, it is as clear as daylight that if Mr. Eknath Shinde and his team, which is hiding in Guwahati in a 5-star resort and probably having some great buffet meals, if they are confident that they have 38 people or more, what are they waiting for? I mean, they have the support of the BJP. They should just come here under whatever security they can manage and force a floor test. If they have 38, they will be recognized as an independent unit. Thereafter, the battle for the Shiv Sena emblem, etc. can continue. So clearly, there are cracks. You know, Gaurav, let me tell you this, 2 points here. If they had the confidence that none of those, other than the 16 who are getting the disqualification notice, the other 22, trust me, are going to be highly susceptible. Politics is the art of the possible. Please remember this, Gaurav. These are the same 38 people who were there with Uddhav Thackeray till a week ago, right? Okay. And then they suddenly decided to abscond with BJP's escort support. Now the question arises, what makes you think they can't do a U-turn? It's as simple as that. And the second point, I've lived in Maharashtra since I was in school, and I have been living here continuously since the last 3.5 decades. Let me tell you this, even if the legislators were to successfully force a 2/3, kind of break of the Shiv Sena, the party is unlikely to move away from the Thackeray's.
Interesting point you make. Rajdeep, you concur with that opinion? I know you're on vacation, and I'm sorry I'm coming back to you once again before I let you go. But respond to this. Merit in this contention, yes, 2/3 split may happen in the MLAs. That writing may be on the wall, but not in the party.
2 points, Gaurav. First, to tell you that a number of files are being cleared at double quick time in the last 24 hours. Clear indication that there are many in this government who believe this government is on its way out. And many of these files, I'm told, will eventually be on controversial issues that will be possibly reversed when there is a new government, if there is one. But on your larger point, and I think that's a good question, because the legislature party appears to be heading inevitably for a split, will the Shiv Sena itself split and will the Thackeray's lose control of the Sena? My sense is in Mumbai, the Thackeray's will continue to call the shots at least till the BMC elections, which are scheduled for October, November. If the Shiv Sena was to lose that, or the Thackeray faction of the Shiv Sena was to lose that, and that I believe is the game of Devendra Fadnavis, not just to capture power in Mantralaya, but also capture BMC, which over the last 3 decades has really been the heart, the citadel, the fortress, the cash cow, call it what you will, of the Shiv Sena. So I think that question of whether the Thackeray's can control the Shiv Sena could well be answered A, by the BMC election, and B, what we've got to recognize, and I think this is significant. In the last 15 years, the Shiv Sena has spread into rural Maharashtra. A number of its MLAs come now from northern Maharashtra, from western Maharashtra. These were areas where traditionally the Shiv Sena was not a force. The Shiv Sena was a party of Mumbai Konkan. This new Sena, I don't think, has the same affiliation or affection for the Thackeray's that perhaps a generation ago the earlier Sena had. Even Eknath Shinde will have an affection for Bala Sahib, but I can tell you there are MLAs in North Maharashtra and Western Maharashtra which will go wherever the wind blows. A number of them have even switched sides and got tickets from the Sena and are first-time MLAs. These first-time MLAs have no great affection for the Sena, nor do their supporters. So I think we've got to recognize that there is a new changing Sena. Sanjay Jha is right that in Mumbai, for example, I do believe that the Thackerays still have an emotional appeal. But outside the Mumbai-Konkan belt, huge question mark. And once the BJP tries to capture the BMC, they are also trying to capture the larger Hindutva space. And that was the original plan, Gaurav, of Pramod Mahajan when he had tied up with the Sena.
In fact, that's the point I was coming to. Did Uddhav Thackeray actually compromise on the Hindutva agenda because he was pursuing the common minimum program? And did he then end up shooting himself in the foot, sir?
You know, that, Gaurav, very quickly, this compromise of the Hindutva agenda also is a bit of a red herring. Because I think the Shiv Sena knew what they were getting into in November 2019. He went into this with his eyes open. They wanted the Bhagwa over Mantralaya. They wanted control of Mantralaya. Now, 2.5 years later, the disaffected group are primarily those who want the loaves and fishes of office or are scared of the ED. Please understand, Eknath Shinde's son is a member of parliament. Eknath Shinde controls urban development, which is one of the most prized portfolios in Mumbai. Eknath Shinde did not, his grievances have been exaggerated, Gaurav, at one level. The fact is, most of these MLAs have now skeletons in their cupboard, which the Fadnavis-led BJP is exploiting. It's not as if this is suddenly a discovery of Hindutva. It is personal ambition and personal concerns which have led them to rediscover Hindutva, in my view. Hindutva was always going to be put on the back burner once you tied up with the Congress NCP in November 2019.
You know what happened with the Palghar Sadhus, the manner in which justice, as some Shiv Sainiks say and the BJP says, continues to evade the victims.
The Palghar Sadhu, Gaurav, I am sorry, but Palghar Sadhu sadly was unfortunately completely misinterpreted by the media. It was a crime. But it was not a Hindu-Muslim issue.
No, it wasn't Hindu-Muslim. It wasn't Hindu-Muslim. But Hindu sadhus being lynched and justice not being done with Uddhav Thackeray being chief minister was the complaint.
Gaurav, my friend, people were arrested in the Palghar case. You have to recognize that Uddhav Thackeray, yes, you're right, tried to moderate the Shiv Sena away from the strident Hindutva towards a more moderate view without sort of resorting to bulldozer politics. Now, we can debate that separately. There were a section of the Sainiks who felt that this is not the core of the Sena. But my point is, this was something you were buying into when you decided to do this deal in November 2019. Now, 2.5 years later, the likes of Eknath Shinde or Deepak Kesarkar are only waking up because their individual ambitions are being affected. No other reason.
Okay. And what happens next, before I bring in Sanjay Jha. Sanjay Jha, you wanted to come in, but I quickly want to bring in Rahul Srivastav. Rahul, what happens at the National Executive at 1 p.m. tomorrow?
Saurabh, I think Mr. Uddhav Thackeray will try to get his flock together. He needs to, like I stated the example of Uttar Pradesh, where Akhilesh Yadav proved that his father was not the party president and he owns the symbol. He got the National Convention, the National Executive. I think Uddhav Thackeray will try to hang on to that because party nahi chori hone denge. There is a logic that without the Thackerays, the Shiv Sena is slightly a problematic issue. And that is why, Gaurav, I will say that the Hindutva element should not be ignored. What Mr. Eknath Shinde and the BJP in the backdrop are not doing is not going for a kill. They are not wielding the knife. They are not going in for a floor test. It is being placed on an ideological template. That ideological template, they want to force Uddhav Thackeray to return to what Eknath Shinde is saying. And that's what the idea is.
Is that even possible at this stage? And I'll come to that question. Rajdeep, you're most welcome to stay on. It's always awesome to have you on the show. But just in case you need to go, many thanks for joining me. The Uddhav Sena-Shinde fight. Now, this becomes very interesting. Uddhav Sena versus Shinde Sena fight. It's actually the fight for Bala Sahib's legacy. There is also Raj Thackeray. He's waiting in the wings. This is the third rebellion within the Shiv Sena. Perhaps one of the toughest battles that Uddhav Thackeray is fighting. Who'll win? That remains to be seen.
Uddhav, Raj or Eknath Shinde, who will win the battle for Bala Sahib's legacy? With the rebel camp numbers swelling, Eknath Shinde is all set to give a double blow to Uddhav Thackeray. Not just is he all set to push him off the Chief Minister's chair, but is also likely to end Uddhav Thackeray's reign in the Shiv Sena. With the rebel camp near close to proving two-third majority, the question is if Eknath Shinde will now float his own party. Eknath Shinde claims to be a true Shiv Sainik and has promised to work on the ideals of Bala Sahib Thackeray.
सभी लोग जो है हम बाला साहब ठाकरे जी का जो हिंदुत्व है इस और उनकी जो भूमिका है उसको हम लोग आगे ले जाना चाहते हैं.
Uddhav Thackeray has not had it easy either. 2 months after Bal Thackeray's demise, Sena Executive President Uddhav Thackeray took over as the Sena President in January 2013. He admitted, though, that he could never replace his father, and epithets like Supremo and Hindu Hriday Samrat will always be associated to his father, Bal Thackeray. Trying to stay true to its Hindutva ideology, Shiv Sena, under Uddhav Thackeray, had allied with the BJP in 2014. The situation reversed, though, in 2019, with the two parties joining hands to fight polls together, yet splitting soon after, as BJP won 105 seats, refused to give up the Chief Minister's chair to the Shiv Sena, who landed 56 seats in the 288-member assembly. Uddhav then took the unexpected route to the throne by allying with Congress and NCP. Uddhav Thackeray since then has been slammed for shunning Sena founder's Hindutva legacy. He did respond to critics, though, saying that his idea of Hindutva is different. Taking a jibe at the BJP, Uddhav was heard saying he does not want a Hindu Rashtra which is not peaceful.
शिवसेना कदापि हिंदुत्वापासून आणि हिंदुत्व कदापि शिवसेनेपासून दूर होऊ शकत नाही. कारण शिवसेना प्रमुखांनी जो एक कानमंत्र दिलेला आहे की हिंदुत्व हा आमचा श्वास आहे.
On the sidelines now is also Raj Thackeray, the nephew of Bal Thackeray. The MNS chief, in fact, bears close resemblance to his uncle in looks, aggression and oratory skills. He broke away from the Shiv Sena over tussle on who will be Bal Thackeray's political heir. Raj Thackeray founded MNS in 2006 and popularized Sons of the Soil campaign, over which Shiv Sena was built in 1966. The brightest showing for the MNS was in 2009 when Raj Thackeray ate into the Shiv Sena and BJP votes in Mumbai, Thane, Pune and Nashik, bagging 13 seats of the 288 assembly. MNS since has seen rapid decline. In 2014 and 2019 assembly elections, MNS managed to secure just one assembly seat, losing deposit in most others. In May 2014 Lok Sabha polls, Raj Thackeray openly backed Narendra Modi for Prime Minister and fielded candidates, mostly against the Sena. However, in 2019 Lok Sabha polls, Raj Thackeray took a U-turn, criticized Narendra Modi but did not contest polls. Well, Uddhav Thackeray had till lately been the popular choice to take forward Bal Thackeray's legacy. But of all the revolts that the Shiv Sena has faced in over 50 years of its existence, the current one, led by Eknath Shinde, looks the most threatening. Uddhav now needs nothing short of a miracle to salvage his party. Vijay Kumar for India Today.
And Union Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal, he's hit out not just at Uddhav Thackeray, of course, without naming him, he's actually hit out at the Maha Vikas Aghadi, calling it an unholy alliance. He's also narrated an incident about Bala Sahib Thackeray and a question that was posed to him about tying up with the Congress party. That story and lots more coming up. Stay with us.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
watching India.
Welcome back. Union Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal says he's never seen such bankruptcy of ideology when he was describing the Maha Vikas Aghadi, 3 parties that were at loggerheads tie up and come together. In fact, he quoted an incident where Balasaheb Thackeray was asked, would he ever go with the Congress party? And Balasaheb said he'd rather dissolve the Shiv Sena than go with the Congress party. Piyush Goyal spoke exclusively to India Today's news director, Rahul Kamal.
You're a Mumbai boy. ये महाराष्ट्र में क्या हो रहा है? क्या करवा रहे हो आप?
हमें तो पता नहीं, मैं तो आपके यहाँ पे बैठा हूँ अभी। इसके पहले हमारे नए राष्ट्रपति जी के नामांकन के लिए गया था। मैं समझता हूँ कि महाराष्ट्र में जो हो रहा है वो उन्हीं के जो गठबंधन था, वो जो जरा भी नैतिक गठबंधन नहीं था, टोटली अनएथिकल अलायंस। I mean, imagine, just now, by the way, in the car driving to your venue, a senior journalist from your channel was sharing a video which is doing the rounds, I think, on various social media about an interview which Mr. Bal Thackeray gave many, many years ago, in which he was asked the question, would you be willing to go with the Congress to form a government? And he said, I'd rather dissolve my party than do an agreement and do a government with the Congress. I mean, I've never seen such bankruptcy of ideology as we saw in Maharashtra amongst all the partners. All the 3 partners who hated each other all their life are suddenly seeing virtue in each other, and you see an absolutely unethical government for the last 2.5 years, an absolutely corrupt government. For those who come from Maharashtra or Mumbai have experienced it. And when I was re-elected to the Rajya Sabha only a few days ago, when I was asked my comments, I had actually said that the fact that 3 MPs of the BJP have got elected in Rajya Sabha against a possible 2 that we really had the votes for is reflective of the public anger and the seething discontent that was visible in Maharashtra for many months. It's just come out to the fore. It's an internal matter of that party. But you can clearly see the way things are going, that the majority of that party continues to believe in the ideology or the principles that were once upon a time their core philosophy, and the people who compromise are now being relegated to the background or will probably remain as a fringe element.
You know the Thackeray family very well personally, and now this is very embarrassing for Uddhav Thackeray ji to have his MLAs walk out in a manner where there is now more people with the Shinde Sena than they are with the Thackeray Sena. And what a fall from grace this is for the son of Balasaheb Thackeray. Why do you think it went wrong, and how much of this is BJP lagawing chabi from the back?
Well, very often when there's an earthquake, I think the earthquake was bound to happen. It's probably divine that something which is beyond any of our control what is happening, and earthquakes will happen, will come and go. Nobody needs to actually do anything to make that earthquake happen. And what we are seeing there is just something which was expected to happen. Frankly, the fact that they ran for 2.5 months itself is it reflects the ability of power to be a glue and keep them together for 2.5 years. It was an unholy alliance, and I think they're just seeing the result of the public sentiment. In fact, many MPs, in Parliament would come to us from that party and say, literally bang their head and say, we don't know how we'll ever get re-elected in 2024 because we won the last election keeping Mr. Modi's photo in our every poster. Rahul, by the way, I was summoned, requested, pleaded by a candidate of that party in South Mumbai to rush to Mumbai to salvage his election, which was otherwise going down the tube, because South Mumbai clearly looked like being angry that we did not have a BJP candidate and we had a candidate from that party. I literally spent 3-4 days assuaging people all over my area that no, a vote given to this candidate is a vote to Prime Minister Modi for his re-election. आप बस मोदी जी का चित्र रख के वोट डालो वहाँ पे, चाहे धनुष बाण हो, चाहे कमल हो, मोदी जी को वोट जाएगा. वो सोच के वोट डालो. And of course we won that seat with a healthy margin. But for them to win that seat next time, if they didn't have Mr. Modi's photo, would have been a near impossibility. And I think most MPs, MLAs there understood, realized that you have come to Maharashtra during the last elections. You saw the huge upswing of public support and love and affection for Mr. Modi. We could have fought that last election on our own and actually won it also. But we believe in friendships. We believe in respecting friendships, ideological friends, friendships of 30 odd years. This alliance originally, very, very originally, started in my own home in 1984. So we are now, 38 years gone by. And Mr. Vajpayee was there. Mr. Bal Thackeray had come to my home. They both met, discussed. Then they went and addressed a rally at Shivaji Park. And by the way, they didn't even have a recognized symbol. So the then candidate fought on the Kamal symbol, our lotus symbol, in the 84 election. So that was they had only 2 candidates in Maharashtra for the Lok Sabha in 84. But it's unfortunate that they chose not to stick along with the BJP. And let's see how things pan out now. I am not privy to what's happening because I am neither in Guwahati nor I was in Mumbai when all of this happened. I was in Geneva. So certainly I can assure you that none of us has any role in what's happening.
Okay.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. India's #1 political reporter.
Defines what seems to be happening, vendetta politics. कोई दूध के से धुला हुआ नहीं है.
Unmatched eye. Unmatched experience.
The world has changed. My black hair has become grey as well.
And with unmatched passion for the story.
Do not monopolize the conversation.
When it's 100% pure prime time. It's News Today with Rajdeep Sardesai. Monday to Friday, 9 p.m. Only on India Today TV.
You are
We know that plastic causes pollution, but did you know microplastics can also be a cause of pollution? Microplastics are plastic particles with dimensions less than 5 millimeters. Some are so small, they are invisible to the naked eye. Nylon and polyethylene, for example, are mixture of polymers and additives, are themselves microplastics created from tiny pellets known as nurdles. These elements are found in everyday products like shower gels and cosmetics, as well as fertilizers, detergents, and paint. Another major source of this pollution is car tire wear. Difficult to filter, these microplastics get everywhere, in rivers and then the oceans, on land or in the air we breathe. Billions of items of plastic waste taking hundreds of years to break down litter beaches all around the world. All living species in the oceans that are part of the human food chain, from zooplankton to whales, are likely to ingest microplastics. The impact of microplastics on organisms or on ecosystems is unknown, but the additives they contain are potential chemical contaminants.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
are watching India Today.
Presented by Aditya Birla Group, Big in Your Life. Co-presented by Star Health Insurance, the health insurance specialist. Co-presented by JK Tyre Ranger Series. Stay wild at heart.
Warm welcome, viewers. You're watching our rolling coverage on the breathless political developments as they take place in the state of Maharashtra. Let me get you up to speed. Just about a few minutes ago, the huddle between Uddhav Thackeray, Sharad Pawar, Ajit Pawar, Praful Patel just got over. And word coming in from that meeting that Sharad Pawar, the master strategist, told Uddhav Thackeray that he's run out of all options and that he needs to read the writing on the wall and maybe exit gracefully. We're going to get you all those details. But first up, viewers, I'm Preeti Chaudhary and these are the headlines. New twist in Maharashtra Game of Thrones. Sharad Pawar meets Uddhav Thackeray at Matoshri. Sources say NCP netas have told Uddhav to accept the fact that he doesn't have the numbers and move on gracefully. Uddhav Sena seeks disqualification of 16 MLAs, rebels. Maharashtra Chief Minister compares rebels to insects and rodents who have eaten the party hollow. All eyes on rebel Shinde's Ghar Wapsi. In an exclusive conversation with India Today, Shinde claims support of over 50 MLAs, out of which 38 are from the Shiv Sena. Shinde writes to the Maharashtra governor seeking removal of the deputy speaker. 3 days into the Maharashtra political crisis, Team Modi breaks silence. Union Minister Piyush Goyal tears into the Aghadi, says the unholy alliance was bound to collapse. This is an India Today exclusive. NDA candidate for President Draupadi Murmu files her nomination. Prime Minister Modi and NDA bigwigs accompany her. Supreme Court upholds clean chit to Prime Minister Modi in 2002 Gujarat riots case. Top court says plea filed by Zakia Jafri is devoid of merit. BJP claims vindication. Left student group SFI attacks Rahul Gandhi's Wayanad office, vandalism due to alleged inaction by Congress MP over an Supreme Court order on an eco-sensitive zone. Well, this is big, viewers, and it takes women's rights in United States a step back. US Supreme Court overturns landmark verdict that legalized abortion in the country. 50-year-old ruling giving Americans a choice now scrapped. Meanwhile, US Senate passes first gun control bill in nearly 30 years. Bill allows tougher checks on young buyers and encourages states to remove guns from people considered a threat. All right, viewers, the political saga of the state of Maharashtra continues, plunging the Maha Vikas Aghadi into deep crisis. What we are getting to understand, it is an emotional appeal by Uddhav Thackeray versus the sheer strength of numbers. Number flexing by none else but Eknath Shinde, who now says he has over 50 MLAs in his fold. A mad scramble in Mumbai as Shiv Sena continues to bleed MLAs. Crucial Pawar-Uddhav meet at Matoshri has just ended, and sources have told us, viewers, that the NCP, in not too many words, pretty much laid it clear for Uddhav Thackeray, saying that the writing is on the wall, you don't have the numbers, leave gracefully. NCP says that it is more or less becoming clear that majority of Shiv Sena MLAs are with Shinde. Sources also tell us that what went down behind closed doors suggests that NCP senior leaders, primarily Sharad Pawar, believes that dragging the matter further would only embarrass the alliance of the Maha Vikas Aghadi. The situation of a floor test will deeply also embarrass the alliance. NCP leadership to suggest to Uddhav to accept the fact and move on with the reality gracefully. Tomorrow at 1 p.m., Shiv Sena has called for a meeting of its national executive, and something after that is bound to come out in terms of what would be the next move for Uddhav Thackeray, who viewers right now has clearly run out of options. Connecting immediately to my colleague Sahil Joshi, our Mumbai, Maharashtra Bureau Chief. He joins us live. Sahil, what went down in the meeting? The master strategist, Sharad Pawar, pretty much telling Uddhav Thackeray is what your sources are picking up, that a reality check. You don't have the numbers. Time to accept reality and move on gracefully.
Well, right now he's just giving a reality check. Whether to go ahead with the resignation or not is going to be entirely Uddhav Thackeray's decision. One thing is very clear, that Pawar has decided not to abandon Uddhav Thackeray at this crucial time, because finally it was Sharad Pawar who had suggested Uddhav Thackeray that he should be taking the mantle and become the chief minister in 2019. So this is going to be a very tricky situation. More importantly, now the fight has, the fight will happen as per the Assembly rules. The rules with respect to the Representation of Public Act, Public Representatives Act. Now the fight is happening inside the Assembly, because the Deputy Speaker has accepted what Shiv Sena had claimed that Eknath Shinde is no more a legislative party leader, whereas Ajay Chaudhary is the new leader of Shiv Sena's legislative party. The Deputy Speaker have accepted that. It doesn't look like that Eknath Shinde is going to accept that, whether he is going to fight it to the court, because he wants to be the legislative party leader of Shiv Sena. He claims that majority people are with me. I am not attracting any kind of anti-defection law, but the actual party in the Shiv Sena in the Maharashtra Legislative Assembly is that of Eknath Shinde, is not of Uddhav Thackeray. So that is a separate fight which is going on. Now, looking at the reality situation, what happened is that day before yesterday, when Sharad Pawar first spoke in Delhi, that time he was pretty confident that 15 to 20 MLAs who have gone with Eknath Shinde to Surat, maybe few of them will come back and Uddhav Thackeray will be in the comfortable position, because that time MVA had a bigger majority. But the way one after the other, the people who are here in Mumbai also started going to Surat, via Surat to Guwahati through a chartered flight. Sharad Pawar also somewhere realized that Uddhav Thackeray doesn't have the numbers. The MLAs who are there in Guwahati are not going to come back to Uddhav's fold even if they return to Mumbai. There is a possibility that couple of MLAs might come back, but doesn't mean that majority of the MLAs by Uddhav Thackeray will be able to take them back, because lot of MLAs who were present in Mumbai were part of the meeting with Uddhav Thackeray yesterday and today have also gone to Guwahati. So that is something, the reality check which he wants to give. Now comes to the fight with respect to the party symbol and how to save the party, and that is the reason why tomorrow this executive committee meeting has been called by a national executive meeting which has been called by Uddhav Thackeray at Shiv Sena Bhavan at this point of time. So now the strategy will have to be reorganized with the way the current numbers are. Sharad Pawar, a master strategist, he knows very well, if you don't have the numbers, you can't save the government. But if you can't save the government, what else you can do to at least save the party Shiv Sena, because he doesn't want Shiv Sena to die down or to go in the hands of Eknath Shinde and eventually in the hands of the BJP. So now the fight has also started with respect to that how to save the party. Also, the BJP has not yet opened the cards. We don't know whether the BJP themselves are going to form the government. Are they going to pump up Eknath Shinde and make a claim later that look, we have made a normal Shiv Sainik finally a chief minister, or they just want to take the whole Eknath Shinde lot in the BJP fold and make a larger BJP in Maharashtra. That is not yet clear. So till then, everybody wants to buy the time in MVA. The MVA government is going to go. That is very clear looking at the numbers. But the prolonged fight will give them an idea what is going to be the unfolding politics in next couple of months, because eventually they will have to fight the elections in next few months, specifically the BMC, where the actual test of what has happened today will come forward. Because if the actual Sena, the party, is still in hands of Uddhav Thackeray, and if Uddhav Thackeray manages to win the BMC elections, then all what happened today will go in win, because the party will still remain intact. Only the MLAs, the elected elected body of Shiv Sena has gone with the BJP. So that doesn't solve the purpose for the BJP. So it is going to be a longer fight. Everybody is trying to prolong the fight to assess the situation right now, specifically from Shiv Sena and the NCP side. So this is turning interesting day by day. Not yet sure what the BJP has in mind. One thing was sure, that the BJP wanted to have such a big rebellion within Shiv Sena, which will shake up the party from beneath, and that's what definitely has happened. But what exactly is going to be the outcome of this, other than forming a government in Maharashtra, it's something going to be really interesting.
Well, you know, Sahil, it's as interesting as it's exacting, not just for the politicians involved, I'm sure you and your team as well. But Sahil, I'm going to ask you one quick question. With the way things have been unfolding, the coup, if I may call it, has been so tightly knit and so well planned, watertight if you look at it. The way things unfolded today, today news broke that it was 3 days ago that Shinde had actually filed for a no confidence motion, and then today you had 2 MLAs who followed suit and aligned to the BJP and asked for the removal of the deputy speaker. It's going as per script, it seems.
Well, that is the game which will be played between Shiv Sena and Shinde group. It goes like this. The first day, on 21st of June, Eknath Shinde sends the list of 34 MLAs, signed copy to the deputy speaker, saying that he is the legislative party leader of Shiv Sena and he is keeping aside Sunil Prabhu, who was as a chief whip of the party, who was appointed by Uddhav Thackeray, and making his own man a chief whip. At the same time, Shiv Sena takes a meeting at Varsha and decides that as per the orders of Uddhav Thackeray, now Eknath Shinde is no more a legislative party leader. They are replacing Eknath Shinde with Ajay Chaudhary. Eknath Shinde realized it very well that deputy speaker is going to accept that particular decision, which actually happened. He spoke to India Today exclusively and said that yes, I am accepting Shiv Sena's position. Immediately, Eknath Shinde dashed another letter with the signature of 35 MLAs saying that we don't have a trust in the deputy speaker. So there will be a no confidence motion against the deputy speaker. After that, Shiv Sena in the evening came up with the 12 petitions against the MLAs in the Eknath Shinde group, Eknath Shinde camp, including that of Eknath Shinde, that the disqualification procedure should begin against Eknath Shinde and 12 others, and then 5 added later. Immediately the next day, the 2 independent MLAs supported by the BJP, or the two independent MLAs who are supporting the BJP, went to the deputy speaker and the assembly secretariat saying that as per the Supreme Court order in 2016, what happened in Arunachal Pradesh, if there is a question mark on deputy speaker, if there is a no confidence motion against deputy speaker, the deputy speaker should not be hearing the disqualification petition. That is the Supreme Court decision. Why the deputy speaker is going to hear these 12 disqualification petitions? That is where all these legal fights have started. Meantime, the deputy speaker have come up with a written order that he has accepted Shiv Sena's claim and have made Ajay Chaudhary a legislative party leader of Shiv Sena. Now that fight is going to go in the court for sure, because Shinde doesn't want to form a separate group and merge in some other party. He wants the whole Shiv Sena. He wants to lead the Shiv Sena legislative party in the assembly, and that is going to be the fight at this point.
Well, you know, Sahil, good luck. It's going to be a long drawn weekend. We're going to keep coming back to Sahil and his team. They've been getting us the biggest news breaks as and when they happen first, viewers. It's important to say first sometimes. Thank you, Sahil, for joining us. I want to cut across right now. We have with us Shiv Sena Rajya Sabha MP Priyanka Chaturvedi. She's joining us live. Appreciate you, ma'am. In tough times, my first question, with what is going down right now? 20 minutes ago, the meeting has ended between Sharad Pawar, Praful Patel, Ajit Pawar and Uddhav Thackeray, where the indication is very clear that Sharad Pawar has pretty much given Uddhav Thackeray, your leader, a reality check that he doesn't have the numbers and maybe it's time to move on. From your, not just the 38 MLAs out of 55 which are with Eknath Shinde, Ms. Chaturvedi, you have MLCs, you even have one MP. Do you see now you've lost the moral authority to rule or to be in power?
Of course we are in a moral authority, because all these MLAs, MPs or whatever videos that are being featured, they all need to come to Mumbai, the state capital of Maharashtra, to show their show of strength, They cannot be issuing these videos from a 5-star hotel in a city like Guwahati, where unfortunately Assam is seeing the worst floods in the recent years, where 32 of the 36 districts are flooded, over 101 people have died, and we have ministers and some MLAs who are elected by the people of Maharashtra enjoying the 5-star hospitality in Assam. So even if they want to prove anything, they will have to come to the city of Mumbai. They will come to the capital of the state and do whatever they have to and prove their numbers.
But Ms. Chaturvedi, as we speak right now, if you just look at it, there is a no confidence motion that has been mooted on the 21st of this month against your government. On the other hand, you have now put forth that you want the disqualification of 16 MLAs at the doorstep of the Deputy Speaker who comes from the NCP. On the other hand, 2 independent MLAs from the Bharatiya Janata Party ask for the removal of the Deputy Speaker and say that he cannot really take a decision on disqualification because there is a no confidence motion against him. The odds, even legally, not just number-wise, are stacked against you, madam.
So 21st is when that notice was given, right? He has no authority to give that notice because he was not the chief whip of the party. So this again, I will repeat, all these letters that are coming from Guwahati in a language which is very BJP, in a language which is not of Shiv Sena, they do not have a legal leg to stand upon. On the 21st, he was removed as the chief whip of Shiv Sena. And the Speaker of the House had acknowledged that Ajay Chaudhary ji is our chief whip. So whatever letter he can keep issuing, they do not have a valid stance in any court of law.
But Ms. Chaturvedi, that's where the lacuna comes in, no? Because what Eknath Shinde is saying that he is the real Shiv Sena, that you have no right to remove him as the chief whip because he has the maximum numbers, which he does, 38 out of 55, where your MLAs are concerned.
No, absolutely not, Preeti. That is where all these, these things have been spread, that we do not have a majority. All that will be proved on the floor of the House. So even if we stand to lose on the floor of the House, we will accept it. But at this point in time, from Guwahati, they cannot be just issuing videos. Again, and I will also repeat one more thing to you. Under the 10th schedule, even if they have the so-called majority, they will have to merge into another political party to be able to save themselves from disqualification. But since they are claiming to be an independent bloc, all those MLAs that you see in that video show that they're doing will stand disqualified. They will have to go back to the constituency to win and get a right to vote in the assembly. So 2/3 majority does not just work inside the assembly, 2/3 majority across the organization for them to even try and stake a claim over the party is how it works.
But ma'am, the fact is, as we speak, just 20 minutes ago, the meetings ended where your ally, who till 2 days ago, Mr. Sharad Pawar was telling you, dig in your heels, fight, get your MLAs back, have pretty much told you that, listen, you're not getting the numbers right now. 38, you're still bleeding MLAs. You only have 16. Sanjay Raut, your own party leader, has accepted only 16 MLAs you have of the 55, and out of which you don't know how many will be left the next morning. The question is, with the advice of your own ally, the NCP, will now Uddhav Thackeray step down or maybe dissolve the assembly after the national executive tomorrow?
Shri Uddhav Thackeray will not step down because his majority will be proved on the floor of the House, not from a 5-star hotel in Guwahati. Step 1. Step 2, Shri Uddhav Thackeray has categorically said he is willing to step down if any one of his MLA, the ones who are sitting cooped up in Guwahati, can come to tell him on his face that they have lost confidence in him. They cannot issue videos and say, oh, we have lost confidence. They come to Mumbai and say this. Now, step 3. Dissolving the assembly. Again, do they want to bypass the Supreme Court order which says dissolving the assembly can only happen after your floor of the dissolving of the assembly cannot happen till you do not prove your majority on the floor of the House. So even if there's a no confidence motion of any motion that is passed, it has to be done on the floor of the House inside the assembly. And unfortunately, we cannot ask them to vote from Guwahati. They will have to come to Mumbai.
In all of this, ma'am, you keep talking about the BJP. Why do you think, if it is orchestrated by the BJP, shouldn't the BJP have now come in? Because the numbers clearly are in the favor of Eknath Shinde. Why do you think the BJP is so silent?
I don't know why they're silent, but they're silently engineering this defection. They are silently supporting this gathering of all these MLAs. They are also sponsoring their stay, sponsoring their chartered flights, and that is not something I am saying. It is something that Shri Eknath Shinde ji in the video that was released was saying there is a superpower party which is helping them, which is a national party. So they are not silent. Their role has been pretty active, right from the Goa police to the Assam police to the Gujarat police, treating them like a bonded laborers, and people have seen visuals of that, should prove that.
All right, Ms. Chaturvedi, good luck and thank you for joining us. Well, you say that you have the numbers, but it doesn't look like. And in terms of even the visuals that are coming in from Guwahati, the count stands at 38 of the 55 that you have. Appreciate you taking out the time or joining us what seems to be a rather bleak evening. Ma'am, thank you. I want to cut across right now directly to our guests. A floor test inevitable. How long will it take is the question. Rashid Kidwai, author and political commentator, joins us. Faizan Mirza, NCP leader. Desh Ratan Nigam, political analyst. Rajdeep Sardesai, consulting editor. Rajdeep, I want to begin with you. You've been tracking the developments very closely. How long and protracted do you see this floor test? Or do you think after the national executive tomorrow that the Shiv Sena has called, especially after what Sharad Pawar might have told him this evening, now Uddhav Thackeray might, maybe step down, dissolve the assembly, go for a floor test? What are you picking? What do you think?
First of all, I don't know where we are getting this, that Sharad Pawar has told Uddhav Thackeray to step down. From what I gather from sources close to Mr. Pawar, he has told Uddhav Thackeray to first save his party before even thinking of what happens in the floor test. And this is the significant element even of tomorrow's national executive. Remember, under the anti-defection laws, it's not enough to have a 2/3 split of the legislature party, which Eknath Shinde has clearly achieved with 38 MLAs with him, at least at the moment. But you also need to split the entire organization right down the line, which means all the district units, all the affiliated members all need to go along with the breakaway group. Now, Uddhav Thackeray's worry and concern will be, A, losing the legislature party is one thing, but B, I cannot lose the party itself because I may lose the party symbol. And then the Thackeray's themselves will be totally on the back foot. And that's the real fear that I believe that the Shiv Sena leadership of Uddhav Thackeray has at the moment. Similar things happened in Uttar Pradesh, you might recall, when Akhilesh Yadav was battling with his father Mulayam Singh a few years ago. The struggle was to who would get the party symbol. Now Uddhav Thackeray, having, it appears, lost hold of the legislature party, wants to control at least the Shiv Sena. He doesn't want to lose control of the Shiv Sena, particularly with just a couple of months to go for the BMC elections. And be clear, Devendra Fadnavis and the BJP is working to a plan, not just to capture power in Mantralaya in Maharashtra, but also capture the BMC, which is the cash cow, the citadel in a way of the Shiv Sena. If the Thackeray clan loses the BMC, then they are virtually completely marginalized from Maharashtra politics. So I think Uddhav Thackeray has been told by Sharad Pawar that we'll see what happens with the legislators on the floor of the house. Let them come to Mumbai, but first at least prove your strength in the party organization. Get your workers around you, get them to rally around you, because if you can't do that, then it's not just game, set and match as far as the government is concerned, but you will lose the party that your father created. And I think that's the fear somewhere. Will this rebellion spread from the legislature party to districts, especially outside Mumbai, where a new Shiv Sena in a way has emerged in the last decade or two?
Well, in that sense, Rajdeep, today, if you look at the basic district panchayat level, out of 94, local panchayat heads, 91 came in allegiance with Uddhav Thackeray. So at that level, at least, he seems to be having his party together. But Faizan Mirza is there with us. He's an NCP leader. Mirza Sahab, देखिए कोई सोर्स जो है हमारे वो कह रहे हैं कि उद्धव ठाकरे जी को आज पवार साहब ने बोला है, देखिए आपके पास नंबर नहीं है, आंकड़े नहीं है, ग्रेसफुली एक्सेप्ट करिए और मूव ऑन करिए। अब क्या बोला है, आपको स्पॉट पे डाल रहे हैं, पर जो मीटिंग हुई है उसमें क्या हुआ है आज?
हमें तो यही कह रहे हैं कि एज अ कंपोनेंट ऑफ Maha Vikas Aghadi, NCP will stand firmly behind Shiv Sena, that is Uddhav Thackeray sahib. And I am very confident that Sharad Pawar sahib will take us out of this dilemma. तो ये जो भी है, this is a number game. और शरद पवार साहब को इसका बहुत नॉलेज है, and he is a very stalwart politician. So I think that he will take us out of this.
All right, Rashid Kidwai, the fact is, even here, if you look at it, more than Uddhav Thackeray, not just the NCP, everybody is looking up to Sharad Pawar to solve this political mess.
Because he is Sankat Mochak.
Rashid Kidwai.
Because he is Sankat Mochak, and he can only take us out of this.
He enjoys doing this a lot, and I think with a lot of years in experience, Mr. Pawar is perhaps one of the best persons to handle this. As Mr. Rajiv Sarkisai was saying, we must remember a split in a political party is one thing and a split in a legislature party is one thing. In 1969, Indira Gandhi defeated Morarji Desai in a kind of informal contest within the Congress party, within the Congress parliamentary party. She had a majority. But that old guard of the Congress led by Morarji Desai and others, they continued to hold the organization. That is why it was called Congress O. And that becomes a very protracted battle. Now, the problem with Mr. Eknath Shinde is that he has entangled himself with too many things. He wants to, dump Uddhav Thackeray, which he can do it, but he also wants to own Shiv Sena. Now, that's a very difficult thing. As Priyanka Chaturvedi was rightly pointing it out, that anti-defection law is very clear. If you have 2/3, you have to go elsewhere. Like Jyotiraditya Scindia went to the BJP. And of course, in this case, all the MLAs had resigned. Here, they cannot afford to resign also. So they have got themselves in a bit of trouble, which is a momentary thing. I think the deputy speaker, if the deputy speaker acts against this MLAs 12 or 16, then the courts will come in, and the Supreme Court, as we know, they may order a kind of composite floor test, and that's where I think Uddhav Thackeray will get into a real problem. While the fight over who's real Shiv Sena will continue, but it happens, Preeti, with long experience of mine in political journalism. The one who has majority of MLAs, NMPs, etc., ultimately gets that kind of recognition also as a political party.
Before I go to Mr. Nigam, I want to bring in Rajdeep Sardesai back into this conversation. Rajdeep, do you see it where Eknath Shinde is concerned that it's not about merging with the BJP? He wants the party now.
Eknath Shinde wants power. Let's be very clear. For the last few days, we've been going on virtually suggesting that Eknath Shinde has been marginalized by Uddhav Thackeray. Really? Eknath Shinde controls the Thane Municipal Corporation. Eknath Shinde's son is a member of parliament. Eknath Shinde had the most lucrative portfolio in this government, urban development. Most of the Shiv Sena MLAs, in a way, were surrounded Eknath Shinde. He was like a godfather, some said, to many of them. He hasn't had a bad time. As much as it is made out to be. We've used Aditya Thackeray, we've used Uddhav Thackeray's style of functioning in a way almost as excuses to justify Eknath Shinde's rebellion. We need to get some facts clear today. The fact is, even as we speak, there is a former minister of the Shiv Sena whose land today has been confiscated in a money laundering case by the ED. Yesterday, Anil Parab, minister and close aide of Uddhav Thackeray, he was summoned by the ED. He appeared before the ED. There are 8 MLAs at least who, along with their relatives, have ED cases who are today with Eknath Shinde in Guwahati. Eknath Shinde's aim is protection for himself. Couple of his close aides also had income tax raids against them. He went to Uddhav Thackeray. Uddhav Thackeray said, I can't help you apparently. The truth is Eknath Shinde wants total control over Thane. He wants total immunity from any kind of prosecution for him or people around him. And he has promised all those around him that the Mahashakti, as he called it, will be there to help him. He wants power. He recognizes that while the Thackeray's control the Sena, he cannot be Neta number 1. He wants to be Neta number 1, even if it is in a BJP government, as a deputy chief minister. So he becomes the Sena's Neta
but as a deputy chief minister of what?
Now.
Mr. Nigam, I'll bring you in, and Rajdeep, I'll bring you in. As a deputy chief minister of what party? As part of the BJP, as part of an independent group, or a part of the Shiv...
as part of, possibly he will initially be part of an independent breakaway group because he has a 2/3 of the legislators have gone with him.
But then
Whether
wouldn't he be disqualified along with the others, Rajdeep?
No, whether he tries to capture the Sena will be a future hand. At the moment, his aim is Devendra Fadnavis, Chief Minister, Eknath Shinde, Deputy Chief Minister, all Shinde's key aides accommodated in the cabinet. And then the next step will be taken whether he really wants to actually take on the Thackeраys in Mumbai and capture, in a way, the Sena. That battle, Preeti, will be decided when the BMC elections are held in October, November.
Right.
Whoever captures the October or any time between September to November, that's when that battle will be finally settled.
Deshratan Nigam, in all of this is the curious silence of the Bharatiya Janata Party. One does understand and appreciate that they've been burnt once. They don't want to put their foot forward. But if the numbers are on their side, what's stopping the BJP to come in and say this government is in minority?
Preeti, in fact, it's the law. The law is quite clear on the subject that if the merger takes place, then only all possibilities open up. And that would be decided on the floor of the House. And to go on the floor of the House, somebody has to stake a claim. And nobody till now has, put that claim forward. And things are in a very state of flux. But the fact, remember, the ideal situation is that no whip is issued by Shiv Sena, Uddhav Thackeray resigns, and a new chief minister comes who proves the strength in the floor of the House. That would be an ideal situation. However, it appears, and I would agree with Rajdeep Sardesai, that the advice given by Sharad Pawar will not be to resign. It could be otherwise also. We don't know. But the fact remains that would make the things very difficult for BJP. And Sharad Pawar, as of now, is relying on the technicalities of the law, which is only the merger, which the possibility. So today, the things are not very, very clear. Ultimately, there are two issues out here. The new chief minister, whoever comes, will come through the floor test of the House. Second, which is the real Shiv Sena, that will come through election commission. And that's a long drawn process. You have to prove so many things. And although it can happen, because it happened in the case of Ram Vilas Paswan's party, the 8 out of 9, MPs clearly, took the emblem and everything and claimed themselves to be the real party. So out here also the similar situation may arise, but that will take time because both the sides have to be heard. The notice have to be issued. The election commission will have to hear both the sides. That's a long-run process. An ideal situation, which will be very good for Uddhav Thackeray, and is to resign in a manner and accept Shinde, that a person who is an ordinary Shiv Sainik becomes a part of the system and he remains the head of the party and strengthens the party. That's an ideal situation. Otherwise, the Shiv Sena will suffer. Otherwise, the only outcome is that the Shiv Sena will suffer, whichever group it is.
But, Rajdeep wants to come in. Rajdeep, is it that simple? Is it the ideal way of going? Has, the perception been bought that the reason it's happening is because of the Hindutva perceptive, split, and not that this is a group which is power hungry and possibly greedy?
Look, point number one, every day that you get in power, you can sign files. I am told that about 100 files have been cleared in the last 3 days. That's the allegation that one BJP leader made to me, that over 100 files have been cleared in the last 3 days. The government is quickly clearing some contentious files as well. So there is an advantage of staying in power. And while you are in power, at least you can control events, at least in Mumbai. You may not be able to control what happens outside that, but you can control events in Mumbai. The point is Hindutva. Let's be honest again, Preeti. When they formed this government with NCP Congress, the Shiv Sena knew that Hindutva was going to be put on the back burner. All these MLAs, including Eknath Shinde, were well aware of that. They have rediscovered this 2.5 years later to try and take the moral high ground, to try and somehow suggest that this revolt is not about power politics. It's about commitment, ideological commitment to Hindutva. The fact is, Eknath Shinde was accompanying Aditya Thackeray a week ago. They went to Ayodhya together. Where was the Hindutva? That time they were happily going together.
In fact, late 2015, Eknath Shinde made a public statement saying he didn't want the alliance with the BJP.
Look, in the fact is, these are all opportunists across party lines. What happened in November 2019 was opportunism, where Sharad Pawar played, in a sense, a key role in ditching both the BJP and ditching the BJP at the last moment, as did Uddhav Thackeray. What you're seeing today is also opportunism and self-preservation.
Right.
I think one must ask this question: why is it that the Enforcement Directorate is only targeting the close aides of Uddhav Thackeray and the NCP?
Right.
Are we saying that Eknath Shinde, whose own track record involving certain key aides of him who've had income tax rates, they are not going to be touched? Why is it suddenly that Pratap Sarnaik, who was the original person to say, let's join the BJP so that we can get off the ED's stranglehold, has joined Eknath Shinde in Guwahati? What will happen to them? This washing machine politics is also something we should look at as journalists. It is not a level, please appreciate, it is not a level playing field at the moment in Maharashtra.
Right.
The fact
Mr.
is at the moment that you've got Eknath Shinde, who has all the benefits now of having the BJP's machine behind him. The BJP is silent, yes, but they are silently working to a plan. And the plan is eventually to try and ensure that the Hindutva space is monopolized by the BJP across Maharashtra, because the Shiv Sena, this was, Preeti, the original plan of Pramod Mahajan when he tied up with Bal Thackeray. His belief was, post Bal Thackeray's death, the BJP would capture the Sena space. As it turned out, ironically, Pramod Mahajan died tragically before Bal Thackeray. But this is exactly what they were building towards, and that is the eventual plan. Can I capture the entire Hindutva space using, in a way, the Sena's commanders like Eknath Shinde as almost proxies in this battle, and eventually marginalize the Thackerays? Is that possible? The BMC elections will tell us that.
Well, all right. Then, Mr. Nigam, you differ on the fact that the entire Hindutva perspective is playing out very differently. You've always maintained that, one has to, there is credence to it, because it was an unnatural alliance to begin with. Ideology-wise, it doesn't sit.
Yes, absolutely, because the leadership may have shaken, hands with the other parties, but the voters and the supporters of the and the workers of the Shiv Senics could not. Their hearts could not meet with the NCP or the others. That disconnect was always felt by the MLAs. They had that feedback from the ground that disconnect with the voters and supporters is taking place. And these MLAs and elected representatives are very sensitive to the opinion of the people and the voters. And once they have that feedback, they waited for some time, and finally when they got to understand the situation and the elections are coming up, including the BMC and subsequently the other elections would also come in line, then they were forced to take that step. And they are correct in doing so, because this unnatural alliance was actually eating into the vote bank of the Shiv Sena. And that feedback mechanism that they have, and let me tell you, let's not discount the smartness of these MLAs. We may think that they are power hungry and things like power is a common denominator across all the parties. So one has to now leave that common denominator and look for exact reasons why this is happening. Once you
please tell me, Mr. Nigam. Sorry, Mr. Nigam, please tell me, the MLAs who are sitting today in Guwahati, against whom there are serious cases of income tax and enforcement directorate violation, will they be given a clean chit or not? Will you approve it if they are given a clean chit? Is this the kind of politics this country is going to see? That if you are close to the government in power at the center, all your sins are washed away. All of them. I can give you the entire list of all the Shiv Sena MLAs who today are in Guwahati, who have enforcement directorate cases against them.
Let me answer, Rajdeep. I would not like to be a judge here, because these matters will be decided by court. And I don't have that privilege and liberty, because I'm a lawyer too. So ultimately, any washing of sins has to be tested in a court of law. ED cannot withdraw on its own. Once it is registered, it is before the court. And
you know better. You are a lawyer. You know how lawyers can, how courts can allow, how the enforcement agency can allow a matter to delay for years together. That is what is happening in Maharashtra.
Then
why not
the court?
Let's be honest. What happened in November 2019? Sir, let me be honest. What happened in 2019 November was a betrayal of the mandate. The mandate was for a Devendra Fadnavis-led BJP Sena government. No doubt about that. No one should have any quarrel with that. However, what is happening today also is a misuse of state power to try and intimidate and push MLAs into a corner. Let's also be honest about that. It's time we accepted that our democracy is in recession. Let's not try and paper over it when it suits us. November 2019.
Mr. Sajjan, let him answer. He's trying to get in a word in. Yes, go ahead, Mr. Nigam. Go ahead.
Rajdeep, I'm a guest to your channel. Please allow me to express my views.
Because you should be honest, sir.
Yeah, I'm being very honest. You know, I told you we don't have the liberty to prejudge any issue. And if anybody has a problem, you know, the courts are there to look at it. Either we are questioning the courts, the intelligence of the courts or the wisdom of the courts. The state machinery can also be questioned before a court of law. They are not above law. The rule of law prevails in this country. If they are innocent, they will be left. They will be, you know, they will be acquitted by the court. The delays do take place in our court system, whether it's a normal property case or a criminal case, we all have seen, and that requires a judicial reform, and that's a separate debate altogether. But as a responsible citizen, I cannot prejudge an entire issue. You know, if those people who are sitting in Guwahati, if they have a case against them, they have to follow the due process of law, which is available to any other citizen as well. However, coming to this point, coming to the present scenario, and I told you, the law has a lot of technicalities. It is not as simple because the no confidence motion against Deputy Speaker, as and when the floor test is called, that will be taken up first. And a new speaker will be appointed. And then the floor test will take place. So it's not as simple as that. So let's wait for 2-3 days, and I think things will be quite crystal clear.
You know, Rashid Kidwai, I want to bring you in because we're talking about the floor test, and when you actually, you know, how long protracted that is, we'll only know in a few days. But when we get down to the floor test, there's so much attention that is being given just to the MLAs of the Shiv Sena. But when it comes down to the lot, the Congress might say it has their 44 lot together, but the most vulnerable at this point of time for cross-voting, when they know that the power equations lie with the BJP, the Congress would be most vulnerable. Even if you look at Kamal Nath's meeting, 15 minutes with Sharad Pawar, 15 minutes with his own MLA, stayed there for half a day and left.
Preeti, theoretically speaking, yes, but in practical terms, it's highly unlikely that the Congress would split because there is no place in that group. Now that Devendra Fadnavis group, I mean that being BJP and Eknath Shinde, they have the numbers, so they don't need other support. Why would Congress people go there? They may go in one or twos, but one or twos would lead to a lot of technical problems because a formal split in Congress cannot take place. And a speaker selection, Preeti, we must remember, it also can act as a vote of confidence or no confidence against Uddhav Thackeray. So if there is a new speaker selection, then that will settle it. I don't see the real problem of Shinde is that he is not able to make up his mind, or he has got into this trap. On the one hand, he's trying to sell this line that he's a real Shiv Sena. He may be. At the same time, he's, as Mr. Sardesai was pointing out, he's desperate to get into power. Now, both cannot, coexist. A lot has been said in this conversation I was hearing about, the fact that, the Sena and Hindutva. Sena has not been an offshoot of RSS or Sangh Parivar by any stretch of imagination. Bala Sahib Thackeray started off against communists, against South Indians, against Muslims, against all kind of things. He defended emergency. He defended, his party supported Pranab Mukherjee as a UPA presidential nominee. So all these things are there. So political parties are not prisoners of ideology. And to say that this was, defied that mandate, what happened in Bihar when Nitish Kumar and RJD had fought together and Nitish Kumar joined, and people of that state gave a renewed mandate. So we should not, this is a very elitist way of looking at it. What was BJP doing with PDP in Kashmir?
Right. Okay. I'm going to close but okay, I'm going to move on in the show. But Rajdeep, I'll bring you in for a quick word. So what we're really looking at now is a floor test. It's the number of days that matter.
First, yes, I agree. We are looking at a floor test, and it appears to me almost impossible for Uddhav Thackeray to retain control of the legislature party, and thereby this government has gone into a minority. I cannot see Uddhav Thackeray surviving at the moment. He is holding on to power literally by his fingernails. But a very quick comment on what Rashid said about the fact that alliances can be unholy or unnatural at times. Of course they can be. But I will say this, that the rank and file of the Sena, I think, would prefer to be with the BJP because there is a coming together on the Hindutva plank. In that sense, when your rank and file itself would prefer an alliance with a particular party, the message goes up to the leaders. The leaders want power. The workers, in a way, want at least some kind of affiliation where they feel ideologically aligned to the larger vision of the party. In that sense, I think Uddhav Thackeray's attempt to moderate the Shiv Sena has failed. I think that's the failure of Uddhav Thackeray. He attempted it, and good luck to him. He tried to change the Shiv Sena, but the Shiv Sena remains the party of Balasaheb Thackeray and not of Uddhav Thackeray. And therefore, I think the natural tendency, the natural habitat almost of the Shiv Sena is the BJP. And that's probably what we will see in the months ahead. Whether it happens in a week, 2 months, 3 months, the court battles will continue. But eventually, I think you will see the BJP Shiv Sena come together.
Okay, Mr. Kidwai, I know you want to come in. So quickly make your point. I need to get out of the debate.
Preeti, it would interest you when the MVA was formed and a common minimum program was being written. In English text, it said secularism, secular word, but in Hindi and Marathi edition, there was no, there was no term for dharma-nirpeksha or pantha-nirpeksha. So this is a kind of trick, that jugglery that MVA was doing.
All right. Well, I appreciate you all for joining us. While I was doing my research, I saw the last interview of Balasaheb Thackeray. When he was asked, are you close to the BJP? He actually said, yeah, we are close, but we are also closed to the BJP. Interesting, in terms of all the developments that are taking place in that light. We're going to keep a keen eye. Trust us. Tomorrow, all eyes on the national executive that has been called by Uddhav Thackeray. Uddhav Thackeray now desperate to save his party. What happened today? Embattled Uddhav Thackeray, running out of time, options. He now has just 16 MLAs, self-admittedly by the party. 38 of his lot are sitting in Guwahati with Eknath Shinde. Desperate for a face saver, Uddhav Thackeray today made another emotional appeal. If the first emotional appeal was to the rebel MLAs, this one, viewers, was for the loyalists.
As the ground began slipping from under him, the emotional side of the otherwise hard as nails Uddhav Thackeray emerged on Friday.
अचानक एक दिवस सकाळी उठलो आणि आळस दिली तेव्हा माझ्या मानेत जो प्रचंड असा क्रॅम्प आला, त्याच्यानंतर माझ्या लक्षात आलं माझी खांद्यापासूनची तळपायापर्यंतची हालचाल पूर्ण बंद झाली होती. पूर्ण बंद. म्हणजे मी श्वास घ्यायला बघितलं, मी एक बघितलं की पोट सुद्धा हलत नाही, सगळंच बंद. आणि मग तातडीने दुसरं ऑपरेशन करावं लागलं.
In what sounded as a final plea to his cadres, Uddhav first spoke of his illness, then of betrayal.
महत्वाकांक्षा जरूर असावी, पण तिला ती राक्षसी महत्वाकांक्षा असता कामा नये की ज्याने दिलं त्यालाच खायचं. ही महत्वाकांक्षा नाहीये. ही महत्वाकांक्षा असू शकत नाही. आणि जास्तीत जास्त काय केलं तो आज तुम्ही आमदार नेल्यात घेऊन गेलात, घेऊन जा. आणखीन कोणाला घेऊन जायचं घेऊन जा. तुम्ही झाडाची फुलं तोडू शकता, झाडाची फळं तोडू शकता, पण झाडाची मुळं ही उपटून काढू शकलेल्या नाहीत.
On the political front, the chief minister appeared to be fighting a losing battle. His attempt to have 16 rebel MLAs disqualified was totally dismissed by his rival Eknath Shinde.
पहली बात है, ये ऐसा पिटीशन करने का अधिकार उनको नहीं है, क्योंकि जो उन्होंने गठनेता चेंज किया है वो उसके लिए गठनेता चेंज करने के लिए पूरे सभी विधायक जो है उनकी मीटिंग बुलानी पड़ती है और मेजोरिटी से गठनेता तय किया जाता है. वो एक तो इलीगल गठनेता बनाया है.
Uddhav's move to seek disqualification of the MLAs will come up before Deputy Speaker Narhari Zirwal. Since the Assembly does not have a speaker, Zirwal's role in the crisis is going to be crucial. Shinde has already said he has no confidence in Zirwal, and as a leader of majority of Sena MLAs, wants him replaced. Shinde is banking on a 2016 Supreme Court order in a case from Arunachal Pradesh, which said that no decision can be taken if the Deputy Speaker's position as the Speaker is being challenged. Although he has said he will fight till the end. Thackeray's belligerence is clearly diminishing. It will be interesting to see if Uddhav goes through the ignominy of losing a floor test in the Assembly. Bureau Report, India Today.
Meanwhile, viewers, in midst of all of this, the fierce battle to win Bala Sahib's legacy rages on between Uddhav Raj and Eknath. With the rebel camp growing in numbers, Eknath Shinde is all set to knock out the Uddhav Sena and inching to topple the Maharashtra government. Here's more.
Uddhav, Raj or Eknath Shinde, who will win the battle for Bala Sahib's legacy? With the rebel camp numbers swelling, Eknath Shinde is all set to give a double blow to Uddhav Thackeray. Not just is he all set to push him off the Chief Minister's chair, but is also likely to end Uddhav Thackeray's reign in the Shiv Sena. With the rebel camp near close to proving two-third majority, the question is if Eknath Shinde will now float his own party. Eknath Shinde claims to be a true Shiv Sainik and has promised to work on the ideals of Bala Sahib Thackeray.
सभी लोग जो है हम बाला साहब ठाकरे जी का जो हिंदुत्व है इस और उनकी जो भूमिका है उसको हम लोग आगे ले जाना चाहते हैं.
Uddhav Thackeray has not had it easy either. 2 months after Bal Thackeray's demise, Sena Executive President Uddhav Thackeray took over as the Sena President in January 2013. He admitted, though, that he could never replace his father, and epithets like Supremo and Hindu Hriday Samrat will always be associated to his father, Bal Thackeray. Trying to stay true to its Hindutva ideology, Shiv Sena under Uddhav Thackeray had allied with the BJP in 2014. The situation reversed, though, in 2019, with the two parties joining hands to fight polls together, yet splitting soon after, as BJP won 105 seats, refused to give up the Chief Minister's chair to the Shiv Sena, who landed 56 seats in the 288-member assembly. Uddhav then took the unexpected route to the throne by allying with Congress and NCP. Uddhav Thackeray since then has been slammed for shunning Sena founder's Hindutva legacy. He did respond to critics, though, saying that his idea of Hindutva is different. Taking a jibe at the BJP, Uddhav was heard saying he does not want a Hindu Rashtra which is not peaceful.
शिवसेना कदापि हिंदुत्वापासून आणि हिंदुत्व कदापि शिवसेनेपासून दूर होऊ शकत नाही. कारण शिवसेना प्रमुखांनी जो एक कानमंत्र दिलेला आहे की हिंदुत्व हा आमचा श्वास आहे.
On the sidelines now is also Raj Thackeray, the nephew of Bal Thackeray. The MNS chief, in fact, bears close resemblance to his uncle in looks, aggression and oratory skills. He broke away from the Shiv Sena over tussle on who will be Bal Thackeray's political heir. Raj Thackeray founded MNS in 2006 and popularized Sons of the Soil campaign, over which Shiv Sena was built in 1966. The brightest showing for the MNS was in 2009 when Raj Thackeray ate into the Shiv Sena and BJP votes in Mumbai, Thane, Pune and Nashik, bagging 13 seats of the 288 assembly. MNS since has seen rapid decline. In 2014 and 2019 assembly elections, MNS managed to secure just one assembly seat, losing deposit in most others. In May 2014 Lok Sabha polls, Raj Thackeray openly backed Narendra Modi for Prime Minister and fielded candidates, mostly against the Sena. However, in 2019 Lok Sabha polls, Raj Thackeray took a U-turn, criticized Narendra Modi but did not contest polls. Well, Uddhav Thackeray had till lately been the popular choice to take forward Bal Thackeray's legacy. But of all the revolts that the Shiv Sena has faced in over 50 years of its existence, the current one, led by Eknath Shinde, looks the most threatening. Uddhav now needs nothing short of a miracle to salvage his party. Bijay Kumar for India Today.
All right, viewers, with that, it's a wrap on this edition of News Today. Trust India Today to get you the ringside view, the front seat, the vantage position to this politically explosive battle which is going down in the state of Maharashtra. Clearly one-sided as of now. Tomorrow, Shiv Sena has called for a national executive. We are going to get you the latest of what comes out of that. You have a great weekend.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
Battle is now for the control of Shiv Sena, and Uddhav Sena insists this battle will be fought not just on the floor of the house but also on the streets of Maharashtra. Is that a threat to Eknath Shinde that claims to have the support of more than 38 Shiv Sena MLAs? It's the battle for the control of Bala Sahib's legacy. Join me, Gaurav Sawant, as I get you the latest on India First at 10 p.m. tonight, only on India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
Supreme Court gives a clean chit to Prime Minister Narendra Modi in the 2002 Gujarat riots case. Former Union Law Minister Ravi Shankar Prasad says the cottage industry that targeted the Prime Minister for close to 20 years stands exposed. But what is this cottage industry? Ravi Shankar Prasad joins me on the show. Join me, Gaurav Sawant, as I get you the latest on India First at 10 p.m. tonight, only on India Today.
Co-powered by Buy, Sell, Rent on 99acres.com. Co-powered by, if it's important, Blue Dot it.
Hello and welcome. You watching India First. I'm Gaurav Sawant. We will get you the latest in Maharashtra, but also on India First. Supreme Court upholds the clean chit given to Prime Minister Narendra Modi, then Chief Minister of Gujarat, in the 2002 riots case. Former Union Law Minister Ravi Shankar Prasad joins me on India First to expose what he says is a cottage industry that targeted Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Action-packed 60 minutes. Let's get started with the headlines at 10. New twist in the Maharashtra Game of Thrones. Sharad Pawar meets Uddhav Thackeray at Matoshri. Sources say NCP netas suggest Uddhav Thackeray should accept the fact he doesn't have the numbers and move on gracefully. Uddhav Sena seeks disqualification of 16 rebel MLAs. Maharashtra Chief Minister compares rebels to insects and rodents who've eaten the party hollow. All eyes on rebel Eknath Shinde. Ghar Vapsi. In an exclusive conversation with India Today, Eknath Shinde insists he has the support of more than 50 MLAs. Shinde writes to Maharashtra governor, seeks the removal of the deputy speaker. Three days into the Maharashtra political crisis, Team Modi finally speaks. Union Minister Piyush Goyal tears into the Maha Vikas Aghadi, says the unholy alliance was bound to fail. This is an India Today exclusive. NDA candidate for President Draupadi Murmu files her nomination. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, several union ministers, chief ministers and NDA bigwigs accompany the NDA's presidential candidate. Supreme Court upholds the clean chit to Prime Minister Narendra Modi in the 2002 Gujarat riots case. Top court says plea filed by Zakia Jafri is devoid of merit. BJP says this is vindication. The Supreme Court has upheld the Special Investigation Team or SIT clean chit given to then Gujarat Chief Minister Narendra Modi and 63 others in the 2002 Gujarat riots case. The top court dismissed a petition by slain Congress leader Ehsan Jafri's widow, Zakia Jafri. The Supreme Court said that the appeal against exoneration of the Prime Minister was devoid of merit and was filed to keep the pot boiling. In fact, the Supreme Court went on to talk about the role of certain disgruntled officials who carried out the investigation. Our next report gets you more.
A clean chit for then Chief Minister of Gujarat, Narendra Modi, in the 2002 riots case. A division bench of the Supreme Court on Friday dismissed a petition filed by Zakia Jafri in the 2002 Gujarat riots case, questioning the clean chit to Narendra Modi. A division bench of Justices A.M. Khanvilkar, Dinesh Maheshwari and C.T. Ravi Kumar said there was no evidence indicating the riots were pre-planned. The court said there is no title of material, much less tangible material, to support the plea of the appellant that the Godhra incident unfolded on February 27, 2002, and the events which followed was a pre-planned event owing to the criminal conspiracy hatched at the highest level in the state, unquote. Former Union Law Minister Ravi Shankar Prasad came out all guns blazing, hitting out at both the Congress and the left parties, saying that an entire cottage industry had flourished in the past 20 years, targeting Narendra Modi.
यूपीए सरकार और कांग्रेस पार्टी का एकमात्र उद्देश्य था कि नरेंद्र मोदी जी को किसी प्रकार रोकना है। आज हम वामपंथियों से पूछना चाहते हैं और आज हम सभी कॉटेज इंडस्ट्री से पूछना चाहते हैं जिनकी पूरी दुकान पिछले 20 साल से नरेंद्र मोदी जी के विरोध पर चल रही थी, अब कितनी देर और चलेंगे आप?
The Supreme Court in its order also said, it appears to us that a coalesced effort of the disgruntled officials of the state of Gujarat, along with others, was to create sensation by making revelations which were false to their own knowledge. The falsity of their claims had been fully exposed by the SIT after a thorough investigation. The court order exposes the working of senior police officers like Sanjeev Bhatt and R.P. Shri Kumar, whose actions were found to be an attempt to sensationalize and politicize the matter.
सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने जो 2-3 बहुत महत्वपूर्ण बातें कही है कि इसमें कोई दम नहीं है, झूठे जानकारी पर नरेंद्र मोदी जी के खिलाफ कार्रवाई करने की कोशिश की।
The Supreme Court said the SIT had come out with flying colours unscathed. The BJP asked if action would be taken against those who ran the anti-Modi cottage industry. With Anisha Mathur in Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today.
And former Union Law Minister and senior BJP leader Ravi Shankar Prasad joins me on the Supreme Court verdict. Ravi Shankar Prasad, the Supreme Court scathing in its indictment of certain officers. Also, this clean chit for then Chief Minister Narendra Modi. How do you see this verdict, sir?
Well, one thing you must remember, my friend, Narendra Modi suffered this calumny for 12 years as the Chief Minister and 9 years as the Prime Minister. There was a big cottage industry in India of leftist pseudo-liberals, of intellectuals so-called, of some media people who made a name for themselves in castigating, pursuing Narendra Modi on falsehood, and also NGO, the international campaign. Total 60 investigations were done apart from SIT and official investigations. Now remember one thing, this is very important, that in 2011 in an SIT constituted by the Supreme Court headed by Raghavan, a distinguished CBI former director, in which not even a single serving or retired Gujarat officer was there, they came to the conclusion in 9 sensitive cases that there is nothing against Mr. Modi. And remember one thing, Mr. Modi was summoned and interrogated for 9 hours as the Chief Minister. And he never called BJP office bearers to hold a hangama before the CBI office as is being done by Congress leader. The Chief Ministers are leaving their job to offer dharna for the interrogation going. Suffered everything in silence.
Yes.
Now they again pursue. They file a protest petition before the lower court. Then they go to the high court. And then they again come to the Supreme Court. And what is the motto? Frame Narendra Modi. Frame Narendra Modi. Therefore, this cottage industry, for the last so many years, in spite of suffering so many rebuffs, never at all stopped in their diabolical design. The quest was not to get justice to the victims of riot. The only benchmark, somehow or the other, Narendra Modi must be implicated.
The cottage
First
industry
the
that you
rights,
speak of, sir.
Then the
What is
Sohrabuddin
this
case
cottage industry? What is this cottage industry,
Yes.
sir? And does this cottage industry that targeted, as you say, then Chief Minister and subsequently Prime Minister Narendra Modi, does it still exist?
They do. But they have been rejected in the court of law, and they and their patrons have been rejected in the court of the people of India. Again, I repeat, the diabolical designs have been rejected, the Tisas Dalwads her NGOs, her international friends, some selected media editors, some TV journalists who made a career out of castigating Modi in the last so many years. Okay? We all know them. Why should I take anyone's name? And their political patrons internationally. Well, don't forget one thing. Mr. Modi was denied a visa to visit USA for 9-10 years. Good luck. He went to USA as the Prime Minister upon invitation of the President of the United States. And today, Indo-US relationship at an all-time high. That was the kind of campaign. I want to make it very clear. Any riots is unfortunate. Those who are guilty must be punished. But today on your channel, since I am sitting in my constituency in Patna, I want to remind your viewers one thing more. When Mr. Lalu Prasad was the railway minister in 2004-05, he set up a committee of a retired Supreme Court judge, Mr. Banerjee.
Yes.
You remember that the car Sevaks train going from Ayodhya to Ahmedabad in Godhra, there was a fire in coach number S6 and all, and about 50 car Sevaks died. You remember that?
Yes.
That great Mr. Banerjee held, no, there was no attack on the coach. The fire was lit from inside by accident. Can you see the cottage? Yes, this was the cottage industry I am talking about, Mr. Gaurav Sawant. This was the cottage industry. You remember there was a Modi meter column in a particular newspaper?
Sir, the officials...
Yes, go ahead.
You know, the officials who carried out the investigation, not a tittle of evidence is what the Supreme Court found. No evidence, and just certain insinuations that were made. Investigations have been questioned against those and the claims made by those officials, perhaps for political reasons or otherwise. Does your government intend to take action? What will your next course of action be, sir?
That is something, a structured view will have to be taken. It will not be proper for me to make any comment. But again, coming to the cottage industry, Mr. Gaurav Sawant, don't forget one basic, crucial fact. All the investigation was done during the UPA regime. This SIT of 2011, Raghavan's committee.
Yes.
The complaint of Zakir Zafia in 2006-07. The Supreme Court saying investigated everything. And Mr. Modi subjected to a 9 hours grilling cross-examination by the prosecutions. Okay? Nothing came out of it. Yet they kept on challenging, kept on questioning. Therefore, this whole cottage industry, as I always say in my press conference, I consciously and deliberately, 60 investigations, official, non-official, NGOs, international, whatnot. And today, taking benefit of your program, allow me to make one comment. The Supreme Court has said this. Before that, the SIT report was accepted by the Supreme Court in 2011-12. Based upon evidence, extensive examination of evidence. Then how is it, Gaurav Sawant, and I say so with great respect, a retired Chief Justice of India in the year 2004-05 wrote a 25-page judgment when Rome was burning, Nero was sleeping. You remember that?
Yes.
That is still there. Therefore, cottage industry syndrome was working in many places. But I'm happy and I'm proud of my leader, Mr. Narendra Modi, that he came with shining color, both to the court of law and also repeatedly to the court of the people of India.
Those who ran this cottage industry, those who received funds or are alleged to have received funds from overseas, certain investigations were undertaken. Will those investigations be taken to their logical conclusion, including allegations of diversion of funds for personal use, sir?
Surely, why not? That is a process going on in Home Ministry. It should go, and it must go. These cottage industry custodians who used to procure global fund to prosecute Mr. Modi must be brought to book. Why not? Must be made accountable. Why not? Whatever happened to Zakir Zafia, her husband died, there was a riot. More than 20 riots have taken in the Congress regime after independence in Gujarat. Unfortunate. They happened in Bihar, they happened in UP, they happened in Bengal. Leftist government or Mamta ji's government. The guilty must be brought to book. But the entire campaign on secularism in the fight against communalism was only that we have to succeed in nabbing Mr. Modi. That's all. Gaurav Sawant, should I tell you some of the writings of some of the great editors of India? Huh? Not only in India but also globally. In many parts of the world, I was confronted with their articles. And I was shocked to see the patent falsehood which they have indulged into in their, some of the global writings.
Will an attempt be made to hold them accountable with the Supreme Court verdict now giving a clean chit to the Prime Minister and saying that that SIT report was unimpeachable, or words to that effect, sir?
Yes, obviously, but these are matters which I cannot comment upon based upon your channel. They'll have to be examined thoroughly. Judgment has only come today, this huge judgment. But yes, it is a great vindication, because as a senior lawyer, I also was involved in some of the cases in the Supreme Court of India before I came to power in 2014. And I have seen myself as to what kind of view, I don't want to name, in some of the judges' court, Mr. Modi's case was absolutely, what to say, a closed mind was there. I am saying so with full sense of responsibility. Literally closed mind. You could make it out. Come on, India is governed by rule of law. If you are so prejudiced, don't hear the case. And I am saying so, Mr. Gaurav Sawant, with some degree of responsibility.
And that's
so
a
the
very,
great
very
TV
major
channels,
thing to say, sir. That's
editors
a grave,
and anchors
grave
who
charge
made a good
to
name
level,
for
sir.
Isliye I am not taking name, but I am saying so with some degree of responsibility. Okay? Therefore, we all hold the judiciary in high respect, but I took the name of 2004 judgment or not. That Supreme Court, 3-4 benches, repeatedly after examination of evidence saying what? That the SIT investigation is right. There is nothing against Mr. Modi. Then how could a Chief Justice of India, Mr. Gaurav Sawant, write a judgment of 25-30 pages, copiously used by certain selected TV anchors when Rome was burning, Nero was sleeping? What is this? Tell me, what is this? That's the point.
But what do you intend doing, or what does
today,
the
when there is a
government
final
intend to do
closure
about this, sir?
That is a call to be taken. I am not competent to comment, nor do I wish to comment. But today, in democracy, Gaurav, there is something of a recall value, you know? Therefore, today I recall that value. And I consciously use the word cottage industry, whose only objective was to nail Narendra Modi ji, come what may. I am happy that it is given a final closure today. And that is, falsehood has slippery foundations. You can't detain truth for too long. That's what the story is about.
Mr. Ravi Shankar Prasad, for joining me here on India Today. Many thanks.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, let's quickly cut across and listen into Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray on the road ahead.
विषप्राशन भगवान शंकरांनी केलेलं तसं आम्ही ते करतोच आहोत. बघूया. आज विशेष काय आहे की काँग्रेस आणि राष्ट्रवादी हे दोघंही आपल्या सोबत, त्यांनी त्यांच्या नेत्यांनी, सोनियाजी आहेत, पवार साहेब आहेत, त्यांनी आपण आपल्या सोबत राहणार सरकार असो त्यांनी जाहीर केलेले आहे. पाठीत पुन्हा एकदा खंजीर कोणी बसला तर आपल्याच लोकांनी. आता ही आपली लोक तुम्ही सगळ्यांनी रक्ताचं पाणी करून निवडून दिलेली माणसं आहेत. यांची ओळख ही शिवसेनेने म्हणजे तुम्ही शिवसैनिकांनी, अनेक जण माझ्या समोर आज बसलेले असतील की जिथे जिथे हे आमदार निवडून आले तिथे तुमच्यातले काही जण निवडून येऊ शकत असताना सुद्धा आपण यांना उमेदवारी दिली आणि अशी लोक निवडून तुम्ही आणलेली आहात. तुमच्यापैकी काही त्यावेळेला त्या जागेवरती इच्छुक सुद्धा होते आणि असतील, पण एकदा पक्षाने आदेश दिल्यानंतर स्वतःची इच्छा बाजूला ठेवून पक्षाने दिलेला उमेदवार निवडून आणणं ही खरी निष्ठा, ती निष्ठा तुम्ही दाखवलेली आहे. मग आज आहे ना एवढं सगळं तुम्ही सगळं निवडून दिल्यानंतर नाराज होऊन जात आहेत आणि तुमचा हक्क असताना सुद्धा देऊ शकत नाही, तरी तुम्ही नाराज न होता आज कठीण प्रसंगामध्ये निष्ठेने एकत्र राहिल्यात. तुमचे आभार मी कसे मानू, कोणत्या शब्दात मानू? याला म्हणतात निष्ठा. कारण शिवसेनेची स्थापना जेव्हा झाली, हे मी मागे अनेकदा बोललेलो आहे, तुम्ही ऐकून ऐकून पाठ पण तुम्हाला झालं असेल की नगरसेवक
of Shiv-Sena, he is saying that he is appreciating the fact that even after so many people leaving him, these are people who have come to attend this meeting are still supporting him.
महापौर निवडून येणं हे आपलं वैभव आहेच, पण आपले आमदार निवडून यायला लागले. आज तर मी तुमच्या बरोबर तुमचा पक्षप्रमुख, तुमचा मुख्यमंत्री म्हणून मी बोलतोय, केवढं मोठं वैभव आहे. नाही म्हटलं तरी दिल्लीमध्ये आपले आज लोकसभेमध्ये 22-23 खासदार आहेत.
I am not speaking to as a chief minister, but just as a friend that we as Shiv Sena party have 22 member of parliament in Lok Sabha.
भासवण्याचा प्रयत्न केलेला आहे. काही जणांना मुद्दामून तुम्हाला अत्यंत स्पष्ट शब्दात सांगतो. आज सुद्धा मला फोन आले की काही ठिकाणी असे आता मेसेज चाललेले आहेत की अरे तुम्हाला काही वेळ लागलं काय, आम्ही तर उद्धव साहेबांसोबतच आहोत, आम्हाला उद्धव साहेबांनीच करायला सांगितलंय, तुम्ही या सोबत बरोबर या. बरं, उद्धव साहेबांसोबत जायचंय तर ही कोणती पद्धत आहे? तुम्ही सरळ आज जसे माझ्याशी जोडले गेलेला म्हणजे शिवसैनिकांमध्ये संभ्रम निर्माण करायचा, जनतेच्या मनात संभ्रम निर्माण करायचा. एकदा म्हणायचं मुख्यमंत्री आम्हाला भेटत नाहीत, एकदा म्हणायचं राष्ट्रवादी आम्हाला लावत नाहीये. पण जेव्हा ही कुणकुण माझ्याकडे यायला लागली तेव्हा मी एकनाथ शिंदेलाच बोलवलं. म्हटलं एकनाथजी बघा, मी तुम्हाला जबाबदारी दिलेली आहे ती शिवसैनिकांची, शिवसेनेची, शिवसेनेच्या आमदारांची, खासदारांची आणि जिल्हा प्रमुख महापालिकेची कामं करण्यासाठी. पण आता त्याचं जे वळण वेगळं लागतं असं माझ्या कानावर येते, हे असं असेल तर काही योग्य नाहीये. तर मला म्हणाले की काय साहेब की ते राष्ट्रवादी खूप त्रास देते. म्हटलं सांगा त्रास, तोंडावर बोलतो त्यांच्या, करू एक गाव दोन तुकडे करायचे तर तेही करूया.
Eknath Shinde at that point had said that NCP is harassing them. Uddhav Thackeray had said that what is the harassment? Tell me, I'll call them on their face.
आणि सगळ्या सैनिकांची आणि त्यांची इच्छा असेल तर चला भाजप सोबत. पण म्हटलं जे भाजप आपल्याशी विश्वासघातकीपणाने आतापर्यंत वागलेला आहे, एकदा दोनदा 14 साली युती तोडली, 19 साली आपल्या विरुद्ध बंडखोर उभे केले.
BJP has always behaved selfish interest with the Shiv Sena and they have broken ties with the Shiv Sena at multiple times.
आलं पाहिजे, सगळ्यांना आपल्या सैनिकांना मान्य पाहिजे. आपल्या लोकांच्या पाठी तो जो काही त्यांनी केवळ आणि केवळ द्वेषापायी एक वेगळ्या चौकशा बिकशांचा ससीमेरा लावलाय. काय लावलेलं आहे? म्हणजे भाजप सोबत गेले, पण आपल्यात राहिले तर त्यांना आत टाकतो. ही काय पद्धत आहे? ही काय मैत्रीची लक्षण आहेत? ही काय मैत्रीची लक्षण आहेत? 14 साली सुद्धा आपण हिंदूच होतो, तेव्हा भाजपने युती तोडली होती. 2019 साली सुद्धा हिंदू होतो, आजही हिंदू आहोत. मातोश्रीची बदनामी, माझी बदनामी, कुटुंबियांची बदनामी. मी एवढा निर्लज्ज नाही होऊ शकत. माझी बदनामी करा, माझ्यावरती तुम्ही काय हल्ला करायचं तर करा, पण कोणी तुमच्यापैकी सुद्धा कुटुंबाची बदनामी कारण नसताना, आणि मातोश्री मी राहतोय माझं भाग्य आहे, पण मातोश्री हे तुमचं श्रद्धास्थान आहे. तुमच्यासाठी तुम्ही ते मंदिर मानता, त्याच्यावरती
people want to insult me, I am okay with it, but if people are insulting my family and Matushri, then I will not tolerate it.
तर म्हटलं एकच करू, कोणी कुठे जायचा याचा त्याचा विषय, पण ह्याच्यात जोपर्यंत स्पष्टता येत नाही तोपर्यंत मी एकटा मात्र ह्याच्यात येणार नाही. बाकी तुम्हाला सगळ्यांना जायचं असेल, शिवसैनिकांना जायचं असेल तर जरूर जा, पण पहिला आमदार माझ्याकडे येऊ द्या, बोलू द्या, त्यांची जी काही आपण भाजपसोबत जायचं नाही, काय करायचं ठरवू. पण आमदार माझ्याकडे येऊ द्या. आमदार माझ्याकडे आले असते आणि आज जे बोलते ते बोलले असते, ते इथल्या इथे मार्ग निघाला असता की नसता?
If they would have come to me instead of doing all these things, whether there would be a way, there would have been a way out or not.
सुरतला गेले, तिकडनं आता गुवाहाटीला गेले, तिकडनं आणखीन कुठे म्हणजे सगळे तीर्थस्थान करून येतात. त्याच्यानंतर मला
They went to Surat, then to Guwahati, and then roaming around.
प्रार्थना करतील, काय करतील. पण हे सगळं जर तुम्ही इतके वर्ष सोबत राहिलात, शिवसेनेची एकनिष्ठ आहात, शिवसैनिक आहात, तर हक्कानी तुम्ही माझ्याकडे बरं आमदारांची सुद्धा बैठक तेव्हा त्यांची जी काही कामं अडकली होती ती मी मार्गी लावली. त्या व्यतिरिक्त काय काम आहे का? नाही काय नाही साहेब, तुम्ही आम्हाला फक्त बेदबेदे भेटत राहा. म्हटलं बाबा बरोबर आहे, माझा संवाद तुटलाय. हे आता नुसते काही कारण मीमांसा नाही करू शकत, पण आता तुमच्या मनामध्ये तुमचं मी जो एक मुद्दा उपस्थित केलेला आहे की मुख्यमंत्रीपद मी तर परवापासून मातोश्रीत राहायला आलेलो आहे. ज्या वेळेला हे सगळे म्हणतील आणि का असेल तर ठीक आहे, मला मुख्यमंत्री पदाचा मोह तेव्हाही नव्हता, आत्ताही नाही, उद्याही नसणार. समजा दुय्यम आहे, पण माझ्या कुटुंबाचा एक अधिकार आहे. कुटुंब म्हणजे माझं कुटुंब नाही, ठाकरे परिवार नाही, हा शिवसेना परिवार. तुम्हाला मी आज विचारतोय, ज्या सकाळी मी शिवसेना प्रमुखांचे एकनिष्ठ सैनिक तुम्ही म्हणून तुम्ही मला आपला नेता मानता, आदित्यला तुम्ही आपला नेता मानता, कारण शिवसेना प्रमुखांनी शेवटच्या भाषणामध्ये तुम्ही उद्धवला जपा, तुम्ही आदित्यला जपा म्हणून तुम्ही आम्हाला जपत आलात. पण याचा अर्थ असा कधी मी नाही लागू देणार की मी केवळ साहेबांनी सांगितलं म्हणून आणि म्हणून तुमच्याशी मी वेळावाकडा कसाही वागेन, अजिबात नाही. आज सुद्धा तुम्हाला मी जाहीररित्या सांगतो आहे, काय म्हणाल तुम्ही स्वतःला नालायक का म्हणता? म्हटलं मी नाही म्हणत आहे, याला ठरवणाऱ्यांनी ठरवू दे. जर मी योग्य नसेल तर शिवसेना प्रमुखांनी केलेलं आव्हान पण बाजूला ठेवा. कारण शिवसेना प्रमुख असते तर शिवसेनेशी मी त्यांचा पुत्र जरी असलो आणि वेडावाकडा वागलो असतो तर मला त्यांनी माफ नसतं केलं. आता ती जबाबदारी तुम्ही घ्यायची.
Balasaheb would have been alive, and his son would have behaved this way against the party. He would have not tolerated it.
आजपर्यंत मी साहेबांनी सांगितलं म्हणून तुम्हाला नेता म्हणून मानला, पण तुम्ही शिवसेना नीट चालू शकत नाही, दूर व्हा. मी आता माझ्या पदाचा राजीनामा देतो, आता देतो.
I am ready to resign from my chief minister post right now.
त्यांचा पुत्र आहे, माझं शिवसेनेवरती जीवापेक्षा जास्त प्रेम आहे, पण ह्याचा आणि मी पक्ष प्रमुख आहे.
I believe the party Shiv-Sena more than my life.
आणि मी शिवसैनिक आहे, माझी शिवसेना माझ्यापेक्षा दुसरा कोणी पुढे अधिक चांगल्या न्यायाने देऊ शकतो. जरूर मी पद मोकळं करायला तयार आहे. कोणी या, ही शिवसेना पुढे नाही, कारण शिवसेना ही कुटुंबाची खासगी मालमत्ता नाही, तर शिवसेना हा विचार आहे.
शिवसेना इज नॉट अ प्रायव्हेट पार्टी ऑफ अ फॅमिली.
हा त्यांचा डाव आहे, तो नीट लक्षात घ्या. हा डाव असा आहे की त्यांना हिंदुत्वाच्या वोट बँकेमध्ये दुसरा भागीदार नको आहे, हिंदुत्वाचा दुसरा खातेदार नको आहे. जो हिंदुत्व म्हणून हे करेल तो त्यांचा दुश्मन आहे. 25-30 वर्ष ज्या विचारावरती आपण एकत्र राहिलो,
people don't want competition in Hindutva, and hence Shiv-Sena becomes their enemy. Shiv-Sena has been in politics of Maharashtra for long.
तेव्हा शिवसेना प्रमुखांनी भाजपा बरोबर भाजपाला आवाहन केलं की हिंदू मतांमध्ये विभागणी व्हायला नको, आपण एकत्र येऊया. आणि मग युती झाल्यानंतर
25 years earlier it was Balasaheb Thackeray who had urged BJP to come together and have a coalition with Shiv-Sena so that Hindu votes are not divided.
याला भाजपात जाण्याशिवाय पर्याय नाहीये. भले यांनी जर का सगळ्या कलाकार्य करून काही जरी केलं तरी आज सुद्धा त्यांच्यामध्ये सगळे गेलेले आमदार खुश नाहीत. ते आज सुद्धा मला कॉन्टॅक्ट करतायत. फक्त त्यांना
those MLAs who have gone to Guwahati are still in contact with me. They are not happy. There is no other option with them but to go to BJP.
सुद्धा त्या NDTV ने तुम्हाला दाखवलेलं आहे. आज जर काही गट स्थापन केला आणि आज नाही तर उद्या नाही तर परवा नाही तर 2 महिन्यांनी फुटला तर बाकीचे डिस्क्वालिफाय होणार आहे. आणि हा धोका त्यांनाही माहिती, कारण हे लांब चालू शकणार नाही जरी उद्या सरकार स्थापन झालं तरी. तर यांना भाजपात जाण्याशिवाय पर्याय
to form a government with these available MLAs because they also know that these MLAs can turn anytime in the Sarkar and their government will come in minority.
पाठीमागचा उद्देश आहे तो आपल्या लोकांना आता कळायला लागलेले आहे. बरं आज जर का हे गेले आणि तुम्ही सगळे एकवटून जसे आता उभे राहिलेले आहात तसे एकवटून उभे राहिलात तर आज निवडून आलेले जे गेले ते पुन्हा निवडून येऊ शकतील. हे सगळं त्यांना माहिती.
Uddhav has asked if those who have left us and you people have stayed with us, those people who have left us, can they win again? People said no.
शिवसेनेची आहे. उद्याची निवडणूक ही शिवसेना जिंकणारी निवडणूक आहे. हे चढ उतार होत असतात, मला काही त्याची पर्वा. आजपर्यंत आयुष्यामध्ये पहिल्या दिवसापासून शिवसेनेचे चढापेक्षा उतारच जास्त बघितलेले आहेत. किती दिवस आपण सत्तेमध्ये होतो, काय सत्तेमध्ये आपण उपभोगलेले आहे. आता सुद्धा या 2.5 वर्षाच्या काळामध्ये मुख्यमंत्री मी आहेच, अजूनही आहे, पण मुख्यमंत्री म्हणून मी सुख काय भोगलेलं आहे. एकतर जगावरती त्याच्यानंतर माझ्या तब्येतीचं कारण आलं. हे सगळं बघितलं तर काय आनंद म्हणून मी मुख्यमंत्री पदाचा काय घेतलेला आहे मला सांगा.
आय एम नॉट
बरं, मुख्यमंत्री भेटत नाही
बिकॉज आय एम गेटिंग समथिंग आउट ऑफ इट.
म्हणतो परत त्या मला सहानुभूती नाही कमवायची. पण जर का कारण असेल तर ते निमित्त करून तुम्ही जर का फुटत असाल तर त्याच्यापेक्षा एक सांगा की आम्हाला आता जी काही शिवसेनेत जी मंत्रिपद शिवसेनेत मिळालेली आहेत, जो मोकळेपणा शिवसेनेने दिलेला आहे, खात्यात मी कोणत्याही कधी गडबड केलेली केलेली नाही, लुडबुड केलेली नाही, अजिबात केलेलं नाहीये. हे स्वातंत्र्य तुम्हाला भाजपसोबत मिळत असेल आणि जर तुमच्यापैकी कोणी मुख्यमंत्री होत असेल तर जरूर जा.
I have never interfered in any of the portfolios given to the ministers. If you can get this luxury in BJP, you can ask anybody. If tomorrow anybody becomes a chief minister, what will be the involvement and with the side of BJP?
नाही, हे मी बोललेलं आहे. हे हा सतत आता ऐकून कंटाळा आलेला विषय आहे. मग कोणाची होई शिवसेना? का म्हणून तुम्ही माझ्या मागे उभे राहिलात? उद्धव बाळासाहेब ठाकरे नाव असलं म्हणून तुम्ही माझ्या मागे आहे, नाहीतर कशाला आहे? हे सगळे बोलून झालेले विषय आहेत की 2014 नंतर जी काही शिवसेना सत्तेत आली आणि 2012 साली साहेब आपल्यातनं गेले तरी सुद्धा आपण जिंकत आलो. मग ती मंत्रिपद देणारी शिवसेना ही बाळासाहेबांचीच आहे ना. आज सुद्धा शिवसेना ही बाळासाहेबांचीच आहे. पण आता झालेले काय
बाळासाहेब ठाकरे
पसरत आहे की या बंडाच्या मागे मी आहे, अजिबात नाही. एवढा मी माझ्या शिवसेनेच्या पाठीत वार करणारीची अवलाद नाही. मी शिवसेना प्रमुखांची त्यांचा वारसा घेऊन पुढे जाणार आहे. मीच माझ्या पक्षाच्या पाठीत वार करू कशासाठी आणि करायचा
never step in the back of my party. That's one of the biggest important thing to say for as a factor in the party.
हे सगळं निमित्त आहे. ह्याच्या मागचं कारण हे वेगळं हे तुमच्या प्रत्येकाच्या लक्षात यायला लागलेलं असेल की काय हा गेला ह्याचं कारण काय, तो गेला त्याचं कारण काय. पण आता त्यांनी ठरवलेलं आहे भाजपाने की आता कोणत्याही परिस्थितीत उद्धव ठाकरे एकटा राहिला पाहिजे, बाकी सगळे आपल्याकडे आले पाहिजे. चला करा प्रयत्न. तुम्ही निवडून आले ज्यांनी निवडून दिलेले आहेत त्यांना फोडा, हिंमत असेल तर त्यांना फोडा. काय त्यांना लालूच दाखवायची, पैशाची दाखवायची. तुमच्यापैकी कोणाला बरेच जणांना आता फोन येत आहेत, काही जणांना प्रेमाचे येत आहेत, काही जणांना धमक्यांचे येत आहेत. दिवसभर खाली मी त्या दिवशीच बोललो होतो की शेराला सव्वाशेर भेटतोच, तो भेटतोच. त्याची नांदी ही कदाचित असेल, त्याचीच ही नांदी असेल की शेराला सव्वाशेर भेटण्याची वेळ आता जवळ येत चाललेली असेल. आणि त्याच्यासाठी काय सांगावं की आई जगदंबेने ही जबाबदारी आपल्यावर टाकली असेल की ही याला तोडीस फक्त शिवसेनाच होऊ शकते, पण शिवसैनिकाला तो यश त्याला मिळत नाही. फार पूर्वी मला एक पत्रकार माझ्याशी गप्पा मारताना बोलले होते की उद्धवजी एक लक्षात ठेवा, तेव्हा आपली सत्ता होती 95 साली युती सरकार. मला म्हणाले खरं सांगू का की शिवसेना युतीत गेल्यानंतर न ही आळसावते. शिवसेना ही कशी आहे माहितीये, शिवसेना ही तलवारी सारखी आहे. शिवसेना तलवार म्हटलं तर मेहनत घातली ती गंजते. तळपण्यासाठी ही स्थिती ही निर्माण केली गेलेली आहे की काय हेच मला आता वाटते. तर मी तळपणाऱ्या शिवसेनेशी बोलतो आहे, सगळ्या माझ्या शिवसैनिकांशी बोलतो आहे. हा जो काही डाव आहे हा शिवसेना संपवण्याचा आहे. बरं, ह्याच्यामध्ये तीच मतं फोडण्याचं पाप तुम्ही करता आहात. एक तर शिवसेनेची युती तोडली तुम्ही, शिवसेनेच्या पाठीतवार केला, आम्हाला त्यांच्याबरोबर तुम्ही ढकललं.
You broke coalition with Shiv Sena, you backstabbed Shiv Sena.
म्हणजे परत तेच मी सांगतोय की हिंदू हिंदू हिंदू
And you are
शिवसेना
teaching Hindutva to Shiv Sena.
शिवसेनेने हे केलं काय, मी याची सगळ्याची उत्तरं दिलेली आहेत. परत तेच बोलण्यात काय अर्थ नाही. तुम्ही सगळ्यांनी ते पाहिलेलं आहे. एकही काम आतापर्यंत मला असं दाखवा की शिवसेनेने हिंदुत्वापासून दूर गेले त्याचे सिद्ध करू शकतात. मग ते म्हणतील काँग्रेस सोबत गेलात, ठीक आहे ना, तुम्ही नव्हता गेला मुफ्ती मोहम्मद बरोबर.
They make allegation against me that I went with Congress.
हिंदुत्ववादी आहे, बोला त्याला सांगायला तो हिंदुत्ववादी आहे म्हणून.
But I have still remained a Hindutwawadi.
तुम्ही जसे तुमच्या सोयीप्रमाणे त्याला हिंदुत्व मानत असाल, म्हणजे आम्ही खाल्लं तर शेड आणि तुम्ही खाल्लं तर काय, हा प्रकार आहे. हा
We go with other parties, we are leading into due to the same coalition, you are still
म्हणून
Hindu.
मी मगाचा जो प्रश्न विचारला तो गाडून जाण्याच्या आधी मी मला वाटतं जिल्हा प्रमुखांशी बोललो का कोणाशी बोललो आठवत नाही मला आता, कारण सतत बोलतोच आहे की काही जणांनी मला सांगितलं की परवा तुम्ही वर्षा सोडलात, असं करून कसं चालेल, खचून जाऊन कसं चालेल. अरे म्हटलं म्हणजे काय, मी मातोश्रीत आलोय, वर्षा सोडला म्हणजे
I have left Varsha 2 days ago. People told me how will things work if you leave things like this.
मोह सोडलेला आहे आणि तो मोह पुन्हा माझा शिवसैनिक, आता त्या बंगल्यात जाईल तो माझा
I have
शिवसैनिक.
not left something, I have left the greed which people attach me with.
आणि ही जिद्द ही माझ्या समोर तुमच्या रूपाने बसलेली आहे. तुमच्यामध्ये धमक आहे की नाही एकदा मला
I may have left the greed for power, but I am still going to keep Shiv Sena in power.
होईपर्यंत मी थांबणार नाही हे मला एकदा तुम्ही हात वर करून सांगा बस. बाकी कोण टीकाकार काय बोलतील, कारण मग ते
Those who are criticizing, let them criticize. I will make Shiv Sena more powerful.
बाकीचा त्यांचा मुलगा खासदार झाला शिवसेनेच्या जोरावर, तो बाजूला, बाकीच्यांच्या मुलांनी काय
His
व्हायचं
son
नाही.
became member of parliament.
आता ह्या सगळ्या गोष्टी फार कोत्या मनाच्या आहेत. मी कोणालाही कोणाचा मुलगा म्हणून उमेदवारी दिलेली नाही.
Make allegations against Aditya.
तरी हरकत नाही मला, हो मोठा, मला नाही पोटात असूया त्याच्याबद्दल. उलट पिढ्यानपिढ्या शिवसेनेचं काम करतायत, पिढ्यानपिढ्या शिवसेनेच्या आहेत, हा एक मला अभिमान आहे. ह्या सगळ्या गोष्टी तुमच्या कानावरती आज बऱ्याच दिवसांनी मला बोलता आलं. तुम्ही सगळे सोबत
time I was addressing you and I told you all these things.
माझं वैभव हे तुम्ही आहात, शिवसेना प्रमुखांनी जोडून दिलेले शिवसैनिक. तर तुमच्या सगळ्याच्या भरोश्यावरती
For me, the most important asset is the Shiv Sainik, the workers of Shiv Sena.
मी आमदारांची बैठक घेतली तेव्हा सांगितलं, तेच सांगतोय, ज्याला जायचं असेल दरवाजा मोकळा आहे. अनेकांनी मला विचारलं की का तुम्ही
this again, I told this in the MLA meeting also. People who want to go can go, door is open.
त्यातले बरेच आधीच ह्यांनी पळवल्यासारखे नेलेले आहेत, म्हणजे कोणाला काही न सांगता नेलेले आहे आणि मग तिकडे गेल्यानंतर सांगितलं आपल्याला असं करायचंय.
Who have left without them being informed where they are being taken. They are being taken again under pressure.
पुन्हा एकदा शिवसेना उभी करेल, मला त्याची पर्वा नाही. माझ्या अंगात शिवसेना प्रमुख रक्त आहे आणि या रक्ताची ताकद मी दाखवल्याशिवाय राहणार नाही. तुम्हाला सगळ्यांना मी धन्यवाद देतो.
Shiv Sena is in my blood. Without showing you the power of my blood, I will not stop.
माफी मागतो, पण ही साथ, ही सोबत, ही कायम राहील. धन्यवाद. जय हिंद, जय महाराष्ट्र.
So Jai Maharashtra says the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, making several points. He says, I will remain a Hindutva-wadi, insult me but not my family, and by my family he means the Shiv Sena. He insists he may have left Varsha, which is the official residence of the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, but he will work to make the Shiv Sena stronger. He's thanked those who are still standing by him for being there. He says Eknath Shinde was actually given the responsibility to meet Shiv Sainiks and address all their problems, and he repeatedly asked them, tell me how NCP is harassing the Sainiks. He believes, and Uddhav Thackeray says, it's the BJP that has behaved in a selfish manner and has broken ties with the Shiv Sena several times. Major attack. He said he will not tolerate an insult to either Matoshri or his family, which is the Shiv Sena. He says instead of going to Guwahati or Surat, the disgruntled MLAs or the rebel MLAs should have actually reached out to him, met him and he would have addressed their grievances, including giving up the Chief Minister's chair. He says, I'm not greedy for power. I'm not greedy to be the Chief Minister. Ready to resign right now. My love for Sena is more than my love for life, is what Uddhav Thackeray said in this emotional address to Shiv Senics. We could have found a solution together, but is this also an indication that now the fight between Uddhav Sena and the Shinde Sena has reached a point of no return? Because amidst this growing political crisis in Maharashtra, Sharad Pawar and top NCP netas, they're in a huddle right now. NCP President Sharad Pawar earlier this evening met the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Uddhav Thackeray, at Matoshri, and he was accompanied by several top NCP leaders, including the state NCP President Jayant Patil and Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Dada Pawar. Now, sources in the NCP are telling India Today that NCP made it very clear to Shiv Sena that they do not have the numbers. Eknath Shinde has the upper hand in this crisis. The momentum is with Eknath Shinde. Sources are telling India Today that the top NCP leadership, they believe that dragging this matter would not only embarrass the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Uddhav Thackeray, the Shiv Sena, the Uddhav faction, but also embarrass the entire Maha Vikas Aghadi government should it reach a floor test, because there is realization that they do not have the numbers. NCP leadership, we are told, is all set to advise Uddhav Thackeray to accept the fact that he does not have the numbers and move on gracefully. What we are also being told is that tomorrow at 1300 hours, 1 p.m. tomorrow, Shiv Sena has a national executive meeting and the next course of action will be decided at the national executive. But very, very clearly, the situation is extremely grim, because this is a fight for the legacy of Balasaheb Thackeray. The Uddhav Sena versus Eknath Shinde Sena fight is all about Balasaheb Thackeray's legacy, the fight to claim the mantle of Hindutva. And there is also Raj Thackeray. He's waiting in the wings. There is this, of course, as you very well know, is the third rebellion in the Shiv Sena, perhaps the worst that the party has faced right now. It's split right down the middle. In fact, Eknath Shinde claims to have the support of 2/3 MLAs of the Shiv Sena. The question is, does he have it in him to split the party rank and file right down the middle? Is that the game plan?
Uddhav, Raj or Eknath Shinde, who will win the battle for Balasaheb's legacy? With the rebel camp numbers swelling, Eknath Shinde is all set to give a double blow to Uddhav Thackeray. Not just is he all set to push him off the Chief Minister's chair, but is also likely to end Uddhav Thackeray's reign in the Shiv Sena. With the rebel camp near close to proving 2/3 majority, the question is if Eknath Shinde will now float his own party. Eknath Shinde claims to be a true Shiv Sainik and has promised to work on the ideals of Balasaheb Thackeray.
सभी लोग जो है, हम बाला साहब ठाकरे जी का जो हिंदुत्व है इस और उनकी जो भूमिका है उसको हम लोग आगे ले जाना चाहते हैं।
Uddhav Thackeray has not had it easy either. 2 months after Bal Thackeray's demise, Sena Executive President Uddhav Thackeray took over as the Sena President in January 2013. He admitted, though, that he could never replace his father, and epithets like Supremo and Hindu Hriday Samrat will always be associated to his father, Bal Thackeray. Trying to stay true to its Hindutva ideology, Shiv Sena, under Uddhav Thackeray, had allied with the BJP in 2014. The situation reversed though in 2019, with the two parties joining hands to fight polls together, yet splitting soon after, as BJP won 105 seats, refused to give up the Chief Minister's chair to the Shiv Sena, who landed 56 seats in the 288-member assembly. Uddhav then took the unexpected route to the throne by allying with Congress and NCP. Uddhav Thackeray since then has been slammed for shunning Sena founders' Hindutva legacy. He did respond to critics though, saying that his idea of Hindutva is different. Taking a jibe at the BJP, Uddhav was heard saying he does not want a Hindu Rashtra which is not peaceful.
शिवसेना कदापि हिंदुत्वापासून आणि हिंदुत्व कदापि शिवसेनेपासून दूर होऊ शकत नाही. कारण शिवसेना प्रमुखांनी जो एक कानमंत्र दिलेला आहे की हिंदुत्व हा आमचा श्वास आहे.
On the sidelines now is also Raj Thackeray, the nephew of Bal Thackeray. The MNS chief, in fact, bears close resemblance to his uncle in looks, aggression and oratory skills. He broke away from the Shiv Sena over tussle on who will be Bal Thackeray's political heir. Raj Thackeray founded MNS in 2006 and popularized Sons of the Soil campaign, over which Shiv Sena was built in 1966. The brightest showing for the MNS was in 2009 when Raj Thackeray ate into the Shiv Sena and BJP votes in Mumbai, Thane, Pune and Nashik, bagging 13 seats of the 288 assembly. MNS since has seen rapid decline. In 2014 and 2019 assembly elections, MNS managed to secure just one assembly seat, losing deposit in most others. In May 2014 Lok Sabha polls, Raj Thackeray openly backed Narendra Modi for Prime Minister and fielded candidates, mostly against the Sena. However, in 2019 Lok Sabha polls, Raj Thackeray took a U-turn, criticized Narendra Modi but did not contest polls. Well, Uddhav Thackeray had till lately been the popular choice to take forward Bal Thackeray's legacy. But of all the revolts that the Shiv Sena has faced in over 50 years of its existence, the current one, led by Eknath Shinde, looks the most threatening. Uddhav now needs nothing short of a miracle to salvage his party. Bijay Kumar for India Today.
And Union Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal has hit out at the Maha Vikas Aghadi, calling it an unholy alliance. He's also spoken about what Bala Saheb Thackeray had said about a proposed alliance with the Congress party. That India Today exclusive coming up on the other side of a short break. Stay with us.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
Ever witnessed a tornado? A tornado is a violently rotating column of air extending from the base of thunderstorm down to the ground. Tornadoes are capable of completely destroying well-made structures, uprooting trees. A tornado can pass through the air like a deadly missile. If you ever witness a tornado or if one passes near you, you need to know the safety measures. In this video, we will tell you all about it. Tornadoes are great spirals of wind and among the most violent and destructive storm on Earth, despite their sometimes fast and localized passage. They form when hot humid air, often from the sea, meets dry cold conditions originally from the poles. As the hot air rises, the denser cold air gathers underneath. The condensation and moisture produced results in the formation of a thundercloud. The two air masses rotate around each other without mixing. Before long, a hazy cone or a funnel appears, a warning sign that a tornado is on the way. Once the spiral touches the ground, it can officially be classed by the name of the tornado. The amount of damage a tornado can cause is directly linked to the speed of its varying wind. The enhanced Fujita scale is used to measure the intensity and damage potential. Most tornadoes are classified as level 0, with wind speed of between 105 and 137 km per hour. Damage is usually slight. For example, tiles might be blown off the roof. But level 5 tornadoes, however, bring with them wind ranging from 320 to 500 km per hour. In this case, a whole house can be uprooted and cars can be thrown more than 100 meters away. Tornadoes can form all across the world, but they most frequently hit the United States of America, where annually there are more than 1,000.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
You
And as this crisis escalates in the Shiv Sena, the BJP has reacted for the first time. Union Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal has called the Maha Vikas Aghadi an unholy alliance. It's only power that has brought them together because they have major ideological differences. In fact, in an exclusive conversation with India Today's news director Rahul Kanwal, he spoke of an incident where Balasaheb Thackeray had said that instead of having an alliance with the Congress, he'd rather dissolve his party. We bring you this India Today exclusive.
You're a Mumbai boy. ये महाराष्ट्र में क्या हो रहा है? क्या करवा रहे हो आप?
हमें तो पता नहीं, मैं तो आपके यहाँ पे बैठा हूँ अभी। इसके पहले हमारे नए राष्ट्रपति जी के नामांकन के लिए गया था। मैं समझता हूँ कि महाराष्ट्र में जो हो रहा है वो उन्हीं के जो गठबंधन था, वो जो जरा भी नैतिक गठबंधन नहीं था, टोटली अनएथिकल alliance. I mean, imagine, just now, by the way, in the car driving to your venue, a senior journalist from your channel was sharing a video which is doing the rounds, I think, on various social media about an interview which Mr. Bal Thackeray gave many, many years ago, in which he was asked the question, would you be willing to go with the Congress to form a government? And he said, I'd rather dissolve my party than do an agreement and do a government with the Congress. I mean, I've never seen such bankruptcy of ideology as we saw in Maharashtra amongst all the partners. All the three partners who hated each other all their life are suddenly seeing virtue in each other, and you see an absolutely unethical government for the last 2.5 years, an absolutely corrupt government. For those who come from Maharashtra or Mumbai have experienced it. And when I was re-elected to the Rajya Sabha only a few days ago, when I was asked my comments, I had actually said that the fact that 3 MPs of the BJP have got elected in Rajya Sabha against a possible 2 that we really had the votes for is reflective of the public anger and the seething discontent that was visible in Maharashtra for many months. It's just come out to the fore. It's an internal matter of that party. But you can clearly see the way things are going, that the majority of that party continues to believe in the ideology or the principles that were once upon a time their core philosophy. And the people who compromise are now being relegated to the background or will probably remain as a fringe element.
You know the Thackeray family very well personally, and now this is very embarrassing for Uddhav Thackeray ji to have his MLAs walk out in a manner where there is now more people with the Shinde Sena than there are with the Thackeray Sena. And what a fall from grace this is for the son of Balasaheb Thackeray. Why do you think it went wrong, and how much of this is BJP lagawing chabi from the back?
Well, very often when there's an earthquake, I think the earthquake was bound to happen. It's probably divine that something which is beyond any of our control, what is happening. And earthquakes will happen, will come and go. Nobody needs to actually do anything to make that earthquake happen. And what we are seeing there is just something which was expected to happen. Frankly, the fact that they ran for 2.5 months itself is, it reflects the ability of power to be a glue and keep them together for 2.5 years. It was an unholy alliance, and I think they're just seeing the result of the public sentiment. In fact, many MPs, in Parliament would come to us from that party and say, literally bang their head and say, we don't know how we'll ever get re-elected in 2024 because we won the last election keeping Mr. Modi's photo in our every poster. Rahul, by the way, I was summoned, requested, pleaded by a candidate of that party in South Mumbai to rush to Mumbai to salvage his election, which was otherwise going down the tube, because South Mumbai clearly looked like being angry that we did not have a BJP candidate and we had a candidate from that party. I literally spent 3-4 days assuaging people all over my area that no, a vote given to this candidate is a vote to Prime Minister Modi for his re-election. आप बस मोदी जी का चित्र रख के वोट डालो वहाँ पे, चाहे धनुष बाण हो, चाहे कमल हो, मोदी जी को वोट जाएगा. वो सोच के वोट डालो. And of course we won that seat with a healthy margin. But for them to win that seat next time, if they didn't have Mr. Modi's photo, would have been a near impossibility. And I think most MPs, MLAs there understood, realized that you have come to Maharashtra during the last elections. You saw the huge upswing of public support and love and affection for Mr. Modi. We could have fought that last election on our own and actually won it also. But we believe in friendships. We believe in respecting friendships, ideological friends, friendships of 30-odd years. This alliance originally, very, very originally, started in my own home in 1984. So we are now, 38 years gone by. And Mr. Vajpayee was there. Mr. Bal Thackeray had come to my home. They both met, discussed. Then they went and addressed a rally at Shivaji Park. And by the way, they didn't even have a recognized symbol. So the then candidate fought on the Kamal symbol, our lotus symbol, in the 84 election. So that was they had only 2 candidates in Maharashtra for the Lok Sabha in 84. But it's unfortunate that they chose not to stick along with the BJP. And let's see how things pan out now. I am not privy to what's happening because I am neither in Guwahati nor I was in Mumbai when all of this happened. I was in Geneva. So certainly I can assure you that none of us has any role in what's happening. Okay.
Sun. We depend on it for energy and light, but solar flares from the sun could be deadly. Are you confused and don't understand what this means? Don't you worry, we have it covered. A massive solar flare erupted from Earth's star as it got active in its new cycle. A sunspot exploded and produced flares which lasted for 8 hours. The event led to a shortwave radio blackout for 8 hours over Japan and Southeast Asia. Before we get into the technicalities of what caused this, let's learn about solar flares. A solar flare is an intense, localized eruption of electromagnetic radiation in the sun's atmosphere. Its occurrence will disrupt radio signals. The occurrence of solar flare also varies upon 11-year cycle. The solar flare unleashed superheated plasma from the sun, powering them at speeds ranging in millions of kilometers per hour. The growing sunspot AR3032 exploded, producing M3 class flares that lasted nearly 8 hours. It hurled towards the inner planets, including Earth, ionized the top of the atmosphere with the extreme ultraviolet radiation released from the sun. Geomagnetic storms are a major disturbance of Earth's magnetosphere that occurs when there is a very efficient exchange of energy from the solar wind into the space environment surrounding Earth.
You are watching India Today.
We know that plastic causes pollution, but did you know microplastics can also be a cause of pollution? Microplastics are plastic particles with dimensions less than 5 millimeters. Some are so small, they are invisible to the naked eye. Nylon and polyethylene, for example, are a mixture of polymers and additives, are themselves microplastics created from tiny pellets known as nurdles. These elements are found in everyday products like shower gels and cosmetics, as well as fertilizers, detergents, and paint. Another major source of this pollution is car tire wear. Difficult to filter, these microplastics get everywhere, in rivers and then the oceans, on land or in the air we breathe. Billions of items of plastic waste taking hundreds of years to break down litter beaches all around the world. All living species in the oceans that are part of the human food chain, from zooplankton to whales, are likely to ingest microplastics. The impact of microplastics on organisms or on ecosystems is unknown, but the additives they contain are potential chemical contaminants.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching You are watching India Today.
Hello and welcome. Thank you for tuning in. I'm Pooja Shali. Let's begin first with the headlines. New twist in Maharashtra Game of Thrones. Sharad Pawar meets Uddhav Thackeray at Matoshri. Sources say NCP netas told Uddhav Thackeray to accept the fact that he does not have numbers and move out gracefully. But the Uddhav Sena, as it stands now, seeking disqualification of 16 rebel MLAs. Maharashtra Chief Minister compares rebel to insects and rodents that they have eaten the party hollow. So all eyes will be on the rebel group and Shinde's Ghar Wapsi. In an exclusive conversation with India Today, Eknath Shinde claims he has the support of 50 MLAs and increasing. Shinde writes to the Maharashtra governor seeking removal of Deputy Speaker. Now heading into the fourth night of the Maharashtra political crisis, and Team Modi finally speaks up. Breaking silence first to India Today. Union Minister Piyush Goyal tears into Aghadi government, says the unholy alliance was bound to fail. In other news, NDA candidate for the President Draupadi Murmu files her nomination. Prime Minister Modi and NDA bigwigs accompany her. The Supreme Court upholds a clean chit to Prime Minister Modi in 2002 Gujarat riots case. Top court says plea filed by Zakia Jaffrey is devoid of merit. BJP claims vindication. Uddhav Thackeray continues to appeal and plead to his MLAs as one by one they head into the rebel camp. This time, he's running out of time and options. With only 16 MLAs appear to be behind him, 38 of his MLAs at least are in Guwahati right now with Eknath Shinde. Desperate for a face saver, Uddhav Thackeray again made an emotional pitch, spoke about his ill health, saying he bounced back despite being in a state where he could not move. His son also, Aditya Thackeray, accused the Shinde Sena of betraying Uddhav and the Shiv Sena at this point. Take a look at this.
Losing MLA after MLA, Uddhav and his Sena are trying hard to hold fort. And it is bare emotions that they are relying on. In his second video address since being hit by a rebellion, Uddhav detailed his health condition, saying that was the reason he did not meet anyone.
अचानक एक दिवस सकाळी उठलो आणि आळस दिली तेव्हा माझ्या मानेत जो प्रचंड असा क्रॅम्प आला, त्याच्यानंतर माझ्या लक्षात आलं माझी खांद्यापासूनची तळपायापर्यंतची हालचाल पूर्ण बंद झाली होती. पूर्ण बंद. म्हणजे मी श्वास घ्यायला बघितलं, मी एक बघितलं की पोट सुद्धा हलत नाही, सगळंच बंद. आणि मग तातडीने दुसरं ऑपरेशन करावं लागलं.
The unapproachable charge hurled at Uddhav by the rebels seems to have hit a raw nerve. Uddhav countered by labeling the rebels insects.
महत्वाकांक्षा जरूर असावी, पण तिला ती राक्षसी महत्वाकांक्षा असता कामा नये, की ज्याने दिलं त्यालाच खायचं. ही महत्वाकांक्षा नाहीये. ही महत्वाकांक्षा असू शकत नाही. आणि जास्तीत जास्त काय केलं तो आज तुम्ही आमदार नेल्यान घेऊन गेलात, घेऊन जा. आणखीन कोणाला घेऊन जायचं घेऊन जा.
Infected with COVID, Uddhav was seen wiping his eyes and nose a few times during his address. But he joked that it wasn't for emotional blackmail. Before Uddhav, his son Aditya too defended his father.
उद्धव साहेबांची सर्जरी झालेली, मी त्यांचे जे काय आहेत ते कसे बाहेर पडले हे मला माहिती. कोणी हिम्मत करत नाही त्या कणाची सर्जरी करायला. एकतर राजकारणानं कणा असतो हे कोणाला माहितीच नसतं. आपल्या साहेबांना आहे हे आपल्याला कळलं, पण ज्या मिनिटाला सर्जरी झाली त्या मिनिटाला नंतर कोविड वाढत गेला.
An emotional Aditya slammed rebels for the great betrayal.
ज्या लोकांना प्राइस टॅग लागलेलं असतं, आतापर्यंत मी बघितलंय हे IPL असेल किंवा फुटबॉल मध्ये असेल, प्रत्येक ऑप्शन होतं, बिडिंग होतं आणि ते टीम्सने करावं. पण इथे जे काही ऐकू येतंय, स्वतःचे जे काही किमती लावल्या आणि विकत गेले, मला माहित नाही खरं आहे खोटं आहे, पण असू शकते. उद्धव साहेबांनी सांगितलं आपले ते सोबत राहिले ते आपले, ते समोरून उभे राहिले त्यांचे.
With Uddhav and his son detailing the chief minister's health condition, Shinde Sena struck back with a sentimental counter. Rebel MLA Yamini Jadhav claimed that she was ignored by the leadership when she was battling cancer.
स्वतःला कॅन्सर या शब्दाने मी कोलमडून गेली होती. फॅमिलीने, माझ्या बायका, विधानसभेतल्या सगळ्या शिवसैनिकांनी आम्हाला खूप साथ दिली. पण ज्यांच्याकडनं अपेक्षा होती तर कोणी कुठल्याही नेत्यांनी मला या बाबतीत विचारपूस केली नाही.
The battle for Maharashtra now hitting an emotional pitch. Bureau Report, India Today.
So man in eye of the storm is Eknath Shinde, who continues to be in Guwahati and getting only more confident and defiant. Eknath Shinde spoke exclusively to India Today, claiming he has over 50 MLAs with him right now. So the big question is, when will he then take the first move, return to Mumbai and then claim Maharashtra's throne of the government?
The Shinde Sena is getting stronger by the day. From 34 MLAs on Tuesday, Shinde on Thursday had 38 Uddhav MLAs at his rebel camp in Guwahati. Shinde now claims his Sena's strength could swell to 50 plus. Another Sena MLA, Dilip Lande, joined the rebel faction in Guwahati. The balance of power between boss Uddhav Thackeray and his former ally Eknath Shinde has begun to shift. The Maharashtra chief minister is trying to pull a rabbit out of the hat. His recent attempt of seeking disqualification of 16 rebel MLAs has been challenged by the new tiger of the Sena jungle, Eknath Shinde, who claimed that his supporters will not be intimidated by disqualification threats and called it a sinister plot to derail his plan.
माइनॉरिटी में जो लोग हैं उनको कार्रवाई करने का, डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन करने का अधिकार ही नहीं है, और मीटिंग अटेंड करने के लिए नहीं किया, इसके लिए डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन नोटिस देने का कोई अधिकार नहीं। ये सिर्फ डराने की बात है, ये डराने की चेष्टा है, और इसलिए ये शिवसेना के जितने हमारे पास MLAs है, निर्दलीय है, उन्होंने कहा है कि ऐसी एक नोटिस नहीं 10 नोटिस आएंगे तो भी हम लोग डरने वाले नहीं।
Eknath told India Today exclusively that more than 50 MLAs are backing him in his revolt and many more are waiting to join. The anti-Uddhav camp has reached the critical number of MLAs. That's 37, required to split the party in the Assembly without facing the anti-defection law.
लोकशाही में, डेमोक्रेसी में एक नंबर मेजॉरिटी को बहुत इम्पोर्टेंस होता है, और वो हमारे पास में है। यहाँ पर जितने आवश्यकता है उससे कई ज्यादा लोग यहाँ पर है, 50+ हमारे साथ में MLAs है, और इसलिए जो भी होगा कानून के मुताबिक होगा। जो है
Meanwhile, independent legislators supporting the BJP speaker not to disqualify the rebel Sena MLAs. Eknath, however, claims that it's his fight and not the BJP's.
नहीं, बिल्कुल नहीं, हमारे से बीजेपी के कोई संपर्क नहीं है, और पवार साहब हमारे लिए बड़े नेता है महा विकास आघाड़ी में, उनके मार्गदर्शन में महा विकास आघाड़ी काम कर रही है, और मेरे लिए पवार साहब भी आदरणीय व्यक्तिमत्व है। जो विधायक है पूरी तरह स्वेच्छा से, अपनी मर्जी से आए, वैसा उन्होंने एफिडेविट भी यहाँ पर दिया हुआ है।
The Sena versus Shinde fight is far from over, with many more twists and turns to come. Bureau Report, India Today.
So what are the other parties up to in the coalition? The top NCP netas are also in a huddle. NCP Supremo Sharad Pawar met Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray at Matoshri in the evening, but he was also accompanied by State NCP President Jayant Patil, who's also been a cabinet minister, and Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Ajit Pawar. Sources in NCP tell India Today that Pawar's party is clear that Shiv Sena does not have the numbers and Shinde has the upper hand right now. Sources say that senior NCP leaders believe that dragging the matter further may just embarrass the Maha Vikas Aghadi government if the floor test is set to happen. So the NCP leadership appears to be advising Uddhav Thackeray to accept the fact that there are no numbers with the government and likely move out gracefully. So it now appears that on the weekend, specifically Saturday 1 p.m, Shiv Sena, that has called for a meeting of its national executive, may then decide the strategy. So the weekend would be an important day of what happens to Maharashtra.
आज हमने फिर दोबारा माननीय उपाध्यक्ष जी से बात की, कानूनन बात करी और कहा भी उनसे विनती करी ये कार्रवाई शुरू करें। वो काम शुरू होगा, अब उनको नोटिस जाएगी। उन्होंने उसके जवाब दिए थे कि उन्होंने तो हमारे उपाध्यक्ष पर ही अविश्वास जताने की बात की, वो गलत था। ये भी हमने साबित कर दिया कि कौन भेज रहा है लेटर, कौन है। किसी मेल पे आया, वो मेल मालूम नहीं किसका है। एक भी विधायक के खुद के मेल पे नहीं है, कोई जो स्वाक्षरी ली हुई है वो सारे कागज जोड़े हुए हैं, वो भी कानूनन सही नहीं है। सबसे बुरी बात क्या होगी कि ये लोग जो कहते थे कि हम ही शिवसेना है, हमारा ही शिवसेना पार्टी है, जो कानून कहता है कि जब 2/3 लोग पार्टी छोड़कर निकल जाते हैं तो उनका गुट नहीं बनता। उनको जो कानून में सुधार आया, उस सुधार में ये लिखा है कि ये 2/3 गट को, किसी भी गुट को किसी पार्टी से विलीनीकरण करना होगा। अब वो विलीनीकरण की बात आई है, तो अभी कहाँ जाएंगे, कहीं भी जाएं, लेकिन भगवे से दूर जाने वाले, शिवसेना से दूर जाने वाले, कानूनन उनको जाना ही पड़ेगा। अब किसी पार्टी में जाते हैं पता नहीं, तो शिवसेना कहाँ रहेगी। मेरी शिवसेना थी, तो ये जो भी कमलाबाई के पास जाएंगे होता है, पता नहीं कहाँ जाएंगे, तो कहीं भी जाएंगे, लेकिन वो शिवसेना से दूर जाएंगे, शिवसेना के परमानेंटली दूर होने वाले।
Hours after Sharad Pawar meeting ended with Uddhav Thackeray, the Chief Minister of the state again addressed party workers and specifically the MLAs, asserting that he can accept disrespect for himself, but nobody should target his family and the family that is also the Shiv Sena. Listen in now to fresh appeals and messages that came from Uddhav Thackeray today.
ही काय मैत्रीची लक्षण आहे। 14 साली सुद्धा आपण हिंदूच होतो, तेव्हा भाजपने युती तोडली होती। 2019 साली सुद्धा हिंदू होतो, आजही हिंदू आहोत। मग हिंदुत्व सोडलं कधी, कोणी आणि कसं? तर त्यांच्याकडनं जी दुसरं म्हणजे मग मातोश्रीची बदनामी, माझी बदनामी, कुटुंबियांची बदनामी, मी एवढा निर्लज्ज नाही होऊ शकत. माझी बदनामी करा, माझ्यावरती तुम्ही काय हल्ला करायचं तर करा, पण कोणी तुमच्यापैकी सुद्धा कुटुंबाची बदनामी कारण नसताना, आणि मातोश्री मी राहतोय माझं भाग्य आहे, पण मातोश्री हे तुमचं श्रद्धास्थान आहे. तुमच्यासाठी तुम्ही ते मंदिर मानता.
So now the question is of the survival of the Shiv Sena and the legacy of Bala Saheb Thackeray, the founder and patriarch of the party. At this point, remember, there is an Uddhav Thackeray, there was also a Raj Thackeray, and now there is an Eknath Shinde. Take a look now of what happens to Bal Thackeray's legacy of the Shiv Sena.
Uddhav, Raj or Eknath Shinde, who will win the battle for Bala Saheb's legacy? With the rebel camp numbers swelling, Eknath Shinde is all set to give a double blow to Uddhav Thackeray. Not just is he all set to push him off the Chief Minister's chair, but is also likely to end Uddhav Thackeray's reign in the Shiv Sena. With the rebel camp near close to proving two-third majority, the question is if Eknath Shinde will now float his own party. Eknath Shinde claims to be a true Shiv Sainik and has promised to work on the ideals of Bala Saheb Thackeray.
सभी लोग जो है, हम बाला साहब ठाकरे जी का जो हिंदुत्व है इस और उनकी जो भूमिका है उसको हम लोग आगे ले जाना चाहते हैं.
Uddhav Thackeray has not had it easy either. 2 months after Bal Thackeray's demise, Sena Executive President Uddhav Thackeray took over as the Sena President in January 2013. He admitted, though, that he could never replace his father, and epithets like Supremo and Hindu Hriday Samrat will always be associated to his father, Bal Thackeray. Trying to stay true to its Hindutva ideology, Shiv Sena under Uddhav Thackeray had allied with the BJP in 2014. The situation reversed, though, in 2019, with the two parties joining hands to fight polls together, yet splitting soon after, as BJP won 105 seats, refused to give up the Chief Minister's chair to the Shiv Sena, who landed 56 seats in the 288-member assembly. Uddhav then took the unexpected route to the throne by allying with Congress and NCP. Uddhav Thackeray since then has been slammed for shunning Sena founder's Hindutva legacy. He did respond to critics, though, saying that his idea of Hindutva is different. Taking a jibe at the BJP, Uddhav was heard saying he does not want a Hindu Rashtra which is not peaceful.
शिवसेना कदापि हिंदुत्वापासून आणि हिंदुत्व कदापि शिवसेनेपासून दूर होऊ शकत नाही. कारण शिवसेना प्रमुखांनी जो एक कानमंत्र दिलेला आहे की हिंदुत्व हा आमचा श्वास आहे.
On the sidelines now is also Raj Thackeray, the nephew of Bal Thackeray. The MNS chief, in fact, bears close resemblance to his uncle in looks, aggression and oratory skills. He broke away from the Shiv Sena over tussle on who will be Bal Thackeray's political heir. Raj Thackeray founded MNS in 2006 and popularized Sons of the Soil campaign, over which Shiv Sena was built in 1966. The brightest showing for the MNS was in 2009 when Raj Thackeray ate into the Shiv Sena and BJP votes in Mumbai, Thane, Pune and Nashik, bagging 13 seats of the 288 assembly. MNS since has seen rapid decline. In 2014 and 2019 assembly elections, MNS managed to secure just one assembly seat, losing deposit in most others. In May 2014 Lok Sabha polls, Raj Thackeray openly backed Narendra Modi for Prime Minister and fielded candidates mostly against the Sena. However, in 2019 Lok Sabha polls, Raj Thackeray took a U-turn, criticized Narendra Modi but did not contest polls. Well, Uddhav Thackeray had till lately been the popular choice to take forward Bal Thackre's legacy. But of all the revolts that the Shiv Sena has faced in over 50 years of its existence, the current one, led by Eknath Shinde, looks the most threatening. Uddhav now needs nothing short of a miracle to salvage his party. Vijay Kumar for India Today.
What happens next in Maharashtra's Game of Thrones? Eknath Shinde told India Today he will be heading to Mumbai soon with at least 38 of MLAs who were with the Shiv Sena and under the leadership of Uddhav Thackeray could now be joining officially with Eknath Shinde. And that will be then enough to evade the anti-defection law and officially split the Shiv Sena as we have known it. But what are the legal and constitutional implications of this revolt? Here's more on that.
The Shinde Sena versus Uddhav Sena battle is now in the most crucial leg, the battle to be declared the real Shiv Sena. Eknath Shinde is going in for the kill. He's all set to parade his MLAs before the Maharashtra Deputy Speaker to prove that he has 37 Sena MLAs with him. That's 2/3 of the party's strength in the House. But it won't be a walk in the park, as the Uddhav Sena has demanded the disqualification of 16 MLAs, including Eknath Shinde. And that's why one man perhaps will decide the next course of action, if it will be advantage Uddhav or advantage Shinde. Maharashtra doesn't have a speaker yet, and so its Deputy Speaker Narhari Zilwal, who has all the powers of the speaker and will take a call on who wins round one. He will take a decision on whether to uphold Uddhav's petition to disqualify the rebels or to act on the resolution letter sent by Shinde with the signature of 37 MLAs.
कानून में जो जैसा होगा वैसा करूंगा, वैसा तो लगता है वो जज करने के लिए उसको सामने बुलाना पड़ेगा। देखूंगा, मैं अभी पढ़ रहा हूँ क्या क्या है वो, उसके बाद मैं डिसीजन लूंगा।
For now, the Deputy Speaker has delivered one blow to Eknath Shinde. He's recognized MLAs from the Uddhav Sena camp as the party's legislative party leader and the chief whip. So is Shinde staring at disqualification along with a handful of his colleagues who've been targeted by Uddhav Sena? According to the 10th schedule, if an MLA gives up membership of the party voluntarily or joins another party, he or she can be disqualified. Also, if the MLA votes or abstains from voting in contradiction to the party's stand, he or she again faces disqualification. The only exception to these rules, if 2/3 of the party decides to switch, like Shinde has managed.
पहली बात है, ये ऐसा पिटीशन करने का अधिकार उनको नहीं है, क्योंकि जो उन्होंने गठनेता चेंज किया है वो उसके लिए गठनेता चेंज करने के लिए पूरे सभी विधायक जो है उनकी मीटिंग बुलानी पड़ती है और मेजोरिटी से गठनेता तय किया जाता है। वो एक तो इलीगल गठनेता बनाया है।
Shinde Sena has another trick up their sleeve to take on the Deputy Speaker. On June 21st, they filed a notice to remove Zilwal as the Deputy Speaker for removing Shinde as the Legislative Party leader without consulting the Sena MLAs. And using this notice, there's a reminder being sent across to the Deputy Speaker now that he cannot decide on the disqualification, citing a 2016 Supreme Court order, which said that no decision can be taken if the Deputy Speaker's position as the Speaker is being challenged. It's clear the fight for power in Maharashtra is no cakewalk and will be a threefold one: in the courts, in the Assembly and in the Election Commission.
कानूनी लड़ाई तो चलती रहेगी, लेकिन हर लड़ाई को हम तैयार हैं। जिस प्रकार से भारतीय जनता पार्टी हर स्टेट में जहां बीजेपी का शासन नहीं है, वहां की सरकारें तोड़ फोड़ कर अपनी सरकार बनाना चाहती है।
So who will emerge victor in the Maha Game of Thrones? Shinde has the numbers, Uddhav has the legacy, and both are unrelenting in their fight to be declared the real Shiv Sena. With Nalini Sharma, Bureau Report, India Today.
Uddhav Sena is still in a firefighting mode to save the Maha Vikas Aghadi government. Sena is now seeking disqualification of at least 15 MLAs. With this, the question is, can Uddhav Sena still manage to save itself, or it's just a threatening tactic to bring back the rebel MLAs? Watch this report for more.
Public display of might. massive protests.
ने कहा ना, ये कानून की लड़ाई है, कानून से होगी। रास्ते की लड़ाई रास्ते पर, सड़क पर हो सकती है, हो जाएगी.
And an ugly warning of a street fight. Cornered, Uddhav is doing everything he can to save face. As his numbers dwindle to the teens, Uddhav is firefighting the rebellion within Sena to save the Maha Vikas Aghadi. And after this emotional message on Wednesday,
समोर येऊन मला सांगितलं किंवा जर त्यांनी स्टेटमेंट दिलं की उद्धव ठाकरे मुख्यमंत्री पदावरती नकोत, तर मी आत्ता मुख्यमंत्री पदाचा राजीनामा द्यायला तयार आहे.
Uddhav has followed it up with another emotional outburst, hoping it'll cut some ice with the rebels.
The disqualification threat by the Uddhav Sena to the Shinde Sena is a tactic used by them to delay the process. They are trying to get more time so that things can change. Meanwhile, on the other hand, Shinde is a very powerful leader and he knows such tactics. He will be moving for the trust motion.
Uddhav's son Aditya also came to his father's rescue, saying there were attempts to disrupt peace and harmony in Maharashtra. He also wrote that such betrayals have been witnessed before and they've emerged on top despite it. So what is Uddhav Sena's strategy? In a bid to save the toppling MVA government, the party faction led by Uddhav Thackeray filed a petition before the Deputy Speaker, seeking disqualification of rebel MLA Eknath Shinde and 15 others. Uddhav's camp is continuing to target the BJP rather than Eknath Shinde. Sena MP Sanjay Raut said the BJP was making below-the-belt remarks against NCP chief Sharad Pawar and even threatening him. Raut further went on to say that the fight is over numbers, papers and on the streets now, and that the Sena would win all three. But how would they do that? He never answered.
अब तक शिवसैनिक सड़क पर नहीं उतरे हैं. चाहे कितने भी लोगों को आप खरीद लो, दबाव डालो, लेकिन कानून की लड़ाई, कागज की लड़ाई और सड़क की लड़ाई दोनों में हम जीत जाएंगे.
While political battle in Maharashtra is now turning into a legal battle, Shiv Sena leader and MP Sanjay Raut has threatened that they are ready to fight it out in the assembly as well as on the streets. With camera person Kiran Sakpal, myself Ritvik Bhalekar reporting for India Today, Mumbai.
Heading into a very short commercial break. Don't go anywhere. Lots more on the other side.
You are watching India Today.
India's #1 political reporter.
Defines what seems to be happening, vendetta politics. कोई दूध के से धुला हुआ नहीं है.
Unmatched eye, unmatched experience.
The world has changed. My black hair has become grey as well.
And with unmatched passion for the story.
Do not monopolize the conversation.
When it's 100% news that matters. It's News Today with Rajdeep Sardesai. Monday to Friday, 9 p.m. Only on India Today TV. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
leave race.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
Big news coming in. The Deputy Speaker in Maharashtra Assembly has accepted the plea of the Shiv Sena. The plea, remember, with regard to the disqualification of the rebel MLAs, the Deputy Speaker, Narhari Zilwal, will be serving notices to the 16 MLAs at least on the weekend. Now, these rebel MLAs, remember, will be expected to give a response and their version till about 26th June of 5 p.m., which is about 1 or 2 days that they will be given that time. MLAs will be asked to even be present physically in Maharashtra Legislative Assembly. So that could be perhaps a slight step up for the Shiv Sena led by Uddhav Thackeray, who had said and demanded disqualification of the MLAs and at least 16 of them who did not attend the meeting. And as of now, it appears that just close to midnight, we are getting information that Deputy Speaker has accepted the plea. Let's quickly go across to my colleague Mustafa Sheikh on the ground in Mumbai. Mustafa, what does this really mean when the Deputy Speaker says accepting the removal plea or the disqualification plea by the Shiv Sena? Because what is the procedure? And also, Mustafa, can we call this perhaps some sort of a relief or a boost coming in for Uddhav Thackeray?
Well, it looks like the Maha Vikas Aghadi is utilizing whatever legal options are available with them. They had moved for disqualification of 16 MLAs, but we all know that about 37 MLAs of the Shiv Sena are in Guwahati right now. What this attempt is to get some of the MLAs to Mumbai, because it's the firm belief of the party that if MLAs come back to Mumbai, they may change their side from being on the Eknath Shinde camp to being with Uddhav Thackeray. This is something which they are expecting, hence they had moved for disqualification. BJP tried to block it by saying that there is a no confidence motion moved by Eknath Shinde camp against the Deputy Speaker, hence he cannot issue the notice. But 3.5-hour meeting lasted between Deputy Speaker, Shiv Sena workers, and after which it's been given as a source-based information that the Deputy Speaker tomorrow is likely to issue notices to these 16 MLAs. They'll be called to put their side and they'll be given 2 days time to answer. Back to you.
So, Mustafa, how does the situation look like for now for Uddhav Thackeray? You know, if there are repeated appeals, emotional video messages coming in for the public, for the MLAs, clearly he realizes the numbers are not with him. The time is running out.
Well, yes, that is true. But at the same point of time, what they are relying on is that how will Eknath Shinde form the government with the BJP, whether he will, all the MLAs will resign, whether they will join some other party. And there are different things which they are relying on. Hence, they have taken this first step of disqualifying the 16 MLAs. And it's very much likely that Eknath Shinde, even if 16 MLAs are disqualified, he'll be moving court against this order, and then it will go to the higher courts as to decide what is legally bound to happen. But as of now, they have moved for disqualification. We'll have to wait and see how things progress in Maharashtra Assembly.
Mustafa Sheikh, my colleague, tracking all the latest there in Mumbai. Remember, for our colleagues in Mumbai or even Gujarat and now in Guwahati, it's been relentless coverage to get the fastest updates here. And now we can tell you that it is likely that by tomorrow, 16 rebels and a plea by the Shiv Sena for their disqualification may just be served. A notice, and that to respond by 26th June. So, man in eye of the storm is Eknath Shinde, who continues to be in Guwahati and getting only more confident and defiant. Eknath Shinde spoke exclusively to India Today, claiming he has over 50 MLAs with him right now. So the big question is, when will he then take the first move, return to Mumbai and then claim Maharashtra's throne of the government?
The Shinde Sena is getting stronger by the day. From 34 MLAs on Tuesday, Shinde on Thursday had 38 Uddhav MLAs at his rebel camp in Guwahati. Shinde now claims his Sena's strength could swell to 50 plus. Another Sena MLA, Dilip Lande, joined the rebel faction in Guwahati. The balance of power between boss Uddhav Thackeray and his former ally Eknath Shinde has begun to shift. The Maharashtra Chief Minister is trying to pull a rabbit out of the hat. His recent attempt of seeking disqualification of 16 rebel MLAs has been challenged by the new tiger of the Sena jungle, Eknath Shinde, who claimed that his supporters will not be intimidated by disqualification threats and called it a sinister plot to derail his plan.
माइनॉरिटी में जो लोग हैं उनको कार्रवाई करने का, डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन करने का अधिकार ही नहीं है और मीटिंग अटेंड करने के लिए नहीं किया, इसके लिए डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन नोटिस देने का कोई अधिकार नहीं। ये सिर्फ डराने की बात है, ये डराने की चेष्टा है और इसलिए ये शिवसेना के जितने हमारे पास MLAs है, निर्दलीय है, उन्होंने कहा है कि ऐसी एक नोटिस नहीं 10 नोटिस आएंगे तो भी हम लोग डरने वाले नहीं।
Eknath told India Today exclusively that more than 50 MLAs are backing him in his revolt and many more are waiting to join. The anti-Uddhav camp has reached the critical number of MLAs. That's 37, required to split the party in the assembly without facing the anti-defection law.
लोकशाही में, डेमोक्रेसी में एक नंबर और मेजॉरिटी को बहुत इम्पोर्टेंस होता है और वो हमारे पास में है। यहाँ पर जितने आवश्यकता है उससे कई ज़्यादा लोग यहाँ पर है, 50 प्लस हमारे साथ में MLAs हैं और इसलिए जो भी होगा कानून के मुताबिक होगा। जो है
Meanwhile, independent legislators supporting the BJP, Mahesh Baldi and Vinod Agrawal, have urged the Speaker not to disqualify the rebel Sena MLAs. Eknath, however, claims that it's his fight and not the BJP's.
नहीं, बिल्कुल नहीं, हमारे से बीजेपी के कोई संपर्क नहीं है और पवार साहब हमारे लिए बड़े नेता है महा विकास आघाड़ी में, उनके मार्गदर्शन में महा विकास आघाड़ी काम कर रही है और मेरे लिए पवार साहब भी आदरणीय व्यक्तिमत्व है। जो विधायक है पूरी तरह स्वेच्छा से अपनी मर्जी से यहाँ है, वैसा उन्होंने एफिडेविट भी यहाँ पर दिया हुआ है।
The Sena versus Shinde fight is far from over, with many more twists and turns to come. Bureau Report, India Today.
Uddhav Thackeray continues to appeal and plead to his MLAs as one by one they head into the rebel camp. This time, he's running out of time and options. With only 16 MLAs appear to be behind him, 38 of his MLAs at least are in Guwahati right now with Eknath Shinde. Desperate for a face saver, Uddhav Thackeray again made an emotional pitch, spoke about his ill health, saying he bounced back despite being in a state where he could not move. His son also, Aditya Thackeray, accused the Shinde Sena of betraying Uddhav and the Shiv Sena at this point. Take a look at this.
Losing MLA after MLA, Uddhav and his Sena are trying hard to hold fort. And it is bare emotions that they are relying on. In his second video address, since being hit by a rebellion, Uddhav detailed his health condition, saying that was the reason he did not meet anyone.
अचानक एक दिवस सकाळी उठलो आणि आळस दिल तेव्हा माझ्या मानेत जो प्रचंड असा क्रॅम्प आला, त्याच्यानंतर माझ्या लक्षात आलं माझी खांद्यापासूनची तळपायापर्यंतची हालचाल पूर्ण बंद झाली होती. पूर्ण बंद. म्हणजे मी श्वास घ्यायला बघितलं, मी एक बघितलं की पोट सुद्धा हलत नाही, सगळंच बंद. आणि मग तातडीने दुसरं ऑपरेशन करावं लागलं.
The unapproachable charge hurled at Uddhav by the rebels seems to have hit a raw nerve. Uddhav countered by labeling the rebels insects.
महत्वाकांक्षा जरूर असावी, पण तिला ती राक्षसी महत्वाकांक्षा असता कामा नये, की ज्याने दिलं त्यालाच खायचं, ही महत्वाकांक्षा नाहीये. ही महत्वाकांक्षा असू शकत नाही. आणि जास्तीत जास्त काय केलं तो आज तुम्ही आमदार नेल्यान घेऊन गेलात, घेऊन जा. आणखीन कोणाला घेऊन जायचं घेऊन जा.
Infected with COVID, Uddhav was seen wiping his eyes and nose a few times during his address. But he joked that it wasn't for emotional blackmail. Before Uddhav, his son Aditya too defended his father.
उद्धव साहेबांची सर्जरी झालेली, मी त्यांचे जे काय आहेत ते कसे बाहेर पडले हे मला माहिती. कोणी हिंमत करत नाही ते कणाची सर्जरी करायला. एकतर राजकारणानं कणा असतो हे कोणाला माहितीच नसतं. आपल्या साहेबांना आहे हे आपल्याला कळलं, पण ज्या मिनिटाला सर्जरी झाली त्या मिनिटाला नंतर कोविड वाढत गेला.
An emotional Aditya slammed rebels for the great betrayal.
ज्या लोकांना प्राइस टॅग लागलेलं असतं, आतापर्यंत मी बघितलंय, हे IPL असेल किंवा फुटबॉलमध्ये असेल, प्रत्येक ऑप्शन होतं, बिडिंग होतं आणि ते टीम्सने करावं. पण इथे जे काही ऐकू येतंय, स्वतःचे जे काही किमती लावले आणि विकत गेले, मला माहित नाही खरं आहे खोटं आहे, पण असू शकते. उद्धव साहेबांनी सांगितलं आपलं ते सोबत राहिले ते आपले, ते समोरून उभे राहिले त्यांचे.
With Uddhav and his son detailing the chief minister's health condition, Shinde Sena struck back with a sentimental counter. Rebel MLA Yamini Jadhav claimed that she was ignored by the leadership when she was battling cancer.
मला स्वतःला कॅन्सर या शब्दाने मी कोलमडून गेली होती. फॅमिलीने, माझ्या बायका, विधानसभेतल्या सगळ्या शिवसैनिकांनी आम्हाला खूप साथ दिली. पण ज्यांच्याकडनं अपेक्षा होती तर कोणी कुठल्याही नेत्यांनी मला या बाबतीत विचारपूस केली नाही.
The battle for Maharashtra now hitting an emotional pitch. Bureau Report, India Today.
So what are the other parties up to in the coalition? The top NCP netas are also in a huddle. NCP Supremo Sharad Pawar met Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray at Matoshri in the evening. But he was also accompanied by State NCP President Jayant Patil, who's also been a cabinet minister, and Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Ajit Pawar. Sources in NCP tell India Today that Pawar's party is clear that Shiv Sena does not have the numbers and Shinde has the upper hand right now. Sources say that senior NCP leaders believe that dragging the matter further may just embarrass the Maha Vikas Aghadi government if the floor test is set to happen. So the NCP leadership appears to be advising Uddhav Thackeray to accept the fact that there are no numbers with the government and likely move out gracefully. So it now appears that on the weekend, specifically Saturday 1 p.m, Shiv Sena, that has called for a meeting of its national executive, may then decide the strategy. So the weekend would be an important day of what happens to Maharashtra.
आज हमने फिर दोबारा माननीय उपाध्यक्ष जी से बात की, कानूनन बात करी और कहाँ भी उनसे विनती करी ये कार्रवाई शुरू करें. वो काम शुरू होगा, अब उनको नोटिस जाएगी. उन्होंने उसके जवाब दिए थे कि उन्होंने तो हमारे उपाध्यक्ष पर ही अविश्वास जताने की बात की, वो गलत था. ये भी हमने साबित कर दिया कि कौन भेज रहा है लेटर, कौन है. किसी मेल पे आया, वो मेल मालूम नहीं किसका है. एक भी विधायक के खुद के मेल पे नहीं है. कोई जो स्वाक्षरी ली हुई है वो सारे कागज जोड़े हुए हैं, वो भी कानूनन सही नहीं है. सबसे बुरी बात क्या होगी कि ये लोग जो कहते थे कि हम ही शिवसेना है, हमारा ही शिवसेना पार्टी है, जो कानून कहता है कि जब 2/3 लोग पार्टी छोड़कर निकल जाते हैं तो उनका गुट नहीं बनता. उनको जो कानून में सुधार आया, उस सुधार में ये लिखा है कि ये 2/3 गट को, किसी भी गुट को किसी पार्टी से विलीनीकरण करना होगा. अब वो विलीनीकरण की बात आई है तो अभी कहाँ जाएंगे, कहीं भी जाएं, लेकिन भगवे से दूर जाने वाले, शिवसेना से दूर जाने वाले, कानूनन उनको जाना ही पड़ेगा. अब किसी पार्टी में जाते हैं पता नहीं, तो शिवसेना कहाँ रहेगी. मेरी शिवसेना थी, तो ये जो भी कमलाबाई के पास जाएंगे होता है, पता नहीं कहाँ जाएंगे, तो कहीं भी जाएंगे, लेकिन वो शिवसेना से दूर जाएंगे, शिवसेना के परमानेंटली दूर होने वाले.
So now the question is of the survival of the Shiv Sena and the legacy of Bala Saheb Thackeray, the founder and patriarch of the party. At this point, remember, there is an Uddhav Thackeray, there was also a Raj Thackeray, now there is an Eknath Shinde. Take a look now of what happens to Bal Thackeray's legacy of the Shiv Sena.
Uddhav, Raj or Eknath Shinde, who will win the battle for Bala Sahib's legacy? With the rebel camp numbers swelling, Eknath Shinde is all set to give a double blow to Uddhav Thackeray. Not just is he all set to push him off the Chief Minister's chair, but is also likely to end Uddhav Thackeray's reign in the Shiv Sena. With the rebel camp near close to proving two-third majority, the question is if Eknath Shinde will now float his own party. Eknath Shinde claims to be a true Shiv Sainik and has promised to work on the ideals of Bala Sahib Thackeray.
सभी लोग जो है हम बाला साहब ठाकरे जी का जो हिंदुत्व है इस और उनकी जो भूमिका है उसको हम लोग आगे ले जाना चाहते हैं.
Uddhav Thackeray has not had it easy either. 2 months after Bal Thackeray's demise, Sena Executive President Uddhav Thackeray took over as the Sena President in January 2013. He admitted, though, that he could never replace his father, and epithets like Supremo and Hindu Hriday Samrat will always be associated to his father, Bal Thackeray. Trying to stay true to its Hindutva ideology, Shiv Sena, under Uddhav Thackeray, had allied with the BJP in 2014. The situation reversed, though, in 2019, with the two parties joining hands to fight polls together, yet splitting soon after, as BJP won 105 seats, refused to give up the Chief Minister's chair to the Shiv Sena, who landed 56 seats in the 288-member assembly. Uddhav then took the unexpected route to the throne by allying with Congress and NCP. Uddhav Thackeray since then has been slammed for shunning Sena founder's Hindutva legacy. He did respond to critics, though, saying that his idea of Hindutva is different. Taking a jibe at the BJP, Uddhav was heard saying he does not want a Hindu Rashtra which is not peaceful.
शिवसेना कदापि हिंदुत्वापासून आणि हिंदुत्व कदापि शिवसेनेपासून दूर होऊ शकत नाही. कारण शिवसेना प्रमुखांनी जो एक कानमंत्र दिलेला आहे की हिंदुत्व हा आमचा श्वास आहे.
On the sidelines now is also Raj Thackeray, the nephew of Bal Thackeray. The MNS chief, in fact, bears close resemblance to his uncle in looks, aggression and oratory skills. He broke away from the Shiv Sena over tussle on who will be Bal Thackeray's political heir. Raj Thackeray founded MNS in 2006 and popularized Sons of the Soil campaign, over which Shiv Sena was built in 1966. The brightest showing for the MNS was in 2009 when Raj Thackeray ate into the Shiv Sena and BJP votes in Mumbai, Thane, Pune and Nashik, bagging 13 seats of the 288 assembly. MNS since has seen rapid decline. In 2014 and 2019 assembly elections, MNS managed to secure just one assembly seat, losing deposit in most others. In May 2014 Lok Sabha polls, Raj Thackeray openly backed Narendra Modi for Prime Minister and fielded candidates mostly against the Sena. However, in 2019 Lok Sabha polls, Raj Thackeray took a U-turn, criticized Narendra Modi but did not contest polls. Well, Uddhav Thackeray had till lately been the popular choice to take forward Bal Thackeray's legacy. But of all the revolts that the Shiv Sena has faced in over 50 years of its existence, the current one, led by Eknath Shinde, looks the most threatening. Uddhav now needs nothing short of a miracle to salvage his party. Vijay Kumar for India Today.
Heading into a very short commercial break. Don't go anywhere. Lots more on the other side.
You are watching India Today.
This testing shows us that there is a vast potential in the commercial use of drones, especially in urban area. And this is a further step of creating an economically viable model.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today. You are watching India Today.
Three days into Maharashtra's political crisis, Team Modi breaks silence. Union Minister Piyush Goyal taking on Aghadi government, calling it an unholy alliance. Take a look at this report about what he said.
You're a Mumbai boy. ये महाराष्ट्र में क्या हो रहा है? क्या करवा रहे हो आप?
हमें तो पता नहीं, मैं तो आपके यहाँ पे बैठा हूँ अभी। इसके पहले हमारे नए राष्ट्रपति जी के नामांकन के लिए गया था। मैं समझता हूँ कि महाराष्ट्र में जो हो रहा है वो उन्हीं के जो गठबंधन था, वो जो जरा भी नैतिक गठबंधन नहीं था, टोटली अनएथिकल alliance. I mean, imagine, just now, by the way, in the car driving to your venue, a senior journalist from your channel was sharing a video which is doing the rounds, I think, on various social media about an interview which Mr. Bal Thackeray gave many, many years ago, in which he was asked the question, would you be willing to go with the Congress to form a government? And he said, I'd rather dissolve my party than do an agreement and do a government with the Congress. I mean, I've never seen such bankruptcy of ideology as we saw in Maharashtra amongst all the partners. All the three partners who hated each other all their life are suddenly seeing virtue in each other, and you see an absolutely unethical government for the last 2.5 years, an absolutely corrupt government. For those who come from Maharashtra or Mumbai have experienced it. And when I was re-elected to the Rajya Sabha only a few days ago, when I was asked my comments, I had actually said that the fact that 3 MPs of the BJP have got elected in Rajya Sabha against a possible 2 that we really had the votes for is reflective of the public anger and the seething discontent that was visible in Maharashtra for many months. It's just come out to the fore. It's an internal matter of that party. But you can clearly see the way things are going.